Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 1, 2 and 3 participants for this beautiful Nithyananda Yoga. Today we'll be performing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and before we begin, there are few things that we need to keep ready. First is the Panchapatram, the water pot and spoon to perform the ritualistic cleansing. Next is the bhasma, the aushadas. First is the bhasma in the 16 places. Next is the kumkum on the third eye. And finally is the turmeric on the temples. And finally, we request all the male body participants to remove your upper clothes. And yes, it is 7 a.m. EST. We will now be beginning the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Let's all be seated with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands to your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And let's begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now, let's chant the Mahavakya. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. We were just initiated yesterday into this beautiful Mula mantra of Paramashiva. Let us now chant it 11 times internally. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Let us now relax and enter the ritualistic cleansing process. Please keep your Panchapatrams and Uddaranis in front of you. Now keep the hands in Gokarna Mudra, which is opening the palms and bending the index finger to the center of the palms. And now pour a spoon of water in your palms, and at the end of the mantra, just swallow the water from your palms. Om Atmadattvam Shodayami Swada. Drink the water from your palms and pour another spoon. Vidya Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Pour a spoon of water in your hands. Now again. Shiva Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now let's move into the next step of the Achamanam, which is wiping the upper and lower lips twice with the base of the right hand thumb. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now wash your hands again with a spoon of water. Now with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the With the index finger and thumb touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the little finger and thumb touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest, and with all the fingertips touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now we'll move into the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Please keep your right hand on your left hand, your right palm on your left palm, and both the palms on your right thigh. And close your eyes and hold one particular intention you want to manifest by performing today's Nithyananda Yoga. And with that space, let's enter the conscious resolution Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtaya Masyam Shubhaditau Puranarogya Yukta Dragatra Yogik Sharira Siddhyartam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranatam Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Om. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Apaupasprisya. Now, let's enter a quick recap of the 12 components. With the first component being the asana. Now, keep the asanas or the various body postures we'll be performing, and a reminder to all the participants who are sick, who don't have the physical ability to perform any of these asanas, or if you have any terminal diseases like cardiovascular diseases, injuries like fractures, or if you are pregnant, please do not perform the asanas. Feel free to just watch and do the asanas which you can throughout this session, and make sure you consult your doctor also that you'll be performing the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama yoga sequence. Next, we move to the pranayama. The pranayama is the pranayamas are the various breathing techniques that we'll be performing. Throughout this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, perform the pranayamas as much as you can and allow yourself to feel comfortable with the pranayamas. Now we move to the next component, the bandhas. The bandhas are like locks, like switches which turn on the specific energy channels and lock the prana energy that we get from the pranayamas into our body. So throughout the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, there will be multiple mudras and you can perform them throughout the sequence. The next is the bandhas. The bandhas are a particular specific body contraction that we'll be performing to help push the Kundalini up to the Sahasrara. There are 4 bandhas as we saw yesterday. The Mula Bandha, which is the root lock, the Jalandhara Bandha, which is the throat lock, the Udyana Bandha, which is the stomach lock, and all 3 together is Mahamudra Bandha. Next is Karana, the dance postures. As we saw yesterday, the Karana are the dance postures which were performed by Paramashiva himself. When you perform these, visualize Paramashiva dancing and creating the entire cosmos. The next is the visualization. As context is most important during this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, try to visualize the various gods, sages and other spiritual objects that are being shown to keep you in the highest space and allow only the right thoughts and visualizations to enter your system. Next we move to the japa, which is the chanting of mantras internally. These japas will keep us in a state of unclutching and give us more focus into the whole sequence. Next, we move to the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas to remind us of the authenticity of this beautiful sequence. Make sure you just listen to the whole chanting throughout the sequence. Now we move to the next component, weightlifting. The weights can be used to intensify the whole sequence. Feel free to add weights in any asana you like. We move to the next component, the mandala, which is the sacred geometrical figures. These geometrical figures, just by gazing at them, can awaken our third eye. For the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we'll be using the Shri Yantra. Now we move to the next component, which is Abharana. Make sure you're wearing your Kantamala, your Kanta Rudraksha, the Rudraksha bead on your neck. If you don't have one, try to get one as soon as possible, as it is the direct representation of Paramashiva in the form of an energy bead. And the final component, the Aushadha, is the Basma, Kumkum and turmeric. Applying them intensely activates our energy centers. And with this, let's move into the first asana, Sukhasana. Be seated in a comfortable cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Paramashiva and start performing the Samana Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, visualizing fire in your stomach and then exhaling. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and hold the first japa Soham in your inner space. Tatsukha asanamityuktam ashaktastat samacharet asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Now we move to the next asana, Parvatasana. Now, keeping your hands together in front of your heart center, raise them above the head and simultaneously cross your legs into Padmasana. Visualize Mount Kailash and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Ata vakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam Yat Kritva Sthirarupisha Chachakradi Vilopanam. Now we move to the next component, next asana, Halipavasana. Bring the soles of the feet together and interlace the fingers behind the back. Slowly lower the head onto the knees and visualize Swamiji. Gaze to the nose and continue to perform Mahamudra Bandha. Purva Vidyahu me jano ube pagadali samputitano pishtipache dovu karyavo dachina karso vamakahavo. Now raise up into Nagi Pavasana, keeping the feet in the same position. Bring the forearms by the shins and the palms by the feet. Cupping the fingers, lower the forehead onto the heels once again. Visualize a snake, gaze to the nose and continue to perform Mahamudra Bandha. Purva pari aganaini choho yi kaho nipanasyo lagayi hat agane darti lagave pasari do hate ki anjuli kare. We move to the next asana, Kokilasana. Holding the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Pranamudra, raise the feet up, straightening the knees and then crossing the legs into Padmasana. Visualize a bird and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Ata Nyadasanam Vakshe Yena Siddho Bhave Naraha Akasmad Vayu Sancharam Kokilakyasanena Cha. Now raise up and hold opposite elbows and stack the knees and heels. Now rotate the hands in one direction and then the other. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Goda Baba Padiki Akhmahile Soye Dachcharnako Varleo Taparikulpa Samoye. Now we move to the next asana, Gajasana. Now coming to a plank position with the hips raised up high, scoop the body repeatedly, visualizing an elephant, perform the Udyana Bandha. Nujjam Padagre Bhumau Kritva Lambi Boyamastakagre Nidaya Nidambam Udamunnamaya Nabilaksham Bhubo Nasika Maniya. Now we move to the next asana, Rikshasana. Now, in the same position, alternate raising one heel and pressing the other heel to the mat. Visualize a bear and perform Udyana Bandha. Ekaikam padamakunjagajasanam kuryat rikshasanam bhavati. Now stand up in Vaishyasana on the feet, keeping the feet together, raise on to the toes and try to stand only on the big toe. And then keep the hands by the chest with the index, middle and ring fingers touching the heart center. Visualize Swamiji and continue to perform the Udyana Bandha. केशेन पादयुगलं तद्भातिष्ठेत तदोमुखहातवैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Now we move to the first karna of the sequence, Urdhva Jhanu Karna. Now coming to a half squatted position with the heels touching, knees bent and toes pointed out. Keep the hands by the chest with the elbows bent. Now circle the right hand and the right leg into the body and out, then coming back to the previous starting position. Perform this on both sides alternatingly, repeatedly. Relax as we move into the next asana, Balalingasana. Now stand on the feet with the feet together, interlace the fingers inside out, and then pull the right knee to the chest. Hold the raised right knee with the interlaced fingers, pulling the legs to the chest. Visualize holding a baby and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jana ursiyalingya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. We move to the next asana, Padapidanasana. Now pull the right leg towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands interlaced around the feet. Visualize Swamiji and continue to perform Mahamudra Bandha. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यामेश्वयेतनुं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्वेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now holding the right leg with the right hand from the inside, raise the right leg back and up and stretch the left hand forward, keeping the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja. तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now relax as we perform these three asanas on the left side. Once again interlace the fingers from the inside out and pull the left leg this time towards the chest. Hold the raised left leg with the interlaced fingers, visualizing holding a baby and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jana ursiyalingya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. Now lower the left leg and pull it towards the buttocks, holding the leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थापयत्वेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now we move to Natarajasana on the left side. Hold the left leg with the left hand from the inside and pull the left leg back and up. Stretch the right hand forward, keeping the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja and perform Mula Bandha. तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now we move to the next karna of the sequence, Ardharechita Karna. Once again coming into a half squatted position, keep the hands by the chest with the elbows bent. Now place the right foot behind the left foot with the toes of the right foot on the ground and the heels raised. Now make an alternating motion with the right hand back and forth. After a few times, place the hand on the nose and repeat on the left side. Relax as we move into the next asana, which is skeleton dance. Now intensely start shaking your body in all directions without any pattern in the way you're moving your body. Visualize intensely that you're a complete structure of skeletons and intensely visualize all your laziness, boredom and tiredness leaving your system. Now we complete for the technical glitch. I hope all the viewers and participants are able to hear us now. Let us continue with the next asana, Garuda asana. Now, once again, keep the left foot in front of the right thigh and keep the right knee straight. Keep the palms together in front of the heart center and visualize Lord Garuda. Garuda asana ma vakshe yena dhyanam sirambhavi sarva doshadvinirmukto bhavatiya mahabali. Now we move to Trikonasana. Now keep one foot forward and the other foot back. Keep the front foot as the right foot now and open the hands at the shoulder level, keeping them straight, and lower the right hand to the right foot. Keep the left hand pointed towards the sky and gaze at the left hand. Visualize a triangle. Uttanapadam Krauncha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam Natrajam Trikonam Jasuptangushta Prasarane. Now rise up, switch the position of the feet, and this time on the left side, lower the left hand to the left foot and keep the right hand raised. Gaze at the sky and visualize a triangle. Uttanapadam Krauncha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam Natrajam Trikonam Jasuptangushta Prasarane. Now we move to Nikutaka Karana. Coming back to the half squatted position. Keeping the hands parallel to each other this time, raise one heel off the mat. Alternate switching the position of the hands and raising one heel. Now relax and let's move to the next asana, Angushtasana. Now come to a squatting position on the heels with the knees together and palms together in front of the heart center. Visualizing Swamiji, let's start performing the new pranayama Bhramari Kumbhaka, which is inhaling through the hollow, inhaling and exhaling, making a buzzing sound. Kabanda asanamityāho gorakshasanam evacha angushtamushtikam yayam brahma prasaditam tata. Now stretch the right foot forward and be seated on the left heel. Then keep the hands by the side and let the hands be pointed forward. Visualize Swamiji in our inner space and hold the new japa Sadashivoham. Prasarya ekam padatalam samstapya tvega padakam. Now we move to Vidunanasana. Lower the right hand to the right foot and the left hand to the left foot. Place the forehead on the right knee and visualize Swamiji. Gulpastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samside tatkarena gulpam chanyam dharaya tatkarena dhunam pitam chabise chobayatra. Now rise up and switch the feet, stretching the right leg inside and the left leg out. Now keep the hands once again by the side and visualize Swamiji. Prasarya ekam padatalam samstapya tvega padakam. Now we move to Vidhunanasana. As you keep the legs stretched, hold the left leg with the left hand and the right leg with the right hand. Place the forehead of the head on the left knee and visualize Swamiji as you continue to perform the Bhramari Kumbhaka. Gulpastitau padamaikam prasarya tatpadagram samside tatkarena. Now raise up as we move to the next asana, Brahmajarankushasana. Now coming back to the half squatting position, keep the knees apart and the back of the palms on the knees. Then tuck the chin to the chest and gaze at the floor in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Do panapani hoy vese edi do gura nivese korpagatalya kima hili aisama hera semili. Now we move to the next asana, Kapilasana. Now raise the knees. Place the knees on the mat and keep the palms on the knees. Visualize the great sage Kapila and gaze at the nose. Tuck the stomach in Udyana Bandha. Ubay pagatali samata harave tinikima hilikor milave panapani ukada hoy vese edi do joni nivese. Now in the same position, just switch the gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji. दो पगतली संपुट करे कोरवाली भूपरिधरे कोरवा क्लीरा से ऐसे तापरि मूल द्वार टिकी बेसे. Now we move to the next asana, Suryasana. Now keeping the soles of the feet together, open the knees wide apart and raise the hands with the little fingers and thumbs touching above the head. Then visualize Lord Surya and perform the Udyana Bandha. देरी दो गुड़ातनियाने पनापानी बेटक पटिताने गोड़ा जंगर adre करे रहे आड़े बामिसी विदिगहे. Now relax as we move into a seated position in Mandukasana on the heels. Keep the hands on respective knees and visualize a frog. Gaze at the third eye and roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat. पादतले पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठद्वये च संस्पृशे जानो युग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयन् मण्डूकासनम्. Now cross the hands behind the head and touch opposite shoulders in Uttana Mandukasana. Continue to visualize the frog, gaze at the third eye and be in Manduki Mudra as you also perform the Udyana Bandha. Mandukasana madhyastam kurprabhyam shiram dithaha etadbe ekavaduttanam etaduttanam mandukam. Now we move to the next asana, Simhasana. Now, keeping the heels crossed and the hands on the knee, gaze to the nose and lean forward, sticking the tongue out. Then, leaning forward, exhale forcefully through the mouth and visualize a lion. Dakshinam savyagulpena dakshinetadaretram hastau jajanmo samstapya swangulisha prasarya cha. Now we move to the next asana, Bhadrasana. Cross the hands behind the back and uncross the heels. Visualize Swamiji and hold on to opposite toes. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze at the nose. Golpau chavrasana syado yutkrmena samahitaha padangushtav karabhyam cha dhritva cha prishtadeshataha. Next is Kakabusandhyasana. Bring the soles of the feet together and the knees wide apart. Then from the inside, wrap the knees and interlace the fingers behind the back. Visualize a crow and gaze at the nose. Pratame vesa ukadadane dohat pagam vich ane. Now we move to Kani Pavasana. Now keeping the hands on the mat, place the knees on back of the mat, back of the knees. Place the elbows on the back of the knees and slowly lean forward onto the hands, raising the feet off the mat. Visualize the crow and gaze at the nose. Asana ko guna asidista hoyi tu achi hoyi. Now we move to Kapali Asana and inverted asana. So you can take the support of the wall or a partner to perform. Now keeping your hands at shoulder level, place the forehead between the palms and raise the feet off the mat into a headstand. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Shishishisha dati degi pagdo miva ucha kukare. Relax as we move into the next set of asanas. We'll be performing Rechaka Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is exhaling completely, holding the lungs as long as possible empty, and then inhaling you. Now, in a squatting position, turn to one side of the body and align the knees and hips to the elbows. Lean onto the hands and stretch the legs to the one side as you raise the feet and visualize a peacock, gaze at the third eye. Mayura dandavat kuryad mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram parshabhyam mayura parshanamakam. Now we move to the next asana, Parshamayurasana on the opposite side. Once again, from the squatting position, align the elbows, knees and ankles, turn onto the side and lower the body, stretching the legs to the side. Visualize a peacock and gaze to the third eye. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram parshabhyam mayura parshanamakam. Now we move to Bhairaganathasana. Now in a plank position, keep your hands wide apart and place one foot between the hands. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava and gaze at the third eye. Asana ko gunapiti jayi. Next is again Bhairagnathasana on the opposite side as you once again keep the feet between your hands and push your hips forward. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava. Asana ko gunapiti jayi. Next is Unmukha Pitasana. Now in a plank position, place your forearms on the mat and raise the hips up. Then visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatuspatal vanmukam utta bitangari yugala chatuspatal biruka. Now we move to the next asana, Vashishtasana. Now raising up into a tall plank position, roll onto the right hand and stretch the left hand up. Visualize the great sage Vashishta and gaze to the sky. Urdhva Kukkuta Vashishta Marichyaha Matsyakampari Vittam Chodarasya Vividam Dhanarasanam. The next asana is Vashishtasana once again on the opposite side. Now switching the position of the side once again. Straighten the hand towards the sky and visualize the great sage Vashishta. Urdhva Kukkuta Vashishta Marichyaha Matsyakampari Vittam Chodarasya Vividam Dhanarasanam. Now be seated with the legs stretched forward. Then visualize Lord Hanuman keeping the hands under the buttocks. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Lord Hanuman. दो करा की उबे हथेली कोरवारली में ले बेनी सो आगाने भूपरिदासे महाने अंगुल मिलिरासे. The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now interlace the fingers on the toes and lower the body and hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Pranamudra. Visualize the Mahamudra Bandha. Jano par ilalatam tu paschimam tanamuchyate yena kena prakarena sukam daryam cha jayate. Now we move to the next asana, which is Ugrasana. Now interlace the fingers behind the neck and lower the entire body onto the knees. Keep the elbows outside and the forehead on the knees. Visualize Goddess Kali. Swabhanibhyandritam ditva jano parisironyase tavasanam grividam proktam bhavedanil deepanam. Now raise up and pull one foot to the perineum as you keep the knee raised. In with the right hand, wrap the right leg and interlace the fingers behind the back. Visualize the great sage Marichi. Uttanapadam Kraunchancha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natrajam Trigonam Jasuptangashta Prasarane. Now we move to Mahamudrasana as you lower the entire body onto the mat and interlace the fingers around the stretched leg. Visualize the Mahamudra Bandha and gaze at the Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin vam vallabheyam prapi siddha siddhim cha kapiladya puragataha. Now we move to the next asana, Marichi asana on the opposite side. Now once again pull the opposite leg to the perineum. Wrap the raised leg with one hand and interlace both the hands behind the back. Lower the forehead to the stretched knee and visualize great sage Marichi. Uttanapadam Kraunchancha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natrajam Trigonam cha Suptangashta Prasarane. Now raise up, keep the raised knee on the mat, hold the stretched leg with both your hands, interlace your fingers around the stretched leg and start visualizing Swamiji performing the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at the nose. Ata Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabheyam prapi siddha siddhim cha kapiladya puragataha. Now raise up and bring the soles of the feet together in Bhadrasana. Now hold each foot with the respective hand and visualize Swamiji. Gaze at the third eye. Continue to hold the Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Japa Mahasada-shivoham. Gulpaut Vrishnasyadaha Shivanya Parshve Okshipet Pada Parshve Tupanabhyam Didam Badvas Nistilam. Now we move to the next asana, Gwalipavasana. Now push the feet lightly away from the perineum and keep the hands on the knees. Visualize Gwalipavasana. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the third eye and tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. पूर्वचर पर जो कहियो सोही वाही विधियो की जी सोही यामे एडी बिन्न जरा से अंगुल अंतरो रासे. The next is Joni Asana. Bring the soles of the feet to the perineum and interlacing the soles of the feet, holding them, slowly lower the forehead, this time in front of the body, and keep the hands by the side. Visualize the Joni Mandala, which is the physical representation of Paramashiva Shakti, and gaze at the nose. दो पगतली संपुट करे को एडी मेड के डिंग गदरे अर्ध हाथ को अंदर राशे लात पगतलिया ऊपर दासे. Next asana is Mridipavasana. Now raise your body up, stretch the hands to the side and lower the entire body onto the ground with the forehead on the heels. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. पूर्व विधि परिपगतली संपुट सोली ऐसी मिडिला से एडियासो माहली कानी अंगुल दो आतले लाट धरती लगावे. Now we move to the next asana, Siddha Samadhi Asana. Insert the hands underneath the gaps of the shins and then keep the palms facing upward. Visualize Lord Surya and gaze at the nose. दो पगतली संपुट करे सोर में आगा में दरे अंगुल आतर अंतरो रासे एके वे ऐसे विदिदा से. Now we move to the next asana, Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up and hold the big toes. Open the feet like a book and keep the elbows on the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose. दो पगतली एडी धरती मगवा मेड लगावे पगतली माहिली कोर अंगुटा सदी सदी जोड़े. Now we move to the next asana, Charapata Chokasana. Keeping your hands on the knees, gently push the knees to the ground and visualize Swamiji. Gaze at the nose. दो पगतली संपुट दरे आगाने कर जार पसारे दो बूसो लगता रासे हाथ दो गोड़ा परिदासे. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now pull the heels to the perineum and raise them as you keep the toes on the ground and the heels raised. Then visualize Swamiji and Lord Kalabhairava as you perform this asana. Keep your fingers in Bindu Mudra and gaze at the third eye. दो गुल्पो संपीड्य च न्योन्यं युक्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Now we move to the next asana, Samanasana. Now bring one foot to the chest and keep the other foot down. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at Swamiji and continue to perform the Mula Bandha. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanate kapadamuro dattva guhyonyalinga vatrake. Now we move to Apanasana as you keep the raised foot on the respective shoulder and stretch the other foot forward. Then keeping the hands by the side, visualize Swamiji and continue to perform the Mula Bandha. केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि अन्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दन्तवत् प्रभो. Now we move to Samanasana as you keep one foot by the perineum and the other foot by the chest. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanate ekapadam rodatva guhyonyalinga vaktrake. Now place the raised foot on the respective shoulder and stretch the other leg forward and straight. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽप्यन्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दन्तवत् प्रभो. Now crossing the feet, sit with the feet by opposite hips and the hands interlaced on the top knee. Visualize a cow and gaze at the nose. Start performing the Seetkari Kumbhaka, which is inhaling through the clenched teeth. Visualize a cow in your third eye. Savya Dakshina Gulpanto Prishtapashve Niyoje Dakshine Epita Savyam Gomakam Gomakam Yata. Now we move to Anusuyasana as you hold each big toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Now relax that as you visualize the Rishika Anusuya in your inner space. दक्षिण गोडो नीकोट आने वामोता के ऊपर आने गोडा संधि मिलावे भारी आना पुनि दे संधि पसारी. Now interlace your fingers behind the back and lower the body onto the knees. Try touching the nose to the ground and visualize Rishika Anusuya. Jimana goda ki sandhi uparidava goda ki sandhi. Now raise up and keep one foot by the perineum and the other foot by the chest with the feet flat. Keep with the hands on the respective knee. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Davo Pagamodi Yedi Mahilam Gulpamula Dwarini Chede. Now we move to Naradasana as you sit on the heel touching the perineum. Interlace your hands and turn outside of the raised knee. Visualize the great sage Narada and gaze at the third eye. Pishte Javan Pagdali Keri Buprita Hilaga Veperi. Now keep the heel you're sitting on the opposite knee. And then with one hand hold the shin and with the other hand hold the respective big toe. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena Vamangushtanto Grihitam Matsya Vitakam Yoni Vamena Sampedra Medradapari Dakshinam. Now we move to the next asana, Gomakasana. Once again cross the feet and keep the heels by opposite hips. Visualize the cow's face and keep the fingers interlaced on the top knee. Savya Dakshina Gunpanto Prishtapashve Niyoje Dakshina Epita Savyam Gomakam Gomakam Yata. Now we move to Anusuyasana as you hold each toe with the index and middle fingers. Visualize Rishika Anusuya. Dachina Godo Nikotane Vamotake Upar Ane. Now interlace the fingers behind the back and lower the entire body onto the knees. Place the nose on the mat if you can and visualize Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda Ki Sandhi Uparidava Goda Ki Sandhi. Now raise up and place one foot by the perineum, the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Visualize Garuda and gaze at the nose. Davo Pagamodi Yedi Mahilam Gulpamola Dwarni Chede Bese Jimani Pakatali Dati Teki Godo Unsho Uborase. Now we perform Naradasana as you sit on one heel and keep the other foot flat. Interlace the fingers outside of the neck and turn outside of the raised knee. Visualize the great sage Narada and gaze at the third eye. Pishtajavam Pakadali Keri Buprita Hilaga Veperi. Now we move to the next asana, which is Matsya Pitakasana. Keep one foot on the opposite thigh and with one hand hold the respective big toe and with the other hold the shin. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena Vamangushtanto Gretam Matsya Pitakam Yoni Vamena Sampedra Medradupari Dakshinam. Now we move to Matsendrasana. Sit with your feet stretched. Place the left foot on the right thigh and bend the right knee, turning outside of the right knee. Place the left elbow on the right knee. Keep the right hand on the mat and visualize the great set Matsendranatha and gaze at the third eye. Udaram Paschima Bhasam Kritva Dishtati Yatnadahanam Rangam Vamapadam Hi Dakshajanu Parinyasayat. Now we move to Kubasana. Keep the hand touching the ear on the foot and the other hand on the respective ear. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jolo jaye. Relax and keep the hand back on the mat in Matsyendrasana 2 as you visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha. Matsyendra Pitam Jarra Pradipam Prachanda Rukmandala Kandanastram. Now we move to the next asana, Matsyendrasana. Now Stretch the legs once again, and this time place the right foot on the left thigh. Raise the left knee. Turn outside of the left knee and keep the hand on the neck. Keep the left hand on the ground behind and visualize Matsyendranatha. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वां वादं हि दक्षजानोपरिन्यसेत्. Now we move to the next asana, Kubhasana. Now keep one hand down and the other hand by the head. Visualize a camel in your inner space. Asana Kokuna Jolo Jaye. Now keep the hands on the mat once again and continue to visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha as you gaze at the third eye. Matsyendrapītam Chatra-pradīptim Prachandarukmandala-gandhanastram Abhyasada-kundalini Prabodham Dandasvadhitadahi Pumsam. Now we move to the next asana, Padmasana. Cross your feet and keep the legs on opposite thighs. Visualize Paramashiva and gaze at the nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. Asanam dividam proktam Padmavantrasanam tada urdo ripatite ubepadate yatha. Now we move to Padmasana 2. Cross your hands and hold opposite toes. Visualize the great god Parvati and gaze at the nose. Continue to perform the Mula Bandha. Uttanam kurparabhyam kritva uru samstau prayatnatah uru madhyatato tano pani kritva tadishao. Now rise and uncross your hands. Place your hands between the gap of your thighs and calf. As we enter into Kukutasana, raise your hands off the mat and visualize a rooster. Start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Padmasanam samstapya nanurvarantarekarau nivesha bhuma vasishtet vyomastak Kukutasana. Now we move to Baddhakeki Asana. Raise onto the knees and keep the navel on the elbows. Then raise the knees off the mat and visualize a rooster. Dharamavashtabhyakaradvayena tatkurparistane tavipashvaha. Now relax as we move into Mayurasana. Stretch the legs and slowly lower the navel onto the elbows once again. Visualize a peacock. Atavakshe Mahadeva Mayurasanam Uttamam Bhumo Nipadhya Stobhyo Kurparao Paridehakam. Relax and place the whole body on the mat. Keep the feet separated with the toes pointed sideways. Interlace the fingers behind the head and visualize a crocodile. Adhyasasete hridayam nidaya bhumau cha padau cha prasaryamanav shirascha ditva karadanda yugme dehagnikaram makarasanam tate. Now we move to Shalabhasana. Keep the hands by the chest and lift the entire knee off the mat and continue to visualize a locust as you also start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Adhyasasete karayigmam vaksho bhumim avashtabhya karayostalabhyam padau cha sunye cha vidastitadvam vadanti pitam shalabam munindraha. Now bending the knees, bring the knees to the side of the hips and push the heels down to the ground. Visualize a camel in your inner space. Adhyasasete padayugmam vashtam prishte nidabhya dhridam karabhya ma kunchayet samyakudada cha taram mushtanchapitam yogino vadanti. The next is Dhanurasana. Holding the feet tighter, raise simultaneously the upper body and the hips and the thighs off the mat. Visualize a bow and gaze at the third eye. Prasarya padau bhuvidanda rupo karau cha prishte didapadaykmam. Now rise and come to a comfortable seated position on the heels with the palms on the knees. Visualize Swamiji. Continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka and hold the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Ulta modi bhavado vese bhauro jagati kare ek vese pavana mahila gulpajau kulapasidila veso. The next is Kohyasana. Now interlace your fingers on the mat and place your forehead between the interlaced fingers. Then raise the knees off the mat and walk your feet forward till the hips stack over the shoulders, and gently kick the feet off the mat, visualizing Swamiji and gazing at the nose. दो हाथ की कहो निजोई पुनि कला ए जाड़े दोई पिष्ट अंगुली की पुनि जानो ए सबले बूहु परितानो. Relax and slowly raise the legs up and straight into Shirasasana. Viparitam mandalam cha didevi vididam hinaha dandasanam diva proktam viparitopaveshane. Now relax, come to a seated position. Take a moment to catch your breath. Now, in this seated position, place your hands underneath the calves of the feet and raise the feet straighten up, placing the knees by the forehead. Visualize Swamiji and start performing the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, which is intense exhalations. Do haath ki bahi par aane goda tare kang seetane. Relax and keep the feet on the mat. Now cross the hands behind the back and stretch the feet to a 45-degree angle, visualizing a mace and gazing at the third eye. Uttana shainam kritva pado militva prasarya nidambam urdhamunnamayet. Now we move to the next asana, which is Naukasana. Now keep the hands by the hips with the forearms on the ground or stretch them by the side. Then raise the feet to a 45-degree angle once again and visualize a boat, gaze at the third eye. Uttana shainam kurparabhyam bhumim avashtabhyastau nidambam nidaya. Now relax and bring the soles of the feet together. In Rudrasana, holding the feet, pull them to the chest and visualize Lord Rudra, gaze at the nose and continue to perform the Saja Kumbhaka. Pakatili samput kare hastasya paga ucha paga anguta dovu leu parli kani talave. Now we move to Unmukha Pitasana 2. Now lying on the back, touch the back of the heels and lift the hips off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose, tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Inhale and exhale through the Jalandhara Bandha, which is called Murcha Kumbhaka. Urdve cha janoni kritva shavitvodvamukam tata uttabhya hastau tishthetu pita unmukha namake. Now relax the body, lower the hips to the ground, stretch the feet and keep the palms by the side with the palms facing up. Completely relax the entire body. Closing the eyes, unclutch from all the muscles, the micro movements, the senses, the feelings, the thoughts. Just allow yourself to be there as a witness. Atashavasanam Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
As TVK stage is not sitting, இது doing live da.
Oh gosh.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas of this sequence. With this, we are concluding today's Nithyananda Yoga session for all the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining us today. As the next Acharya will join us soon, get ready for the next session. Stay tuned. And for the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, we have a special announcement today. We are going to have a sneak peek into the first 15 asanas of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, which is the next expansion of Nithyananda Yoga. The Tritiya Vinyasa Krama has been released in the past, and an Asia Book of Records has been established by the Nithyananda Sangha. But now, for the first time, we are going to openly perform the first few asanas of the sequence. So let's get ready and start into the first asana. We're starting off slow. Don't worry, it's not going to be too difficult. We're starting off with Savitri Asana. Now, press the right foot against the perineum and place the left foot on top of it. Place your hands on top of the knees, sit straight, and fix your gaze on the third eye. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Perform the Mula Bandha. And internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
परिमूलद्वारित की बेसी दावा पग के ये डी जोइए.
The next asana is Vajrasana too. Keep the right heel against the perineum and the left foot on top. Keep your hands on the knees. Shift your gaze down towards the nose. Visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility as you perform the Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and the Mula Bandha, the root lock.
सव्येन कन्दं प्रपीड्य चान्यं पादं तुलिङ्गोपरि.
The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Keep the right heel at the perineum, the left foot on top. Hands on the knees, press your chin to the chest, contract your stomach and the perineal floor, engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a Siddha yoga master.
अथ भस्मासनं प्रयोगम् अथ सिंहासनं भवेत्.
The next asana is Brahmasana 2. As you maintain your legs in the same position, place the left toes in between the thighs and calves, then cup your hands and place them on the right knee. Then engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Brahma in your inner space.
पद्मासनं ब्रह्मस्तादं सिद्धं स्वस्तिकं वज्रासनम्.
Next up is Muktasana 2. Now place your hands relaxed on top of the knees. Maintain your legs in the same position. Sit in a relaxed way. Of Yada Ramayana Valmikasana 2.
बैसीकरिपदावापगकीपगतलि एडी बर्लीपनादिशा मोडी.
The next asana is Dvishirasana. Keep the right heel at the perineum, the left foot on top. Place your hands on top of your knees and raise the left shoulder, making it seem as if you had a second head. Visualize that, like a god, you have more than one head.
स्कन्दं शिरप्रविद्यावं नित्वस्तातव्यं दृशीष्वं भवति.
Now, maintain your hands on top of the knees, lift the other shoulder up, repeat Dvishirasana on the other side.
नितम्बे हस्तयुगलं भूमौ शङ्कोत्पतेत्करः.
The next asana is Kumbhirasana. As you maintain your legs in the same position, place your hands on top of your head. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as an alligator and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
नितम्बे हस्तयुगलं भूमौ सङ्कोचितेत्पतेत् कुम्भीरासनमावक्ष्ये वायुनां धारयान च.
We move on to Chakrasana 2. Now place your thighs over top of both your heels. Push your heels underneath your thighs. As you place your hands on top of the knees, gaze to your nose and visualize each of your chakras as a wide light in Chakrasana 2.
सव्योरुदक्षिणे गुल्पे दक्षिणं दक्षिणेतरः चक्रमिदं मतं तत्र चक्रासनमहंसयेत्.
Next up is Swastikasana 2. Now, place both your feet in between the opposite thighs and calves. Keep your hands on top of your knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize a swastika as you embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् धृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Swastikasana 3. Maintain the same position, but bring your hands in Padasha Mudra in front of your chest. Interlock your fingers and embody peace, well-being, and good fortune.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे कृत्वा योगी पादतले उभे.
Next up is Virasana 2. Now place the right foot between the thigh and calf, and the left foot on top of the right thigh. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize and embody the state and space of bravery, Vida.
अतमनस्त्येकरं वीरासनमेकमुतम्.
Next up is Siddhi Haratali Asana. Now sit and bring the heels together at the perineum with the toes slightly separated. Keep your knees wide, interlace your fingers around the feet, and gaze to your nose as you lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and unclutch from all ego-fulfilling successes in your life.
पगतली संपोध करे आगल्यौकौ संपोध करे.
Now we move on to the final asana of this preview, which is Patarasana 3. As you sit and bring your heels together at the perineum, with the toes slightly separated, keep the knees wide, interlace the fingers around the feet, gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas, and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादः शीवन्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं तु दक्षिणे.
With this, we are concluding the preview of the Triditiya Vinyasa Krama. I hope you enjoy this short sneak peek as you get ready to continue the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama as we left off. Starting off with the next asana, asana 109, Yathasa Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine. Place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together as you visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. In a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees, visualize Swamiji as you breathe deeply. Inhale and exhale deeply again and again.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तने पतिः.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place your hands flat on the knees and bring the left foot against the perineum as you place the right foot on top of the left. Now visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं व्याम्येन गुल्पेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now from the same position, shift your gaze up towards the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थाणुमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhi Asana. From the same posture, now shift the gaze down to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके एडीजानो शिवनिमदिता सकोंटानो दक्षिपादके एडीजोयी मेदुमदिका लगावे सोयी.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Now rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदर्शन राके एकजुगति आसे विदिधाके.
We move on to Santadhunasana. Maintain your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze up, gaze to the tip of your nose as you embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीठ.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now cup one hand over the other in front of your navel in Samputa Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीनं सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तो दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandhayoni Asana. Maintain the same posture. Set the sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation and get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale all the way. Hold your breath. Close your mouth with little fingers, your nostrils with ring fingers, your eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणो यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
We move on to Virasana. Now Keep one foot below the opposite thigh and the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. As you keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, embody the state and space of bravery. Breathe.
एकं पादमतैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरिनि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् गता चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Maintain the posture. With the hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze to your third eye, and visualize the great sage Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayana in Valmikasana.
दावा पगकिरी पगतली पुनि एडी हे जोये.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. As you maintain the same posture, place your hands flat on top of the knees and gaze to your nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself, which is projected in the top right corner of the screen.
वामपादकी पगतली जाहि माहिली कोरे.
Maintain the same posture, the same visualization, but shift your gaze up towards your third eye in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् केचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Padrasana 3. With the soles of the feet together, interlock your fingers around the toes and push your knees down to the ground as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Veerabhadra.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादः शीवन्त्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं तु दक्षिणे.
The next asana is Aghorasana. As you maintain your feet in the same position, place your left hand on top of the knee, cover your mouth with the right hand, close your left nostril, inhale through the right, close both nostrils, hold your breath, then exhale through the left nostril, and then inverse the breathing flow again and again in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze upwards, press your tongue upwards as well, as high as you can in Kechari Mudra, visualizing yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्वकहो बिष्टिका जोई वाहे विदिकी जे सोई.
Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. As you bring the toes together and the heels separated, rest your elbows on top of your heels. Rest your chin on your hands, gaze to your nose, contract your stomach in Uddiyana Bandha, and exhale all the way. Hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanadi Pavasana.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कह्यो हे जैसे याहुम में जाने विदितई से.
The next asana is Parasana. With the knees raised, bring your arms underneath the shins and interlock your fingers in Parasha Mudra in front as you lift your feet up off the ground. Now, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास्य संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now, interlock your fingers around the toes and pull your feet up towards your chest. Rest your chin on your hands, gaze to your nose, and embody the state and space of a king.
पूरबविधि पगतली अंगूठ काकतु पारैसे.
The next asana is Udarasana. Now again, bring your hands below the feet. Interlock the fingers around the toes and lift them up against your chest as you gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवु पगतली संपुटुटाने उभय हस्तकरी ऊर्ध्वहिताने.
From the same position, lift your feet higher in front of your face. Keep interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दोवु पगतली जोड़ संपुट करे हाथ दो पग बिछा आने थले.
Next up is Bhujasana. Now lift your legs over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows to bring your shoulders around your neck, your hands around your neck, as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Now keep your legs over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows down so you can interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दो हाथ पगम वीचा आने तिनको गोड़ों नीचे ठाने.
Now place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel in Sankatasana. As you stack the right foot over top of the right knee over top of the left, bring your hands on opposite knees. Gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external objects. Just focus on the object within. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्यतरणितरे पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टेद्वामपादकम्.
We move on to Dhenukasana. Now slide the left heel outside the hip. Sit on the ground and place your hands on the top knee. As you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुसागी नागर पंचदं विशीर्न्दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left arm behind your back, twist your spine, reach for opposite thighs, and gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji.
वामजङ्गपरिदचनराणे वामहस्तपिष्टिदिश आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra, and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the mat, your navel close to the heels in Machandrasana 2 as you visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणचुजोयी वामजङ्गपरिराके सोयी.
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. As you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्पं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादस्य पार्ष्णिनि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Place the right foot flat, sit on the right heel, stack the left knee over top, hands on opposite knees, visualizing yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्यधरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकं जानयुग्मं करयुग्मम् एतत् सङ्कटमासनम्.
Now repeat Dhenukasana. Slide the right heel outside the hip, sit on the ground, keep your hands on the top knee, engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize a cow.
अनुसागी नागरपञ्चदं विशीर्न्दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Keep the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring the right arm behind your back, twist your spine, hold on to opposite thighs, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपरदचिनताने वामहस्तपिष्टिदिश आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold on to the big toes and lean forward and down in Machandrasana 2 as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणोचुजोयी वामजङ्गपरिराके सोयी.
Now interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee as you engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Guru Asana, still breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्पं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादस्य पार्ष्णिनि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Parshasana. Now sit on the ground and place your feet flat, knees raised against your chest. Cross your arms, hold on to opposite knees, squeeze your body into a ball as you gaze up towards your third eye. Press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जाननि उरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यां मूढसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Next up is Bodha Shukrasana. Now bring your chin on the knees and hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. As you press your tongue up in Kichari Mudra, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss.
दो पगतली परिदरे कोरुमाहिली ऐसे करे कोरुमिलाई उपड़बेसे जंगा चाटी अग्रे निवेसे.
Next up is Kudakatasana. Now bring your arms underneath your legs and hold on to opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, press your tongue up and visualize Swamiji.
दो हाथ पग बहरल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले तहरावे.
Keep holding onto the elbows as you bring the right ankle over top of the left with the toes pointing upwards. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati and Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिताने दावा पग परिदच पाद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs forward and then interlock your fingers, raising your arms up straight with the wrists pointing outwards. As you engage all Tribandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तनेपति.
Next up is Arambhasana. Now lean forward and down, hold on to the big toes of Prana Mudra. As you bring your head towards the knees, inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly in Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पग का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Pidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your arms underneath the shins and hold on to the soles of the feet from the outside. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and lean forward and down.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कचुको ऊर्डो कुकुर्डो दारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Join the soles of your feet together in front, with the feet extended away from the body. Now bring your arms underneath the shins, palms facing up, and place your face on the feet. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो येडी मैलिके दीजे हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. Visualize Swamiji and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that the prana is flowing upwards through 9 points within your body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the crown of your head, the Brahmarandha. Visualize that the prana is flowing upwards in golden light.
पश्चिमतानवस्थितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now, with a leg still behind your neck, lean back. Hold onto the foot behind your head with the opposite hand. As you extend the other leg forward, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself being endless, infinite, eternal Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Drushasana. Lay on your back, pull your knees up against your chest, and circle your legs with your hands. Squeeze your body into a ball and rock from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयेव स्तम्भ जङ्गास्तातुरिणि करद्वये बद्ध्वा सव्यापशव्यं लोदये दृशासनं भवति.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck, lean forward and down, hold on to the front foot, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवस्थितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back, hold on to the foot behind your neck. As you extend the opposite leg forward, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself being unending in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll to the side in Ankushasana as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control.
उत्थानसहित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your legs up behind your neck. If you can't bring them behind your neck, you can cross them in front of your chest and pull them close. As you then interlock your fingers around your back, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां वृषबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Next up is Atma Ramasana with your legs over top of your shoulders. Now interlock your fingers around your neck, gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सूदो सोवे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Now extend your arms out to the side and keep the knees at the chest with the soles facing up towards the sky. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ चीदा सा करे तिनसो उबेली सा पा करे.
The next asana is the Jatala Parivriti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We're going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. As you extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level, pull your knees up against your chest. Then drop one knee to the side, extend the opposite leg down. Then bend both knees to the side and extend both legs to the side. Hold onto the feet and gaze away from the feet. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Mula Bandha, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, return to the center. And then drop the other knee to the side. Extend the opposite leg down. Bend both knees to the side. Extend both legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्तकोणमतापि च.
The next asana is the Dviparapitam. Lay on your back and place your feet flat with the knees raised off the ground. Hold onto your ankles and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you push your hips up high. Lock your throat in Chalandana Bandha and breathe in Mudra Kumbhaka. Push the air against the throat lock and force the prana upwards along your spine in Dviparapitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. Now keep your feet flat and bring your hands over top of the shoulders, fingers pointing towards the feet. As you lift your entire body off the ground, push your hips up high and breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka through your nose as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्या पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा नाभिप्रदेशमूर्ध्वं कुर्यात् पर्यङ्कासनं भवति.
Now lay back down on your back in Shvotanasana. Pull your knees up against your chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders. Visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back as you move your hips in a circular motion.
शववच्चरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभवामीय हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरं बद्ध्वा भामयेत् स्वोत्तानं भवति.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Place your hands flat on the mat and raise your legs and your hips up off the ground. Point the toes toward the sky. As you move your hips in a circular motion, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतलेष्वशिरो दत्त्वा केनरे चरणद्वयम्.
Now stop the movement of your legs in Viparita Karani too as you visualize Swamiji.
करणी विपरीता क्या सर्वा विद्या विनाशिनी नित्यमव्याप्य युज्यस्व जाटरागिनी वर्धनी.
Now interlock your fingers as you drop the toes down over top of your head. Keep the hands behind your back on the mat, visualizing yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
ग्रीवाखण्डेन भूमिं विष्टम्ब पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Now hold onto the feet in the same position. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Shaita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् पूर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
The next asana is Supta Konasana with your hips above the shoulder levels. Now hold onto the feet and separate the legs wide apart. Gaze forward as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे धृता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
Now hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back as you keep your arms and legs straight, visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तत्पादौ कुर्यामस्तकतः परौ व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रं मेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
The next asana is Supraptasarita Padangushtasana. As you lay on your back, raise your legs up vertically and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you separate your legs wide to the side and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together, hold onto the big toes, keep the legs vertical in Supta Padangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangushtasana, cross your legs into Padmasana. Lay down flat, bring your arms over top of your head and hold on to opposite shoulders as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनस्तु रोगः.
From this asana, now place the back side of the right hand onto the left palm, palms facing up over top of your head in Parasharamasana. As you gaze to the nose, visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. Now raise your knees and your hips off the mat. Support your lower back with your hands, elbows on the ground. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Sarvangasana.
अथ वक्ष्येत संक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिपण्डितो यथा.
Lower your body down. Keep one foot on top of the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee against your chest as you extend your arms up above your head. Hook your fingers forward, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयनो सूदो शीशकेशिकी सन्धिसुधाके.
Now repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Place the other foot on the opposite thigh and pull the legs up with your arms extended over top of your head.
प्रथमशयन सूदो शीशकेशिकी सन्धिसुधाके.
Next up is Vrishaparakshipasana. Lay flat on your back, interlock your fingers around your neck, and then lift your legs off the mat, alternate, pulling the knees in towards your chest back and forth. Breathe calmly through your nose and visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिकन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा.
Next up is Maruttanasana. Place your hands flat on the ground next to your body and pull one knee up towards your ear, back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्वोत्तानवस्थितिं कृत्वा जानुद्वं पर्यने कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तानं भवति.
Next up is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay on your back, kick your legs up and roll over completely. Again and again, visualize Swamiji and finally finish in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ श्रीलिङ्ग्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा
Laying on your stomach, keep your hands next to the shoulders and contract your lips, making a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation as you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Salatasana.
युद्धशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय
Next up is Dehali Ulanganasana. Now push your body up into the plank position and jump your feet back and forth in between the hands as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयमुद्राणैव बहिरानीय
Rise up and lean forward and down, placing your hands on the mat. As you walk around on hands and feet, visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जाट्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाटिस्मरो भवेत् हस्तान् त्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Adimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees slightly bent. Raise your arms to the shoulder level and rotate them around your body as you lean back, tilt your head back and move your head in all directions. We move on to Sarvasana. Now, tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available. Then keep your arms close to your body, hands on your thighs. And visualize your Kundalini Devi is rising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः
Next up is Ushta Sadhanasana. Now, lean forward and down and step your toes onto your fingers as you clench your hands into fists and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशभूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य
We move on to Ashvasana. From the same posture, now hold the toes from the outside and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse in Ashvasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशभूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. Now stand with the heels touching and interlock your fingers behind your back in Padusha Mudra, pulling your arms down towards your calves. Open your chest wide as you tilt your head back. Breathe deeply through your nose as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घपर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनितकं भवति
Next up is the Talapushpa Puttam Karana. Stand in Adimandi posture. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Bow down to one side, open up your palms and raise the respective heel again and again as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now stand erect on the mat. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose as you lay down on your stomach. And then jump your feet back up towards your hand and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra extended, symbolizing the horn of the rhinoceros.
निजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलौभ्यो भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् कटुकासनं भवति
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold on to weights as you sit down and stand back up again and again, gazing to the nose and visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति
Next up is Musalasana. Now stand erect, raise your arms above your head and jump repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a mace.
सदं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुन्नयेत्
Next up is Uchirshakasana. Now hold on to one foot and pull it against your chest as you sit down and stand back up, alternating on both sides. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji.
हस्तद्वयेन धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् उच्चीर्षकं भवति
Next up is Parshvajanu Karana. Now stand with the toes of one foot pointed to the side, raise the opposite knee against your chest, and circle it with the respective arm, hand, and a fist, placing the other hand on the inner respective thigh. As you move on to Tandavasana, hold on to weights. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Extend your arms and one leg forward. Sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन सातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now, raise the left foot and place it on the right inner thigh. Heel against the perineum. Keep your hands relaxed by the side and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरो दत्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left foot over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठस्थ सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now place the left foot on top of the right thigh and keep your hands relaxed by the side in Ekapadasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the pole-star posture. As you keep your hold onto the left big toe and extend it out to the side as you rotate quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep one leg behind your neck. Then sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Pull the other knee up towards your chest and circle it with the respective arm, hand in a fist, other hand on the respective inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana. Extend the other leg forward, sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन सातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana. Now raise the right foot towards the inner left thigh. With the heel against the perineum, hands by the side, visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरो दत्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind and bring the right arm below the left. Hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठस्थ सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the right foot on top of the left thigh. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the pole-star posture. Now hold onto the right big toe, extend the right leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the leg behind your neck. Sit down and stand back up. Hold on to a solid object for support if needed as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand with the heels touching, toes separated, keep your hands relaxed by the side, fingers pointing one by one. Relax after these intense asanas. And let's get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence. Starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down and from the outside in, bring your hands be in between the thighs and calves, interlocking your fingers in front of your navel. As you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale all the way, hold your breath and freely move the prana upwards, downwards and through your limbs by the force of your will.
प्रथम ही उबो होये बाहुरी नीचे पुनि होये.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers around your lower back. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वमध्यात् हस्तो निवेश्य नितम्बं दत्त्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् काञ्चासनं भवति.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. Now bring the heels together and interlock your fingers around your lower back as you gaze to your navel, visualizing Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो उपक की तल्या की माहिली कौर मिला पना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
The next asana is Varahasana. Keep the heels together, toes separated in a squatting posture. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and bring them behind your back with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पवतली की माहिली कौर मिलाई पना पानी उकड़ वैसे.
Next up is Plupitasana. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and then raise your hips up to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय तिष्ठेत् प्रिपियासनं भवति.
Next up is Pakasana. As you place your hands on the mat and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits, lean forward, find balance, lift your body off the ground as in Kanipavasana, as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यां ममिनमस्तभ्य जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now place your head on the mat, form a triangle between your hands and your head. As you lift your body up, and cross your legs into Padmasana, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण कपाल आचो होये.
Gently lower your legs down. Come to a kneeling posture. And keep your hands on top of the knees, the heels outside the hips. Gaze to your nose as you visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादौ परिच संस्थाप्य गुणं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. As you place your hands on the ground, raise your legs up above your body into a handstand. You can lean against the wall for support, but perform this asana to purify the 7 chakras. Now, visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground as you calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shibu Asana. Now gaze to your third eye and visualize tejas flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो उपगा की माहिली गुल्प मिलाइए.
The next asana is Matsyasana. Now place your hands on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position, then lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish.
नित्यशयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वाग्यं मूर्धकृत्य हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा
Lay on your stomach and place your hands on the hips. Lift your head and chest from left to right. Visualize and move your body like a snake in Sadapasana too.
नित्यशयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of your body. Bring your hands into Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, and rest your chin on your hands. Feel yourself supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया शुधिः मुखमुन्नमुनुच्छाय निरालम्बनमासनम्
Next up is Chadrasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and bend your knees to raise the feet up. Straighten your arms and bring your upper back closer towards your feet as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य नुया चत्रासनं भवति
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on top of your heels with the feet flat. Extend your arms out in front of you. Place your hands and your forehead on the ground. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तनेपति
With your hands on the ground, raise your hips up high into Gajasana position and alternate striking the ground with your hands in Meshasana as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति
Next up is Ajasana. With your hands flat on the ground, raise your legs up over top of your body and slowly lower your face down towards the mat as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासनसंस्थितौ पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture. Hold on to the big toes as you pull them towards the perineum. Now gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you place your hands on top of the knees and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Dhanantarasana.
पूर्वविधिपरिहातकी काकसीस्यौ सना पनासरा मोडी
Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body in the Angamuttanam as you then repeat the movement behind your back as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोरङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गमं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अङ्गमोत्तनं भवति
Next up is Garudasana form. Now turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side and bring your thighs and calves on the mat. Keep your hands on the knees and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जङ्गोरुभ्यां दरां पीड्य स्थिरकायोद्विजानुना जानुपरिकरद्वन्द् गरुडासनमुच्यते
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, the knees separated, and hold onto your ankles as you place the front of your buttocks on the mat. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्ष्ये वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः हस्तयुग्मं पाददेशे पादयुग्मं प्रदापयेत्
Now cross your feet and sit on the heels. As you place your hands below your knees, press your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth in Mandukya Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Muda Bandha in Mandukasana too.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्पाभ्यां जामं मे सवल्याकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तौ मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्
The next asana is Narasimhasana. Now tuck the toes and sit on raised heels. Place your hands on the mat, thumbs touching. Stick your tongue out. Gaze to the tip of the nose and exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lineman avatar of Mahavishnu.
दो पना पानी हो ये वैसे एडी मिलरी गुडा निवेसे सुमशरीरनी कतहरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि कोल्याबे.
Next up is Vishlakasana. Now sit on your raised heels and cover your mouth with your hands as you bring your thumbs underneath the teeth. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through your mouth as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears in Vishlakasana.
दो पगांकी एडी जोई गोड़ा पाणम बाणो पुनि पुनि होये.
Next up is Makarasana. Now join the soles of your feet with the toes pointing back. Sit on the heels and bend your elbows to bring your fingers towards your armpits. Imitate as if you are a monkey scratching itself as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makarasana.
दोवो पगतलि संपुटो आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूम परिताने मूलद्वारि एड्यां परिल्याव्ये मूढ़ा हाथ ऊंचा तहरावे.
The next asana is Vajra Sangarasana. Now tuck the toes, bring the soles of the feet together, and separate your knees as you hold onto opposite elbows behind your back, gaze to your nose, and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पनापान हो ये बेसे दो ऊ एडी गुडा निवेसे गोड़ा उबारा के तीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
We move on to Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels. Keep your knees on the mat and place your hands flat on the ground next to your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose, perform Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments in Kanjanasana.
कञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा शुष्टिरो भवेत् पृष्ठपादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. From the same position, place your hands on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose and embody a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries as you make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ रुजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Maintain the same position but relax your upper back and neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुडं न्यनीय गुल्पाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेत् एतत् इति योगविदो विदुः.
Now stand on your knees and cross your feet. Bring the feet near the opposite knees in Vijogasana as you hold on to the calves with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru.
गोडां वामनो उभौ होयि गोडा आडेरा के दोयि दजपाद की पनिल्या है पनापान वामदो गोडा दिगिल्यावे.
The next asana is Ushtrasana too. Now keep the feet flat and hold on to your heels as you tilt your body back. Lean back, push your hips forward, and visualize yourself as a camel as you keep breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि जात्या सम्पिपाद इषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मितहितासनः.
Next up is Chatyasana too. As you lean back, place your back on the ground, your elbows, and then the back of your head as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोवु एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारि तरिधरे.
Next up is Virathasana. From the same position, now lean down all the way. Place your back on the ground and then rise back up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of your causal body as you use the support of your hands if needed.
जङ्घाप्रतिभूमौ निधाय जङ्घोदरयोः ऊर्णि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठिवं संवारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं भवति।
The next asana is Kapotasana. Now lean back all the way. Bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Try to bring your forearms on the ground. Hold onto your feet and bring your head in between the feet as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि जात्य संपिपाद इषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ठासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्वितहितासनः।
Next up is Varasana. Now stand on your knees with the toes tucked and hold on to opposite arms. Gaze to your nose as you internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Visualize Paramashiva, for this is the boon fulfilling posture. Now receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वारासनं भवति।
Next up is Varahasana 2. Keep your toes tucked and sit on raised heels. As you lean forward and down, place your forearms on the ground. Rest your head on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं वेदनानि आसनानीति कथ्यते पूर्वरो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा।
Next up is Mundasana. Now keep your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers, place your head on the mat supported with your hands. Walk your feet forward, raise your hips, and then lift your legs off the ground. Extend them up into a headstand posture as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree, calmly breathing in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्।
Gently lower your body down. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on the heels, feet flat, and separate your knees as you lean forward and down, bringing your head in between the knees. Hold onto your head with your hands, elbows outside the knees as you inhale through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Exhale through your mouth in Andhasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथम भगतले समतहरावे कोरुमाहिली उबे मिलावे पनापाने उकड़ कर बेसे दोवो एडी गुड़ निवेसे।
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lay down on your stomach and extend your arms up above your head. Hold on to weights to intensify this asana. As you lift your arms, your chest, and your legs off the mat, visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा।
We move on to Kapalasana. Now lay down on your stomach. Keep your hands next to the hips and place your forehead on the ground. As you lift your legs off the mat, visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति।
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach with your hands by the sides, raise your hips and lift your legs over top of your body. Try to place your feet on the ground in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमौ स्थापयेत् मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा पृष्ठप्रदेश भूमौ स्थापयेत् आकाशकपोटं भवति।
Now come to a kneeling posture and place your forearms on the ground. As you lean forward and down, visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्परपर्यन्तं हस्तौ दरामवष्टभ्य जानुनि नाभौ संकुञ्च्य तिष्ठेत् चटकासनं भवति।
The next asana is Vrishikasana too. As you keep your forearms on the ground, raise your hips up, and lift your legs over top of your body. Bend your knees to bring your feet towards the back of your head if you can, as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
वृश्चिवपुश्च प्रतिमाङ्गि पार्श्मे धृत्वा शुशीरे चुबुकं विदार्यकौ
Now sit on the right heel with the left foot outside the hip, toes pointing to the side. In Vrishasana, the bull posture, as you visualize yourself as a bull, breathe in Antarangaka Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully through your nose, hold your breath for a short while, and then slowly exhale again through the nose.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्
Next up is Lolasana. Now push your hands into the mat, lift your body off the ground, and cross the toes of the left foot over the right as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्
Now place your perineum onto the left heel with the right foot outside the hip. Repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture on the other side as you visualize yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्
Next up is Balagunasana. Now tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel as you keep the right foot flat in front with the knee raised against your chest. Keep your hands on the knees and visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण चलबिकार जायी
The next asana is Grahasana. Now rise up and squat down. Bring your hands in and around your legs, holding onto your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां गुल्पप्रदेशो धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ग्रहासनं भवति
The next asana is Balagunasana on the other side. Now tuck the toes of the right foot, sit on the right heel with the left foot flat, knee raised, hands on the knees. Visualize Balagunahai.
आसन कौगुण जलबिकार जायी
Next up is Utkatasana. Now step both your feet in and sit on raised heels. Keep the knees together and your hands on top of the knees, holding onto weights. If you want to intensify this asana, gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on the external objects. Just focus on your visualization of Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोऽस्ति यत ऊर्वजान यत्रासने पाददलद्वयोपरि
Next up is Vajrasangarasana 2. Now join the soles of the feet again. Separate your knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पनापान होय जैसे दो उ ये गुड़ा निवेसे गोड़ा उबारा के तीये आड़े वाय पसारे धीरा
The next asana is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground in front of you. Step your heels on the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight as you squat down. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ बूम परिताने कहुनी दारिना बिलग आने पना दोई आसे विधि करे पिष्टि हथेलिया की परिधेरे
Next up is Padukasana. Now stand tall, lean forward and down, and place the back of your hands on the mat. Stepping your feet onto your hands, wrapping your hands around the feet, and then walking around on the mat as if you're wearing padukas and walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति
Next up is Kukkutoddanasana. Now place your hands on the mat and kick your legs up above your body. Then let them fall back down again and again. as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा
Next up is Viparita Nirjasana. Now place your hands on the mat, lift your body up into a handstand, and then move around on two hands, dancing, as you feel yourself become free of all inhibition.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्
Now separate your feet and place one hand flat on the mat. Hold your head with the other hand as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Kunjarasana.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् चिरकरः
Now repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. Place the other hand to the ground and hold your head with the opposite hand as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् चिरकरः
Next up is Karambasana. Now squat down all the way with the heels close to your body. Hold on to your ankles and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्ष्णिभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन कूल्पौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् काडम्ब भवति
The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now place your feet flat, your knees raised, and sit on the ground. Cross your arms in front. Squeeze your body into a ball. Inhale and exhale deeply through your nose and Sahadra Kumbhaka as you visualize that any excess vata is released or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्त्वनितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रति करबन्धनैः
Next up is Chakodasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck. Place your hands flat on the ground to the sides of your body. As you extend the opposite leg forward, lift it up. Lift your entire body off the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पाठं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Extend the left leg and pull the right foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring back. Visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधिः धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now bring the right foot over top of the shoulder and hook the left foot over top of the right. As you extend your legs out to the side, lean forward and down, find balance, and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च
Next up is Pranasana. As you bring the right foot on top of the left thigh, the left foot on top of the right thigh, and keep the right knee raised. Gaze to your third eye and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेन्यपादरक्षणम् एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकम्
The next asana is Parshvamatsyendrasana. Now bring the left foot outside of the right hip and step the right foot over the left knee. Twist your left elbow outside the raised knee, bring the hand below. Then Twist your spine, interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मच्चेन्द्रपीठज्जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुग्मण्डनकण्डनाष्टम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थितत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Keep your hands on the ground. Lift your body up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now pull the left foot towards your ear as you repeat Dhanurasana 2, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधिः धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg over top of your shoulder and hook the opposite foot over top. As you lean forward, extend your legs out to the side and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्टमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Place the right foot onto the left thigh and keep the left knee raised, placing your left shoulder underneath the raised knee, gazing to the third eye and visualizing yourself being immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम् एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकम्.
Now repeat Paramashivoham. Bring the right foot to the left hip, the left foot over top of the right knee, and twist your elbow outside the raised knee. Bring the arm below. Interlock your hands behind your back. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तं प्रचण्डलुग्मण्डलकण्डनासम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थितत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep the right heel at the perineum and the left leg extended forward. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands as in Paschimottanasana. Gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra. Breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Move the prana up and down and through your limbs by the force of your will as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाशीवनि सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Kraunchasana. As you keep the right foot outside the hip, the top of the foot flat on the mat, hold onto the left foot and lift the foot up in front of your face, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now, repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the left foot towards the perineum, lean forward and down, hold onto the right foot. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाशीवनि सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Kraunchasana on the other side. Bring the left foot outside the hip. Hold onto the right foot and lift it in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane, Krauncha and Kraunchasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Let us now move on to Swastikasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Gaze to your nose and place your hands on top of the knees. As you embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity, visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Maintain the same posture with your feet, but cover your heels with your hands. Lock your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, in Gorakshasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्पौ च चात्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रम् अवलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगिनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana 2. Now place the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Now gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the Enlightened One. As you inhale deeply and enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close your mouth with little fingers, nostrils with ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वं गुडं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामजगणे एवं विदासनं यत्र तत्र साधो भगासनम्.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now place your feet on top of opposite knees and place your hands on the ground next to your body with your palms facing up. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Kakachanshu Kumbhaka. As you keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow, inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nose again and again in Yogasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनो आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम्.
Now rotate your hands at the side of your body, palms facing down, and lift your entire body off the mat as you keep your legs in Padmasana.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now bring your hands in between the legs, palms flat on the ground. Don't lift your body off the mat. Stay seated as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddha Haratali Asana.
प्रथम पद्मासनौ कोकरे हस्तदो वा गोडाकन्दितरे.
Now lift your body off the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you keep breathing in Kalkachansha Kumbhaka in Hamsasana, the swan posture.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं मूर्णयित्वा तिष्ठेत् हंसासनं भवति.
Now raise your hips and push your hands through the legs behind your back. Interlock the fingers in Padasha Mudra, place them on the mat, and place your forehead on the ground in front of you in Karmukasana as you visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोकरे गोडासन्धिमाहि करिधरे.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Padmasana, raise your knees up. Bring your hands in between the legs. Bend your elbows up. Hold on to the respective shoulders. And visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
भामी जङ्गपरि दक्षिणपाव दाहिनी जङ्गपरि भामिल्याव.
Maintain the same posture, but tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Bedasana. Cut through the granthis, the knots in your spine in this asana.
अथ वक्ष्ये नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिवेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिसेवनात्.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. Now roll onto your back with your arms still in between the legs. Hold onto the shoulders as you gaze to the nose and embody a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकण्डरं पीठं कूर्ममदुत्थानम् एतदुत्थानकूर्मकम्.
Now sit back up with your legs in Padmasana. Bring your hands in between the legs, one palm flat on the mat. Hold the wrist of that hand and lift your entire body off the ground on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Place the other hand on the mat, hold its wrist, lift your body up and visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Kritrasana. Now sit in Padmasana and place your elbows down on the toes. As you interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra, rest your chin on the fingers, press your thumbs against your throat, and visualize that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Kritrasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानौ व्यक्तसंसितौ गुल्पाच्चाच्यात्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्थानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now sit in Padmasana and place one hand over the other, palms facing up within your lap. Engage all three bandhas, gaze through your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, internally chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्थानौ चरणौ विधाय विदवक्षस्थिरौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
We move on to Karmakasana 4. Karmakasana 2. Now hook the fingers around one of the big toes and pull the elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring. Move the big toe round and round. Keep the other hand on the respective knee. Then repeat the movement on the other side. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmakasana 2.
अतान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोस्थितम्.
The next asana is Karmakasana 3. Now cross your arms behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you maintain Padmasana with your legs. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow as you engage all three bandhas Mahamudra Bandha, breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरेत् पूरयेत् सुखं तदवायुर्वसो याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना.
Maintain the same posture but raise your chest and gaze up as you visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरिस्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदक्षके.
From the same posture, now roll onto your back. Hold onto the big toes if you can. Your arms crossed behind your back, legs in Padmasana. As you gaze through your nose and visualize yourself as a snake, calmly breathing through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka in Nagrasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोंताने दो हाथवाचाने आने.
Free your arms and legs. As you lay on your back, pull your knees up towards your chest. Interlock your fingers around the legs. Squeeze your body into a ball. Bring your chin to the knees. In Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादानि स्पृश्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पतेत् कण्डुकासनं भवति.
Now, place your feet flat, knees raised. Interlock your fingers around the neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly in Urdhva Bhavanasana.
प्रथमे सुदोषै न करावे गोड़ा ओबारा से मिलावे.
From the same position, now place your hands underneath the heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips off the mat. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागं उत्तमयेत् मरकटपीठं भवति.
Now, laying on your back, raise your hips up high and support your lower back with your hands, elbows resting on the ground, bearing the entire weight of your body. Straighten your legs and gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipita.
जङ्गोर्बलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्ते प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Next up is Narakasana. Now raise your legs up, point the toes towards the sky, and then place your arms flat on the mat, supporting your balance as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Narakaloka unharmed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाखण्डेन भूमिं स्तम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. Now bring your hands to the lower back and then angle your entire body. Lower your legs down, engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
Now raise your legs back up, point the toes up towards the sky. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka as you are stable and sturdy like a flagpole, visualizing yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावत् ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्पैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेण पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धन्नयेत् ध्वजासनं भवति.
Now lower your body down. Lay on your back. Keep your hands at the side of the body with the palms facing up. In Mritasana, the final asana of this sequence. Now, once more, pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine as you perform the Shakti Charan Mudra. Unclutch from your physical body. Stop any internal or external movements as you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अतशवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and your legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side. Slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations. You completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, all 308 asanas of the sequence. With this, we are going to now get ready for the next session of the day, which is going to be the power manifestation. The Acharya is going to start immediately after this session, so stay tuned. Have a sip of water and get ready as we are manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Let's conclude today's Nithyananda yoga session. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Shanta Purnamata. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. We welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants, Level 2 participants, and the Level 1 participants as well. As we are entering into the season 7, the entire new season celebrating Swamiji's birthday. And today is the day 2nd of the Paramashivoham program. After the yoga session which we had, where we intensely went through the 308 asanas as well, and we're going to move on to the power manifestation session, manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Hope all the participants are actually interested now, and please turn on your cameras as well, and please be seated. And today we're going to manifest the first power, which is the power of third eye. If any of the participants would have attended in the previous yesterday's session as well, we had the glimpses of the power manifestation demonstration. Not one powers, but multiple different powers leading us to experience the superconscious breakthrough. I think we had the power of third eye, consciousness or matter, body scanning, remote vision, and so on. Many different powers as well. And throughout yesterday's power manifestation session as well in the program, the day 1, I think many of the participants would have had the breakthrough in the power of third eye as well. But today, let's again enter to the power of third eye. In the first round, we're going to have at least maybe 3 rounds to 4 rounds today. But in the first round of the power manifestation, what are we going to do? And for those of you who are actually again newly joining for the day 2 of the Paramashivoham program, maybe the level 1, level 2 or level 3, let me introduce to the powers and the third eye as well. The Shaktis of Paramashiva are fundamentally leading us to experience the higher state of us, higher state of our reality. And that to be more specific, to be more straight, for us to achieve the space of enlightenment. And the power of third eye awakening is ability to close your eyes and see something which is happening with your eyes closed. This is not just, you know what to tell, just keeping your eyes closed and reading. But this is the first power. But throughout, you'll be having ability to scan through distance, ability to even break an object through third eye, and more on. So there are more than 463 plus powers. So this is just a gist. And what are we going to do today? We're not going to see colors. We are going to see Swamiji blindfolded. That's the first most thing what we do in the third eye. We're going to close our eyes, not visualize, not guess. Actually, you should be able to see Swamiji. In the meantime, I'll be projecting Swamiji's picture. Try to see if you're able to see that very picture. The very picture which I'm going to project. Try to see if you're able to see that, replicate that in detail. But if you're able to see honestly Swamiji through the third eye, when you keep your eyes closed, instead of seeing darkness, instead of seeing, some colors are going, or instead of even guessing, or instead of even visualizing Swamiji, like telling, oh, I see Swamiji wearing white color dress. I can see yesterday he came in darshan where he was wearing white color dress. It was very beautiful. Instead of guessing or even visualizing also is fine, but you should be able to see that through your third eye. So for each one of us, you may have a question. How will I know if I'm able to see? How will I know if I'm visualizing? For each one of us, it will be completely unique how we manifest when we do the third eye. You can go ahead and ask if any one of the devotees or any one of your closed ones who already experienced the power of third eye. It happens very uniquely for each one of us. It won't be how you visualize stuff.
It won't be how you visualize things. All of us know how we guess, how we visualize. Something beyond these both, if it happens, that is the power of third eye when it manifests. Because I can't tell a one method. I will not be able to actually describe in a way to tell that yes, this is how the third eye manifests. But if it doesn't manifest for you, then you may come to the conclusion, oh, I don't think so, it's manifesting correctly for me, because the Acharya said it is manifesting little different. So for each one of us, it will be completely unique how Swamiji, how Paramashiva is going to flow through each one of us. So the first round is going to be just seeing Swamiji. Let's all bow down and to receive Swamiji in our life through the third eye. And then we'll move on to the next steps. Hope all the participants are clear. Now, in the meantime, please bring your eye bands, pen and paper, and please be seated, as we're going to do the power of third eye. So it's mandatory to keep your eyes completely blindfolded. It's going to be just few minutes, maybe 3 minutes per round. You just going to keep your eyes closed. It's not more than that as well. 3 minutes, and then let's move on to the multiple rounds. Meantime, let's all listen to the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye.
Yes, the Shastra Pramana is one of the most important components of the entire power manifestation, because it gives us the authentic reference. It tells us that these powers are not just a few years old, but they have been revealed thousands of years ago by Paramashiva, by the one who created all of us. So it gives us the confidence that all of us are hardwired. Like for example, our phones are hardwired to take pictures. The same way we are hardwired to manifest the 400 plus powers of Paramashiva. So now I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana for all of you, and you can listen and just understand the translation next. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtan milita lochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshamuttamam. The translation that Paramashiva gives for this beautiful pramana, for this beautiful scriptural reference, is by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, having seated stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, having the vision beyond the sight and attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Beautifully, here we can see Paramashiva give us the technique to manifest the power. I request all the participants that when you manifest the power, the most important thing you need to hold inside is the visualization of Swamiji. Because as Paramashiva reveals here, that fixing the mind in the crown center is the seat of the Guru, and that is Swamiji for all of us.
Yes, so now, as we're going to do the round one, as I said, image, we can't categorize that as an image, but we're going to see actually Swamiji himself. But before that, requesting each of the participants to please turn on your cameras. You can see many participants have not turned on as well. Matthew Whisker, Pavan, Devi, Rivis, please turn on your cameras and please be seated. And other participants as well. So as you're keeping your cameras on, please keep your eyes closed. Do not blindfold yourself. I'll tell step by step, guiding you how to manifest the first round. But at the end, Swamiji is going to manifest to each one of us. So what you're going to do is keep your eyes closed. Just now blindfold yourself. Take a few moments to be unclutched. Unclutched from everything which is happening. It can be your phone calls, it can be with someone with who you are sitting, or it can be the screen with which you are actually watching. Unclutched from all the things which is happening. Let this time be only you and Paramashiva, you and Swamiji. Just sit and visualize Swamiji now. Just if you are able to visualize Swamiji now for next few seconds. Keep your eyes closed. Sit in Padmasana if possible. Otherwise, sit as comfortable as you are to allow Swamiji to flow through you. But be very clear, you are not manifesting third eye now. And the whole power manifestation is not done by any one of us. Everything is just Swamiji who is flowing through us. We are just a channel for Swamiji to receive, for Swamiji to go, function, and make things happen as he wants. So let that happen. Have that very context, very powerful cognition. And then we're going to chant the Mahavakya, the best mantra. I can't tell the best mantra, but more than that, which is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And we're going to have the Mahavakya get played behind as well. Keep your eyes closed and let's begin. And in the meantime, after the power manifestation, whatever you are able to see, please note down, or you can type out in the Zoom or wherever you're watching. For some of us, you're watching from the Zoom rooms itself. You can go ahead in the chat options and leave your comments. For some of us, you're watching in the social media platforms. You can go ahead and leave your comment there as well. So I can see and respond to each of the comments what you are able to manifest and guide you further to the level of manifesting the Shaktis. So hope all the participants are ready. Please put on your eye bands. Please close your eyes now. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Be in that unclutched space and chant the Mahavakya along. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Slowly, very slowly. Please open your eyes. Now, let's take a few minutes to write down our manifestation. What you were able to see in this round of the manifestation. All the shapes, colors, how you feel, Swamiji. Was the photo from the front? Was it from the side? How was Swamiji turning? Write down all the details that you saw in this manifestation, because only when you start writing down the details, it is there that you allow yourself to completely put your trust on the third eye, place your belief on the third eye, because it's only the belief that actually manifests as the power. Only when you believe that Swamiji is showing you the answer, what you have seen, what you have seen is directly Swamiji's revelation, and that is what you are sharing. That will strengthen the trust and belief that you have on the third eye. So write down everything that you saw during this round of the manifestation. Let's take a few more moments to write down. Make sure that you also post it in the Zoom and YouTube or other social media platforms so that we can see and know how you have experienced this round of the manifestation. So you can now start to post your manifestation in the Zoom or social media platforms wherever you're watching us from.
Yes. So before that, I can see the participant named as Rijaya Guru Shivam was put. I don't think so. I saw him. I imagined him. And I saw the image of him, Swamiji, wearing the flowers garland and smiling. That's wonderful. That itself is a manifestation. So now, without further ado, let's move on to see the image which is there. So this is a very beautiful image. Maybe I can't describe it out of the words, but maybe just for the description, Swamiji is smiling. All the photos of Swamiji is actually with smile. There's no photo of Swamiji without smile as well. And in this, Swamiji is wearing the kandi, means the Rudraksha kandi, which you can see. And he's holding the silver staff. And he's wearing the turban. And he's wearing kind of a kurta pajama with a shawl, a red, which is there. And he's wearing a jewel. And there is the Simhasan, which is there behind him as well. So this is the photo. And if one of you, let's take a few moments now. And if any of the participants were able to come through the image which I'm showing, that's wonderful. And you can leave your comments as well, what you are able to see. As you can see, very few participants are actually leaving the comments, requesting other participants as well to give your participation, to leave your comments for this round of the power manifestation. Okay, so I can see Srinita Guru Prasadini has put a message. So a white circle, red color, golden color. Yes, there is red color, there is golden color, there is even white color, but the circle is not there, but everything else is correct. All the colors which I have posted is correct. So now let's all move on to the next round of the power manifestation. As we manifested Swamiji in our life now in the first round, let's move on next. We're going to see colors. So we're going to see colors now. It's going to be any one of the color which I'm going to project. Again, put on your eye bands. Please close your eyes. Please keep your eyes closed. Be in that unclutched space to receive Swamiji. As we just manifested seeing Swamiji through our third eye. Let's chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, I request all the participants and viewers to open your eyes, remove your blindfolds. And yes, now let's take a few minutes to write down once again everything that we saw, the colors that we saw. And make sure that you write down, if example you have seen a tree, you've seen a bird, you've seen any picture, write that also down, what you saw in that picture. If you just saw black, write that down, that is okay. Whatever you saw in this round, write it down, because for example, sometimes when you see a tree, the color would be green. So in that way, write down everything that you saw in this round of the manifestation, because everything is directly Swamiji revealing. And if you have not manifested, don't feel that you have not manifested, because there is nothing that you have not manifested. Every time you manifest, it is either Swamiji flowing through you in some or the other way. So now post all your manifestations in this Zoom chat.
Now let's all move on to see the color which is there. So it's an orange color where you can see in this round of the power manifestation. So with this, let's move on to the next session now. As we prepare ourselves, we're going to move on to the next session. Let's all sit straight as we prepare ourselves. Now, we're going to move on to the next session very shortly. We are going to have the next Acharya joining us. We're going to lead through the many different sessions throughout the day for receiving Swamiji in our life. Stay tuned. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Under the camera throughout the day and throughout the various sessions which we are going to be seeing today. And with that, let us now start with the Sadguru Mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Avatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcome all the participants back. So let us now start today's session. You can keep your notebooks and pens ready as we enter into the first session for today. So as part of today's first session, we are going to be learning very beautifully how Swamiji is going to be explaining about a very beautiful concept and how we can use it in our lives. So as part of today's first session, we are going to be learning about genesis of identity. Let us start with a brief introduction about the genesis of identity. As part of the genesis of identity, there are 4 parts which Swamiji is going to be explaining. We are going to be learning about the 4 images. Introducing you to you, who you really are, is very important. First, understanding. Now we were learning, right? Today fully we are going to be understanding about from what we are to what we want to be. But first understanding throughout the day, first, what am I? Really, what am I? Not just going by what other people are telling me or any other thing, but who am I really? First, understanding that, we are going to be understanding there are 4 parts to who we are, consist of who we are. If you know the genesis of our identity, if we understand the genesis of our identity, all the identity crisis which we hold, all the various things we want to become, all of those fears, all of that will simply be solved. The solving of the identity crisis takes away all the various fears which we are having. Swami says all the delusion which we have is just based on all the fears which we are holding. So understanding about our genesis of identity, what we are, we'll be able to solve all the various problems which we are having. So to understand this, our identity has four major dimensions: our inner image, outer image, life image, and others image. So now we are going to be going through a short clipping where Swami is going to be explaining about these four images. Swami is going to be explaining very beautifully about the inner image which we hold, the outer image which we project to people, others image, what others think about us, what others hold us as, and life's image, how we expect life to be towards us, how we expect others in the various ways of life, how we expect life to be towards us. So now I request all the participants come to the space of listening. Now, as we are now going to be entering into today's first session, try to invite the cognition Swamiji is giving very beautifully. If we understand these four things, Swamiji says these four are what create who we are. If we want to understand who we are, we have to understand these four parts. I request all the participants, please come on the camera now as we enter into the session. See, all the cognition, Swamiji says anything which reflects in all these four parts is our cognition, what we hold as our cognition. So how we can see how this is what we hold as our cognition, how we can change it with the powerful cognition Swamiji is going to be revealing, and how we can increase how we want to project ourselves, how we want to exist in this reality. So now come to the space of listening now as we enter into what Swami is going to be explaining. Very beautifully how Swami is going to be explaining and taking us step by step through the genesis of identity.
Now I want you to understand basically few things about you. Please listen. I am going to now introduce you to you. That's very important. Finding you to you. If you find you, you found God. If you don't find you, you have not found God. You have not found anything. You don't know what is joy. You don't know what is pain. You don't know what is pleasure. If you don't know you, how will you know what is your pain and what is your pleasure, what is good for you, what is bad for you? You will only have the rough idea about what is good for you, what is bad for you from others, not from you. I tell you, anything which you don't want to face in your life is because you don't know you. You don't know you. I am introducing you to you. I am trying to create a paint drawing, all of us together. Listen, whatever you think about you inside you, whatever you believe strongly as you inside you, is inner image. Whatever you think as you inside you is inner image. If you see sometime, you will feel you will be always successful in everything. If you see sometime, you will feel you will always be failure in everything. Whatever you think as you in you is your inner image. How you show you to others, how you show yourself to others, that is outer image. That is outer image. Understand? Whatever you show as you to others, usually you show through your words, body language, the way you project you. That is outer image. Mostly this inner image and outer image will be inconsistent. They will not be matching with each other. Inner image will be lower than what you are, outer image will be higher than what you are. There will be a big gap. What you think as, what you feel as you and what you speak as you. This gap. The gap between your mouth and the heart. That is what I call confusion in life. Anyhow, I can say anyway, source of confusion. This inner image, outer image, then what others perceive about you, whatever you may show, people will have their own ideas about you. They will perceive you in their own way. That is called others' image. That is called others' image. Inner image, outer image, others' image. How others perceive you. And please listen, when you want all the benefits from others and society, you are bound to take responsibility for how others perceive you. You can't say, how others perceive me, I am not responsible for that. No. You can't say that. You are responsible for how others perceive you. You are responsible for how others perceive you. So understand, how others perceive you, others' image, you are responsible. And how you perceive the world and life, what you have in your head about life. You may think life is exploiting. All the 4-letter words you may have about life and others. That is called life image. Understand, if you have a wrong life image, even if you are living in a palace with all the pleasures of life, best things life and others can give you, you will still continue to be in a deeply deprived space and state, because able to have a right life image and trust others is one of the luxury you can have in life. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. I'll give you experiential explanation about these 4 words: inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. From my own experience, listen. When I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of Purnatva, complete completion, or Sunyatva, emptiness, living emptiness. You can call that as a soul, God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space. That's the exact inner image I am carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I am projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I am a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. Declared outer image. Others image. Listen, others image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you, but people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship, peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different than what I declare, but even then I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1000 volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5 volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image, and the life image. The image I have about life and others. The whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others' image you created, for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others. Pen down exactly what you have. Then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. Then we will build the right inner image, outer image, life image, others' image. Come on. First, let's spend little time in finding the inner image you are having, outer image you are having, others' image you are having, life image you are having, without editing. Please start penning down. Please distribute the assignment sheet of genesis of your identity.
Yes. So we beautifully saw how Swamiji explained, how we have to pen down the four images. Swamiji explained about the four images, and then we heard about Swamiji's experiential, Swamiji's own four images, how Swamiji is projecting it. Now we are going to be writing down, penning down these four images without censoring it. See, now you do not need to share it with anyone. You can keep it to yourself. Just take a pen and paper now, as we are going to now be entering into penning down our four images, how we are holding our four images. Let's start this now. So I request all the participants get a pen and paper and keep it now as we enter into the session now. So we saw over here, like Swamiji, we can see the drawing over here, how Swamiji explained about this inner image, outer image, life image, and others image. So now we are going to be doing the inner image. First, we are going to be penning down the inner image. As Swamiji said, most of the times, always whatever we are carrying inside will always be lower than what we are projecting or all the other images. The inner image will always be lower than who we are. We'll always be inside all the self-sabotaging, self-criticizing. We always do all of that. You're never satisfied inside. You're never complete inside. So always the incompletion is always held inside. So let us pen down first few minutes. What is that we are carrying inside? All those incompletions which we are carrying inside, and then we'll move on to the next step. So I request all the participants come to space of listening now, and let us take some time to pen down all the various cognitions you are holding inside about your own self. request all the participants sincerely look inside, because see, when we do, it's a very important part of the day, the genesis of identity, because based on this only we are going to be doing the completion throughout the day. First, understanding based on how we are now, to change to what we want to become. So I request all the participants sincerely participate and pen down the inner image which you are holding now. We have another few more minutes and then we'll be moving to the next image. So really sincerely look into it and uncensored. You do not need to share it with anyone. So you can pen it down and keep it to yourself, whatever you're penning down. Just pen down whatever you're able to see inside which you're holding about yourself. Whatever, maybe I'm not able to do this, I'm not able to do that, all the impossibilities. Do not need to hold right, wrong, do not hold any judgment and pen it down. Just completely allow it to flow and pen down whatever you're holding inside. We're going to be giving enough time to pen down all the images. So I request all the participants, take enough time to pen down the inner image now. All the things which you're carrying inside, all the cognitions you're carrying about, how you are holding inside. More and more, what and all are the thoughts coming up continuously about yourself? You can pen down. Okay. So now I hope all the participants are able to finish penning down the inner image. Now keep that. Now we are going to be doing the next part, which is the outer image. What? Now see, inner image is what we cognize about ourselves, as Swamiji said. Now, what are you continuously trying to establish as your identity outside? Whether you're saying I'm wealthy, you're continuously trying to project yourself outside as. What are you continuously trying to project yourself outside as? Whether are you trying to project, oh, I'm very good at this, I'm good at that. Continuously, like how much you push yourself, supposed to show yourself, show off in front of other people. All these various, it may not be just that, but in all the various ways, what are you continuously trying to show yourself as? Are you trying to show yourself as a very good businessman? Or, for example, I'm a very kind person. What are you continuously trying to show yourself as outside? You can pen down. You do not need to share it with anyone. So you can really take the time and take the time to pen it down sincerely. What are you really trying to show it outside? So it's not to be shown to anyone. So it is just for us to know who we are so that we can complete and establish on a higher dimension of our own selves. So now I request all the participants take some time and pen down the outer image. have around another 5 minutes left. Penning down the outer image, what we are continuously trying to project ourselves as the outer world, how we are trying to hold your identity. Another few more minutes and then we'll move on to the next image. Sincerely look inside and what are you continuously trying to show yourself outside as? In all ways in your life, pen down. And in a few more minutes, we'll move to the next. So now we're going to be moving to the next image as Swamiji described. We're going to be going to the third image now, the others image. What and all others feel about you, what you're able to understand from what others have told you. Okay, someone tells you you're too arrogant. Maybe you're trying to project yourself as you're very kind, but you're too arrogant. All of these various things which others feel about you, the others image. Swamiji says, even what others feel about you is your responsibility because you are projecting yourself as something towards them. So it is your responsibility to consider what and take it what others' image is also. So write down whatever is others' image about you, what others feel about you. And few more minutes to pen this down. and then we'll move to the last image. Continue to bend down. What are others feeling about you? The others' image, like how sometimes others' image will not be aligned to what you're projecting as the outer image, but it's fine. You can just pen it down now. We'll be doing the completion process after this, so realigning all of it. But just pen down. Just take now the time, just to pen down. Just to pen down whatever is others in it, whatever others tell you, your friends, your family, whatever they feel, they all the feedback they give you, you can be more nicer, or any in your life, whatever they say, you can pen down. Whether it's good or bad, just pen down. And in some more time, just in a few more minutes, we'll move on to the next image. going to be moving toward the last image, which we understood about the life image. What and all we hold about life. See here, we are now just penning it down. Afterwards, we're going to go deeper into how we can complete and change it. So just pen whatever you hold about life. Until now, whatever has happened. Do you feel life is cruel, for example? Or you feel life is it's okay for me, I'm not minded. How you have your life image, what you feel about whatever has happened, whatever others have done to you, what you have felt inside, all the various images line up towards how you feel towards life. You can pen this down now. Few minutes to pen down the life image, and then we'll be moving on to the power manifestation session. So I request all the participants now, take some time and pen down whatever you feel about life. Take some time, look inside. Whatever you're feeling about life, you can quickly pen it down. It's a very important process because after this, we're going to be doing completion for this and realigning all of these images, having the right cognitions and realigning all these images. So now take some time and pen down the life image as we continue. Few more minutes, just a very few more minutes. So I hope all the participants were able to pen down all the 4 images. And now see, we pen down all the 4 images. I see one of the participants has asked, Namaskaram, what is the starting time of PSM? The starting time of PSM, usually it starts in the morning with the yoga at 7 a.m. ET. 7 a.m. ET. The whole day starts. Abhinditaya has asked. And it goes on until, for the Paramashivoham level 2, it goes on until around 11 p.m. in the evening. 11 p.m. in the night. 11 p.m. ET. These are all ET timings. So these are the timings for the Paramashivoham program. Thank you for asking. So now we are going to be moving on to the next session as part of today. We are going to be now doing the power manifestation. So after this, in the next sessions, we are going to be doing the completion and changing these 4 images. We are going to be doing that part 2. But now we are just going to be doing the power manifestation first, and then we are entering into the next session. So I request all the participants now, after that beautiful exercise which just now did now, let us enter into the power manifestation. Get ready. As part of the first round of the power manifestation today, we're going to be manifesting the power of mind reading. We are going to be manifesting this power of mind reading first. So I request all the participants now to come to the space of listening as we enter into this power manifestation. We're going to be manifesting the power of mind reading. It's a very beautiful power. So let us first understand Swamiji revealing about this power, and then we'll enter into the power.
Today's satsang. Today's subject, art of mind reading. Patanjali gives a very powerful samyama on mind reading. Hundred and 41st Sutra in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, 3rd chapter, 35th verse. Very beautiful sutra. Hridve, hridaye, chitta samvit. That's it. Sorry, it's not hridve, hridaye. Hridaye chitta samvit. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, through samyama on the heart comes the knowledge of minds. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, by making samyama on the heart, one gains knowledge of the contents of the mind. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by samyama on the heart, the knowledge of the mind stuff is obtained. Bhagavan Osho translates as, by performing on the heart brings awareness to the nature of mind. Hridaye chitta samvit. Samvit is a keyword in this sutra. Let me give you the exact translation and the sacred secret hidden behind this sutra. Here, Hridaye does not mean heart. Ramana Maharshi again and again clarifies, whenever in our traditional scriptures the word Hridaye is used, it is not heart, it is Anandagandha. Ramana Maharshi says very clearly, it is not Anagata Chakra, it is Anandagandha. Patanjali has given so many different samyamas. He is today taking us to the omega, the ultimate point. through the Ananda Gandha. Please understand, when you do samyama on Ananda Gandha, two things will happen to you. The stuff out of which your mind is made will be revealed to you. So you will settle into the no mind space. And stuff out of which others' minds are made will be revealed to you. And simply you know how to live your life. Ananda Gandha is just below the heart center, above the navel center, this area. There is no exact location. It differs from person to person. When you bring your awareness, suddenly at one point automatically it will get sucked. The point where you get sucked is Ananda Gandha. The point.
Okay. So we beautifully saw how Swamiji explained about this power of mind reading. I see a participant has asked, Abhindit has asked, what is the difference between Anahata and Ananda Gandha? So what Swamiji is saying is Anahata is a chakra. Anahata chakra is the heart center. Ananda Gandha is the right below the Anahata. Is the space where all the chakras meet. Ananda Gandha. It's above the Manipuraka chakra and below the Anahata chakra over there, right below your heart center. Right? So that is it. And the Paramashivoham program timings, as I said, was 7 a.m. ET, Eastern time, Eastern Standard Time, to around 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you can just, depending on your time zone, you can convert it from Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much, Aya, for asking. So now, as we have understood how Swamiji explained about this power of mind reading, the powerful cognition Swamiji explained also, now we are going to be seeing the Shastra Pramana for this power. The Shastra Pramana for this power of mind reading, I'll now be chanting it out. It's from the Shiva Sutras 1.15, from chapter 1, verse 115, from the Shiva Sutras. So now I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana and then reading out the translation. Hridaye chitta sanghatat drishyasvapadarsanam. This is the Shastra Pramana from the Shiva Sutras. What Bhagavan Paramashiva says, when the individual mind is united to the core of consciousness, every observable or objective phenomenon, and even the absence of every objective phenomenon, is directly experienced as a form of consciousness and appears in its existential reality as it is. Okay, so we can see beautifully how Bhagavan Paramashiva is revealing over here how when our mind, when we are completely still, just by cognizing these powerful cognitions, when we are completely without any thoughts, we are directly united to the core of consciousness. We can understand it like this. Mind is what is between us. We are there, our body. The program is the mind and our consciousness. Basically, what Swami is explaining, if we understand very beautifully, the program which is there continuously between us and our consciousness, the mind, is based on the lower three chakras continuously. All those lower three chakras continuously give us fear, greed, all of the various fantasies, lust, all of these come from the lower three chakras. Now, when we relax into the Ananda Gandha, the point where all the chakras are meeting, then when our mind relaxes, that time it's united to the core of consciousness. When we meditate on that Ananda Gandha center, we can understand this very beautifully how Paramashiva is feeling. At that time, we are just in that, everything is from the consciousness we are seeing. We are seeing everything projected from the consciousness. Like how we understood the 4 images before this. We are just there, completely resting in that space of consciousness. And from consciousness, we are projecting whatever we are seeing, all the objects which we are seeing. Everything which we are seeing is projected from that consciousness. When we understand this very beautifully, how Swamiji is revealing, how Paramashiva is revealing this sutra, then we can understand how all the various, how we can manifest this power of mind reading. Our mind is just all the various thoughts which we are continuously having, the patterns which we are running from the lower 3 chakras. But when we relax, then we can see how all of those thoughts are continuously running, how we are projecting all those various thoughts, and how our whole life is running. We just relax into that center. So we're going to now be manifesting this power of third eye, the power of mind reading through the power of third eye. And I will just be showing the Apta Pramana for this power of mind reading. We can see over here, the Apta Pramana comes from one of the great Siddha's lives, Pattinatthar. Pattinatthar was a wealthy merchant. Before giving up his materialistic way of life, his child had gone up, grown up, and followed in his father's footsteps. Once he sent his child on a ship with a good lot of merchandise. And when he came back, the child had just brought actually sacks of paddy husks, of cow dung, just fully sacks of cow dung. So he had sent his child to go and do merchandise, go and do trading to some other place. And when he had come back just with full cow dung, all the cow dung. He just came back with that. So he was like very angry. He got like so angry and locked his child up in a room. And when he went to the harbor, the place where the ship was, he opened all the sacks and he saw that it was just full of cow dung. And he got so angry. Like Swamiji says, at that time, because he had so much greed for wealth, but when he saw that it was just cow dung cakes which his child had gotten back from all the wealth which he had sent to this child, he got so angry. He took one of those cow dung pieces and just threw it hardly on the ground. And the moment he threw it on the ground, to his surprise, it broke, and inside the cow dung cake was full of gold and diamonds and lots of jewelry. He hurried home to see his son. And when he went back home, he was like so happy. Suddenly he was so happy that, wow, I've become so rich now. My son has, and how intelligent his son was, because of all the pirates who should have been there, he hid it inside cow dung cakes so that no one will be able to know that the gold and the diamonds are being carried in that ship. So he was so happy. And Swamiji says, when that greed for wealth actually comes up in your system, it swallows all other engrams, all other incompletions. So when he went back and he was so happy. He wanted to go and see his son. And he saw that his son was no more at home. His son had told something and had gone off somewhere else. And he saw that his son was no more at home. So in that greed for wealth, he was so like happy and he wanted to see his son. He went and he asked his wife, where is our son? And she said that he had just gone off. He had just disappeared sometime before, but he gave her this small box to give to him. So Pattinatthar took this small box, so happy, very like, wow, what more is there? What more has he gotten? In that greed, he took this box. And when he opened this box, it had a palm leaf manuscript. And in that palm leaf manuscript, a needle without the ear, that's what we call the eyelet, without the hole where you put, we understand that the needle is useless without the hole. But that needle was over there in that box. And on the palm leaf manuscript was written, his son had written, not even an eyeless needle without the hole will accompany you in the final journey of your life. The moment Pattinatthar saw this, you can see that exactly the cognition which Patinathar was carrying at that time, his son was able to clearly see that cognition. His son was already like a very enlightened being. So his son was able to clearly see the cognition, what Patinathar was carrying, and give the right cognition. He said that whatever you have now, all the wealth you earn, of what use is it? You're immediately, when you leave this body, nothing is going to come with you. Nothing is going to follow with you. So we can see how Patinathar, and immediately when he said this, it just clicked so strongly with Patinathar. And after that, he just dropped everything. He just threw all the wealth on the streets, all his wealth on the streets, and decided to renounce everything. And so he just threw all his wealth away and renounced everything and decided to, and he became enlightened that moment. So you can see how his son manifested this power of mind reading and was clearly able to see the cognition which he was carrying and be able to clearly point that out and completely make him directly to the space of enlightenment. It's a very beautiful story. It's the story of Patinathar. Very beautiful story from the life of a great Siddha. After that, he became such a great Siddha, and he also had a disciple and was able to manifest the same power, if we understand. And now we go to the Atma Pramana. See, all of these Pramanas are given just for us to understand that we can also manifest this power. How in various lives from the Siddhas before and now from Swamiji's life, how Swamiji manifested this power. When we understand this, then it becomes very easy to understand that I can also manifest this power. So now in Swamiji's life, Swamiji says in Swamiji's own words, I tell you, suddenly I realized, just like many things floating on the Ganga, all the various dirt, thoughts are floating in me, in the mind, but neither the things floating corrupts, pollutes Ganga, nor the thoughts floating in me corrupts or pollutes me. You can see very beautifully how Swamiji was suddenly able to just relax into the Ananda Gandha and was able to see how all the thoughts, it's just like a pond, how all the dirt will come on the pond. But after some time, if you just relax for some time and be for some time, when the lime powder is put, all the dirt just settles down. Our mind is like that. The moment it settles down, we are just able to have a clearer vision of life. So we can see how we understood about all the 4 images and how it's mapping to this power of mind reading. And over here also, we can see the scientific research which has been done, how researchers have developed a technique that uses the brain waves captured by the electroencephalograph machine to reconstruct the images you see. It's a scientific research done. Also, just to explain a little bit more about this power, we can understand very beautifully the holographic principle. Swamiji speaks about this holographic principle. See, we are the whole. We are everything which is existing. Now, whatever we are that whole all the time. The holographic principle states that the whole universe is just a hologram. And how much ever you cut up the universe, even to the smallest level, it's just space. Whether you take this much of the universe or take that much of the universe, it represents the whole universe. The information of the whole universe is existing in that. When you understand this, actually, even now what you cognize you as this body, as this mind, or whatever you cognize yourself as, you are still that whole universe. You are everything. So all the cognitions which you are carrying now, each cognition which you are carrying now reflects as the reality you are perceiving now. Whether you're cognizing, okay, I am not such a great person, then that is what you're going to be projecting for others. Inside what you're cognizing, all the thoughts, words which you're having inside will manifest outside. So this holographic principle, if you understand, each person is a part of you. One part of you is one person, whether it's your spouse, your children, your friends, all of them are one part of you. All the thought currents which you are holding inside is one part of you. Now, when you change this, then it changes the whole reality, which we'll be learning in the next session. But now, if you understand this one cognition, the whole reality you're seeing, each person is one part of you. They're not separate from you. So we'll be learning that in the next session, right, Aya? right after this in the next session, just to understand the powerful cognition to manifest the power now. So thank you so much, Aya, for participating in engaging in this session. So now let us hold this cognition, how each person is a part of us. All the thought currents which you're holding inside only is projected outside. If you understand this one cognition, it's like a hologram. Each part represents the whole. So even though you're a part of the hologram, that you're just a smaller experience you're having of the hologram, but you are still the whole. When you understand this cognition, then all the thought currents you're having, you'll be able to identify and manifest this power of mind reading another person's mind. So now we are going to be connecting and manifesting this power of mind reading. Now, I request all the participants, as we enter into the first round of this power of mind reading, we are going to be doing the thought current scanning others' minds who are sitting with you. Anyone who's there, you can connect to a partner, scanning the other person's mind and identifying their thought currents. We're now going to be doing pen down and reveal a memory of your partners from the past, any memory which they have had. You can take some time, connect to Swamiji and relax in the Ananda Gandha center and scan what another person is holding, any other past memory from another person. If you do not have a partner, you can do it for me, Aya. If you're able to find a partner, you can scan. If you have anyone around you, you can scan for them or anyone else. Otherwise, take some time now, chant the Mahavakya. Request Swamiji to reveal whatever. Okay, you can scan for me, Aya. Any past memory, you can just scan. Example, a memory of what I did at the age of 10. And we should be able to verify it. So take some time, connect to Paramashiva and scan whatever Paramashiva is revealing as we enter into this power manifestation now. So I request all the participants now, take some time, chant the Mahavakya intensely, reverberate yourself and scan at least one incident.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Okay. So now I request all the participants, whatever you were able to scan, you can post in the chat, just a few minutes to verify. And you can post whatever you were able to scan of your partners in the chat. Any of you were able to scan any of the past memories, the thought currents which the partner had below the age of 10, preferred to do that. Just one more minute to do that, and then we'll move on to the next session here. And all other participants. Okay, so I see Abinditaya saying, I saw a Rudraksha being tied to the neck, Aya. Okay, wow. Anyone else? I saw a Rudraksha being tied to the neck. Aya, actually, before I have gotten the the Shiva Diksha. So you can see over here the Rudraksha Shiva Diksha received directly from Swamiji. That was a very nice experience from when I came. At that time, we were sitting actually in the mandala process. I remember this as an incident very clearly. Once we were sitting in the mandala process, and at that time they had gotten the it's actually similar to this. This is afterwards I had gotten, but before, what I remember as an incident, it was before the age of 10. I don't remember my age at that time, but we are sitting in the mandala process with Swamiji, and at that time they gave these malas where it was a very thick white color mala where they gave us all to tie. I felt very happy at that time actually when they had given us. So thank you so much, Ayya, for scanning and being able to see. See, everything we should understand, it's only Swamiji manifesting. We are not manifesting anything. It's only Swamiji radiating through us and manifesting. So surrender everything to Swamiji. You can share your experience either on your social media or share it with your friends as we move on to the next session, whatever you're able to manifest. See, when we share more and more, we are empowering that more and more. We are allowing Paramashiva to manifest more and more through us. So I request all the participants, you can share whatever you are able to manifest in the social media or to your friends, to your near and dear ones, to your families. Request them also to come and experience this same. When we really cognize these powerful cognitions and manifest, simply we'll see it starts manifesting. So now we'll be moving to the next session. And I thank all the participants for participating as part of this power manifestation session. So now let us now move to the next session. As part of the next session, what are we going to be learning? Now we are able to pen down the 4 images which we were holding. Now, what is it that is stopping us from changing these images? What is the problem with having these 4 images? We're going to be learning about self-doubt, hatred, and denial, the SDHD. So we're just going to be listening to Swamiji explaining about the gap between our inner and our outer image, the gap between the outer image and the other's image, and the gap between others' image and life image. These are the, I see Aya asked, Abhindita is asking, Aya, when I hear the chant, I'm in a big space and lose the awareness of the body, Aya. Wow, very beautiful, Aya. See, you can share this as an experience, share this with everyone. It's such a beautiful experience. Just when you hear the chant, more than Swamiji has empowered the Mahavakya, the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, that Mahavakya to make this experience happen in all of us. So simply when we just listen and chant the Mahavakya itself, we'll be taken to that space. It's very beautiful, Aya, about the awareness, you're losing the body awareness. It's very beautiful. See, that is just understanding that we are coming to a higher state of existence, coming to the space of consciousness. So more and more, when you have these experiences, share it with everyone and enrich everyone else also, Aya. Thank you so much for sharing, Aya. So now let us enter into the next session. We'll just be listening from Swamiji a little bit about this and then go deeper into this session, identifying it and completing and changing it. So I request all the participants come to the space of listening now as we understand about this self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred.
Think about you and now I wanted to give you some deeper insights based on your introspection, your internalysis, your contemplation. How many of you found in your experience, listen carefully, how many of you found in your experience there is a gap between how you think about you and how you show you? Means gap between inner image and outer image. Raise your hand. if there is a gap between inner image and outer image, how you think of you and how you project you to others, in this gap, self-doubt starts. Understand? For example, you go to attend an interview, you know you are not capable of something, but you sell yourself to your boss, saying, I can do it. And boss is convinced and he gives you the job. When you come back, suddenly you feel you convinced others, but you yourself are not convinced. Then what is the truth? The doubt about yourself starts raising, which will start coming up in every level of your life. In your health, in your relationship, everywhere this doubt will start raising. That is what I call self-doubt. How many of you think you have this self-doubt? Raise your hand. We will have to now find that and complete. Second, how you project yourself to others, outer image, how others perceive you, others' image. You may project yourself very humble person, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow acting. You may project as a humble, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow, how he is acting. How many of you have experienced this? Raise your hand. You may project yourself in one way, others completely perceive in a different way. Raise your hand. Let me see the gap between outer image and others' image. Listen. When others perceive you in a different way, you naturally start feeling you are not enough unto yourself. You will start feeling, I am not enough. That is the source of all the self-hatred. Please understand, self-hatred. When you project yourself in some way, but others perceive in some other way, when you become powerless about it, and you feel you start hating yourself. I am not enough. I am not sufficient. Others are not believing how I am projecting me. That is self-hatred. Next. Listen. Next. How many of you feel that you have this self-hatred? Raise your hand. You feel you are not enough. Raise your hand. Let me see. Yes. That is self-hatred. We need to find out this, source of this, and complete with it. Third, this is the very important thing. Others' image, how others expect you. Life image, how you expect others. See the fun. Everyone around you will be telling you should understand people more, you should be more listening, you should have more understanding. But you will strongly believe everyone around me are incomplete, they should understand me more. You will believe everyone around you are incomplete and they don't understand anything. They should understand you and transform themselves. But they will all believe you are incomplete. You should understand them more and transform. How many of you have this tug of war? Raise your hand. This is what I call self-denial. Whatever is denying it, constant denial, the gap between what you think about others and what others think about you. This gap makes you start denying everything. See, when you want everyone to understand you and change, and everyone around you wants you to understand and change, there's a deadlock. And you become powerless, you don't do anything. This becomes a lifestyle. Time passes, day passes, you don't think. You don't walk that extra mile you need to walk. You constantly live in denial. All breakdown in life happens in denial. Understand? All breakdown happens in self-denial. How many of you think you have self-denial? Now it is time. You sit and pen down all the self-doubt you have, self-hatred you have, self-denial you have. SDHD. Like ADHD for kids, SDHD for grown-up kids. SDHD patterns. I wanted all of you to spend little time now and understand the self-doubts you have and the incidents when it started in you. Self-hatred you have and incidents when it started in you. Self-denial patterns you have and incidents when it started in you. Start. SDHD. Start penning down. We internalized about the inner image we have, outer image we have, life image we have, others image we have, which is very inauthentic. That is why you have so much of SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Let us contemplate the inner image you want to have and pen down. The outer image you want to have and pen down. Others image you want to have and pen down. Life image you want to have and pen down. Please listen. What you have is inauthentic. What you want to have, if you pen down, you will see authenticity there. I'll explain after you write what you want to have, how to have what you want to have. First, think through and pen down what you want to have. The best inner image you want to have, best outer image you want to have, best others image you want to have, best life image you want to have. Please pen down. Please pen down. Now please listen. After all this internalisis, you will now know very clearly what are the patterns which is stopping you becoming what you want to be. Means the gap between your inauthentic image and authentic image. For example, your authentic image, you may want to get up every day early morning, 5 o'clock and do yoga. But your inauthentic image, early morning when 5 o'clock alarm bell rings, no, you don't want to get up, tired, feeling sleepy. Then what is it stopping you becoming authentic? Your tiredness, boredom. When you started developing this, your tiredness and boredom is the incompletion. When you started developing it, find the incidents. Same way, in your authentic image, you want to be just fearless. Want to go for a beautiful night walk in the moonlight, in full moon day, in the forest. But the inauthenticity creates fear. fear of animals, ghosts, and what not. So what is it that stops you living your authenticity? The fear pattern. So pen down your incompletion, and when those fears started in you. How many of you understand what I am saying? Please raise your hand. So understand, all the incompletion patterns which stops you living your authentic image. What stops you living your authentic inner image, outer image, others image, life image? The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future, is incompletion. The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future, is incompletion. So understand, think and look in, pen down at least 11 incompletions. You must be having 11,000, that's different. At least 11, pen down. The 11 incompletions stopping you becoming authentic. And the incidents when those incompletions started in you, as early as you remember, pen them down. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
So we understood beautifully how Swamiji explained about this. So now we are going to be going deeper into this same beautiful exercise which Swamiji has given for us to complete with these 4 images. We understood about the various 4 images which Swamiji was speaking about. Over here we can see it. The gap between the inner and outer image, and the outer image and others image, and the gap between others image and life image, the self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. We understood about that. So now we are going to be doing a short exercise, completing about these, all of these. I request all the participants now come to the space of listening. Now, we're going to pen down all the self-doubt that we are holding about ourselves and the incidents when it started. The self-doubt is a gap between the inner image and the outer image. As Swamiji explained, what you're holding inside and what you're projecting outside, the impossibilities which you start creating. Oh, will I be able to do this? Will I be able to do that? You project yourself outside in some way, but inside, because of the lower identity you're holding, or maybe I may not be able to do that, then lower identity you're holding outside your, oh, will I be able to do this? Project it outside. So the conflict between the inner and outer image. Let's take some time. See, even little bit, Swami is telling us, this is the most easiest way Swami has given us this science. Even little bit when we start to do it, we'll be able to see drastic changes in our life. We're going to be giving enough time to do it. So take time and properly pen down whatever are the conflict, the self-doubt which we are holding inside. Okay, so I see Abhindita is asking, can you give some examples? Yeah, so I'll say like this here. Now, like the same example which Swamiji also gave, you go and you show your, just as in very, I'll give you a few more examples also. You show your boss that, wow, you convince your boss you can do something. Like, because you really want, like suppose you want a job, you convince your boss, like you show more than who you think you are, and you try to project more. I can do this, I can do that. And then inside, once you go back home, maybe you're like, oh, will I really be able to do this? I don't think I'm capable of doing this. That is one example of self-doubt. Or continuously, like even though something which you actually can do, holding the impossibility, all the impossibilities you're holding continuously in yourself. Oh, I'm not good enough to do this. I'm not worth doing this. All of the ways, see, it's not just in this example. I don't know how to give the best example which will click with you here, but this is a very basic example which you can understand it. More and more, actually, it's this is a very basic example. If we actually look in deeper, we'll be able to see one of the most heaviest things in our life sitting is the self-doubt. So just we have to, using this example, try to go a little more deeper. As we move on, I'll try to give more example here in just a few more minutes. Just try to get more examples and how to exemplify it more easier for you to understand here. Like a few more examples for the self-doubt. When you're continuously, like anything you take up some responsibility. The moment you take up a responsibility, you feel so pressurized by the responsibility. Oh, will I be able to do this? Will I be able to do that? Even that is a very example which you can understand in our lives, how much we create the self-doubt. So thank you, Aya. I hope all of you are able to at least pen down one incident where we are creating this self-doubt and where it started from, where that incident, where that pattern started from. I hope all the participants are able to at least pen down one incident. And now we are moving on to the next step. In the next step, let's pen down all the self-hatred patterns you have, all the incidents which we are holding as self-hatred in us, the conflict between the outer image and others' image. You try to project yourself outside, but others don't accept the way you project yourself, like as Swamiji explained, exactly how Swamiji explained it. How you try to project yourself as outside, but then maybe you always hold that lower identity, even while projecting it outside. You can see how what you hold inside is reflecting over here. The moment when whatever you're trying to project yourself as outside, the way others respond to that, which creates self-hatred in you. Oh, maybe I'm not good, I'm not worth doing this. All of the other self-hatred patterns you're carrying. Identify that and where the incident from where that started. So we'll now be doing that. See, always that self-hatred starts to empower and starts to create more and more. It starts to put us down. And you can see, like, oh, suppose you want to go for work, and then like one time you try to project like as if you can do it, but then some or the other mistake happens in that, and then your boss gets angry with you for doing that, and then you get very incomplete because of that, and you start to say, okay, I'm not good for anything, and you, in all the various aspects of your life, you start to say, no, I cannot do this, I cannot do this. How it would have started when you were young, when most of the incidents we start to form, the patterns we form when we are young. So try to identify from where it started and complete with it. understand self-hatred. Like, we can understand this very beautifully. Like, when you are young, suppose you did something, you try to do something, but after that your mother scolded you or your parents scolded you for doing that. Then you would have formed that self-hate. From there, you can see how that pattern would have formed. Like, okay, I cannot do this. How much ever you try, you'll not be able to do it. Like, even now, you will be avoiding that continuously in your life. Something maybe you would have been even trying to help someone, but because of that, due to some reason, your parents would have scolded you for doing that. So you go a little deep and try to identify that. You can do that. So I hope all the participants were able to finish penning down few incidents from where the self-hatred started from. Those few incidents. Now we are going to be moving on to the last part of this exercise. The second last part of the exercise. We're going to be penning down all the self-denial patterns we have and the incidents when it started in us. All the self-denial which we are holding between others' image and life image, as Swamiji explained, where what others told us and how we started holding that against life. Like all the places when others told us something and you started pushing down, you started denying that part of your life, that part of you. Suppose you try to be kind to others, but when others told you, okay, you're being too arrogant, instead of trying to change that in us, just as an example, you're being too arrogant or you're not being nice to me or you're not being nice to people, you're a very bad person. Like when you are young, those will be very small incidents actually. When you're young, if you are very small incidents, so we have to look in really and I'll open ourselves up to understand that. So look inside. When someone told you that, and then after that you started denying that, okay, no, maybe if I try to be kind, people will only tell me that I'm being like this. Like where you started denying it, where you started creating that denial inside you, like how Swamiji explained. Just start seeing that where and all you're creating the denial. Actually, if you understand the self-denial, if we complete almost so many of our problems, we'll start to see that we can start opening up to more and more to understand life and to start living life more happily and more consciously start living life. We complete with this self-denial. So I request all the participants now, you can pen down some patterns from the self-denial, which we created from self-denial, and complete with them. Understand it like little more clearer, if you have to understand it, like suppose all the things which you're holding against life because of what has happened to you, various what other people have done to you, like something which happened, and then you started considering that, okay, life is just unlucky for me, which is like in a very broad perspective, where you started holding such a strong pattern. Life is always unlucky, I do not get anything nice in life. So even when those things start to happen nice, we'll only be holding the things which have not happened until now, which have not manifested, and holding that as a denial pattern, not ready to accept more and to flower more in our lives. So write down these few patterns, and then in just like 2 more minutes. So Abinditaya is asking, Acharya, can you tell the difference between this and the one before? Actually, say, the self-hatred is where something started and you started holding it against yourself. You started pushing yourself down. Now it's more about like what you started holding about whole life, about life itself. Okay, life is unlucky. I can never flower more in life. But when you're holding self-hatred about yourself, you deny. See, self-denial is more and more, where you start denying places more and more, which started manifesting in your life, but you deny it, pushing it off. Something more started manifesting in your life. Like suppose due to some incident, you started holding like, I can never earn money properly. It's like actually a continuation process, if you understand. Now, even when an opportunity for you to earn money would have come, due to the pattern you would have formed below, you would have denied the possibility of earning more money. So you can understand it that way. Yeah. Thank you so much, Aya, for participating. And you can pen down now, and you can, after this, we'll be changing it. We can see how we can change this right after this. Just a few more minutes for this, and then we'll move to the next. all the participants are able to finish penning down these three things. Now we're going to be moving to the last step. Now, please take what you have written down and you can sketch the gap in your 4 images. Just take it, write it down and see what the gap was. You can just take it, take some time to internalize what that gap was. You can see over here, like how in the picture it's projected. Picture which is being projected, we can see. Take the time and sketch the gap in the 4 images. Like you can draw your inner image and your outer image, and you can write your inner image, outer image, and write the gap between it. What is the gap between it? The self-doubt which you had. Then take the outer image and others image and write the gap which was there between both. And then take the others image and life image and write what was the denial between the both. What you had written down in these 3, just take and just look at it and see how you can complete it. That's all. So we're just going to take some time for this. And then we'll move on to the power manifestation section. Just some time for finishing the rest 3, you can take some time to do that also and write it down completely. So Ayush Divan is saying, can you give an example? Actually, what you have written down already from the 3 steps which we just now did, the self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred, all those 3, just take some time and compare it between the inner image and the outer image. You can write it down properly and try to contemplate and see the difference between these 2. Now, we saw the inner image. In the first session which we did, we wrote down our inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. And now in this session, now we wrote down the self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred we have between these images. And now we're just going to take some time to see the difference, see between the inner image and the outer image, what was that self-doubt we were holding which stopped us. See that. And then we'll move on to the power manifestation session. So just some time to do this, and then we'll move on to the next session. Okay, I hope all the participants were able to finish comparing the self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial, and seeing how it is related with the inner image and the outer image and the others image and the life image. I thank all the participants for participating. And now we're going to be moving to the next part. We're going to be doing the power of mind reading again, the same power again. So I request all the participants come to the space of listening now as we enter into this next power. Sorry, I see a participant saying, can you say what is life image? Life image is whatever, no, yeah, the reality, it's different, yeah. Life image is what you hold about life. What are you holding about life? Based on your inner image, outer image, others image, what are you holding about life? That is the life image. Like whether you hold completely life as a failure, or you can say as a success, how you are holding life presently. How are you holding life? So that is what is the life image. Yeah. Thank you for asking. So now we are going to be entering into the power manifestation. We're going to be manifesting the same power of mind reading. Okay, so I see Aya said, for example, life is hard and making money is hard. Yes, Aya, exactly. That is life image. Exactly. What we have come, the conclusions which we have come to of life, all the various conclusions we have come to. Like based on what other people tell, mostly based on what other people tell and what you feel inside, what are the conclusions you have come to about life? Money is hard. I can never be successful in my job, whatever you're doing. So all those various conclusions you have come to is life image. Thank you so much, Aya, for asking. So now we are going to be entering into the power manifestation. Again, now in this power manifestation, we are going to continue doing the power of mind reading. I'll just be projecting the Shastra Pramana again and chanting it. The Shastra Pramana is from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.5, 1.50, the chapter 1 and 15th Sutra. I'll just be chanting the Shastra Pramana and then we'll enter into the power manifestation. Hridaye chitta sanghatat drishyasvapadarsanam. Hridaye chitta sanghatat drishyasvapadarsanam. So now we can understand how Paramashiva, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, when the individual mind is united to the core of consciousness, every observable or objective phenomenon, and even the absence of every objective phenomenon, is directly experienced as a form of consciousness and appears in its existential reality as it is. It's very important how Paramashiva is explaining over here. Bhagavan Paramashiva is explaining. Appears in the existential reality. See, now if you understand, the existential reality is the reality which is there in what is the real reality beyond what we saw as we understood the inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. What is the real reality? Just pure consciousness. Through that consciousness, seeing the whole life. Whatever you are projecting in your life, from that consciousness seeing. That's why you see the objective phenomenon is perceived through the consciousness. You see everything as consciousness. When we understand this powerful cognition which Paramashiva is revealing over here, we'll be able to understand the power of mind reading, how we can manifest this power of mind reading. See, when we understand, as I was explaining about the holographic principle before also, the holographic principle, it's like a hologram. How much ever you cut a hologram, if you take a smaller piece, you'll see the whole is still there. The same pattern, the same hologram is still within that. The scientists say that the whole universe is holographic. Even if I take one atom, one proton of an atom also, if I just take, that whole proton will have the information of the whole universe. It's space, it's just consciousness. Consciousness, it's not whether it has quantity, it's just one, even if you take one part of it, it represents the whole. That's what is consciousness, if you understand, is very beautiful. It's explaining how this whole universe is based on consciousness. Now, what we are understanding from ourselves, we are still the ultimate. Swamiji says we are still Paramashiva. Even when we are thinking we are just this body, we are just this mind and body, we are still Paramashiva. But it's like you can understand a smaller experience of the hologram. Swamiji says, from Paramashiva directly to us, it's holographic existence. It's maybe a smaller hologram. Now, when we expand our vision, we see the whole hologram. We see ourselves as that. When we understand all the various people are just part of the hologram, we are all part of that hologram. When we go to that space of consciousness, we go to the place where you're changing. When you change one part of the whole hologram is changed, because one part represents the whole. So the moment you change completion inside, whether you change your inner image, your outer image, others image, life image, when you change all of these, then you change how everyone perceives you, how this whole world exists itself. Because the whole universe, the whole world exists holographically. You are one part of the hologram. When you change one part, the whole changes. So when you understand this concept, this truth which Paramashiva is revealing, the powerful cognition which Paramashiva is revealing, then when you understand this power of mind reading, if you just observe inside, everyone is a part of me, then if I just observe inside, what are the patterns I am carrying, you'll be able to identify the patterns the other person is carrying. Somewhere where you are stuck, you'll be able to identify the other person is also stuck. When you go deeper and deeper into this like this, you'll be able to see how you manifest the power of mind reading. It's just connecting to Swamiji, being able to unclutch, like zooming out and seeing this whole reality. That's all you're doing. So now with this powerful cognition, let us start the power manifestation now. We're going to be doing the same power manifestation, get a partner and scan some incident which happened. Yes, Aya, the connecting to the Ananda Gandha is just a way how we are supposed to, it's a technique for us to manifest this power. When we connect to the Ananda Gandha is that place, like Swami says, where consciousness is residing in us. Okay, I see a participant is saying, Gabriela Lalita saying, Nithyananda, I would like to ask, in the unclutching practice, I feel warm in my heart and I feel love. Even my reality not changed. No problems, Masima. Swamiji says, the moment we start to do this unclutching, all of these practices, all of these various techniques which Swamiji is giving us, unclutching, power manifestation, all of that, it may not be immediate. The results may not be immediate. But what Swamiji is telling us, now when we are doing the power manifestation, try to stop looking for the result. See, when we are looking continuously for the result, it is still in the matter level. Matter cannot change. Only consciousness is from where you're projecting the matter, as Paramashiva is explaining in the sutra. Only from consciousness you're projecting the matter. Now, rather than again and again running behind the matter, Paramashiva is saying, do not run again and again behind the matter, behind the object continuously. What is going to be manifesting, do not run behind. Hold only Swamiji inside. Even if it does not manifest, do not again run behind that. Do not get incomplete because of that. Drop that immediately. Only connect to Swamiji. Hold only Swamiji in our inner space. More and more, you'll start to see the manifestation will automatically happen. Swamiji says, if something is not manifesting in our reality, it does not mean that we are not capable of manifesting it. It is just that we need more and more powerful cognitions in us. Swami says, the moment you have taken the decision to manifest something, already in your higher state, in the consciousness, in the Hiranyagarbha, in Kailasa, that becomes your identity. Now, suppose you take a conscious intention to manifest a healthy body. Automatically in Kailasa, that has become your reality. Now you just need to do more and more unclutching, more and more powerful cognitions to make that in this reality. To start experiencing it in this reality. So hold only that, hold only the consciousness space. More and more you hold that, then it starts to manifest over here also in this reality. So go more and more behind the experience with Swamiji. More and more that you're saying, Ma, I felt warm at my heart, I feel love. That's very good, Ma. Continue to cherish that experience. But the more and more we start to say, I am not manifesting, then you're giving more power to that. Do not give more power to that. Give more power to that experience which has happened. See how it has manifested. Swamiji says, everything has already manifested. Throughout the day, I always use from the Ananda Gandha. The Ananda Gandha is the space where Swamiji says we can connect to Paramashiva. When we connect to that space. So the Ananda Gandha, right below the Anahata Chakra, the heart center, the Ananda Gandha. The Ananda Gandha is just the space. Not see, all the powerful cognitions which we have gotten, which Swamiji is revealing, all the powerful cognitions, like I am Paramashiva is a powerful cognition. That powerful cognition, when we hold it, when we hold that powerful cognition and connect to Swamiji, then see, we have to now, like how much we have understood. You have understood now, okay, this is a pen, or like you can see, this is a pen. When you are a baby, now when you are a child, suppose when you are a child, you do not know that this is the color blue, this is the color green, this is the color yellow, or anything like that, or this is a laptop or what. But again and again, how much people around you told you, okay, blue, this is blue color, clap your hands. All of these various things when they told you when you're a child, how much we have done. So all of that made it into our cognition, and we manifested it as a power. See, it's not that it is blue. That is not a substantial reality. But we manifested it as a power, projecting it as the color blue. More and more. See how much when you are a child, when we were not able to walk, immediately when we were a child, we were not able to walk. But again and again, we stood up. How many ever times we fell down, again and again we stood up and we held more and more. And everyone around us also supported us to do that. So all these cognitions are for us to make it logical, for us to understand it logically and make it our conclusion that Paramashiva is real. Now you're saying Paramashiva is real. All the various ways how you can understand Paramashiva is real. In your life, maybe some small experiences you have had. All of those, empowering those continuously, all the various powerful cognitions and making it a cognition and manifesting it as our reality as a power. So all these cognitions are given and the power manifestation is done. To see how it is made, like when a child, this is green color, this is green color, this is green color, again and again you have told. After some time, okay, this is green color. But now if a child was taught this is yellow color, that is how the child is going to see it. So it's all the cognitions which we are holding. Those cognitions, if you understand, the inner image, outer image, others image, and life image, all are based on the cognition you are holding. That's what Swamiji says. The cognition you are holding is only all these four images. Reflects as these four images. What other people tell you, what you hold about yourself, the cognition which you are holding. When you hold the cognition, I am Paramashiva, Swamiji says, I am complete. In that completion space, when Swamiji was saying, I am in that completion space, I have to enrich others to come to that completion space. When you hold that, that is the highest possibility of ours. Paramashiva is our highest possibility. He's not different from us. We are Paramashiva. Even now, we are Paramashiva. We just have to start recognizing more and more those places, because how much society has taught us, okay, we have to earn money. How much we have empowered that part of us. Now we have to start empowering the part of Paramashiva in us. These are all the powerful cognitions which are given. Swami says the powerful cognition manifests as a power. It's a very beautiful science which Swamiji is revealing. Thank you so much, Aya. Thank you so much, one more, all the participants participating. Thank you so much for participating and asking. And now we'll enter into the power manifestation. Hold this cognition now. Scan. You can, if you are able to find a partner, you're going to be scanning any partner. You can form partners in the Zoom room also, or anyone else who you can call, your friends, anyone else, you can call and you can manifest this power of mind reading. So now take some time now and connect to a partner as we start this manifestation. Few minutes and then we'll end.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
participants avoid having partners, do not have partners, you can scan for the Acharya itself, you can scan for me itself, whatever you're able to see. More from the below the age of 10, try to scan any pattern. See, it's more of the space. When you're doing the mind reading power, it's more the space which the person is holding rather than the thoughts, not just the thoughts, but the space. So you can scan any incidents from my life before the age of 10 if you do not have a partner. Otherwise, if you have a partner, that's great. You can scan for the partner. Just a few more minutes, we'll do this power manifestation and then move on to the next.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ
Now, I request all the participants, you can post whatever you are able to see to your third eye, either for your partner or whatever you scan, whoever you scan. You can post in the chat whatever you are able to see through your third eye, whatever Swamiji revealed. See, do not need to hold whether it's manifested. Do not look at the manifestation at all. Whether it has manifested or it is not manifested, do not look at that. Just hold, you know that Swamiji has manifested. Whatever happens, allow Swamiji. Tell it is Swamiji manifesting. Whether it's not manifested or it has manifested, it is only Swamiji manifesting. So if it is not manifested, Swamiji is only going to manifest. He only has to manifest. Put it on Swamiji. Do not hold. See, the moment we try to hold it, again, we are trying to form an identity of ours. Let us not form any of them. Let us only put it on Swamiji. Whether it has manifested or not manifested, surrender it to Swamiji. So you can post whatever you are able to see through your third eye. Okay. Abhinditaya say, I saw a knife, a birthday cake, age 7, a flight toy or flight window or something related to a flight. Actually, I'm able to relate to you're saying about a flight or a flight window. Before, actually, I used to like to travel a lot. I used to travel a lot on a flight because actually at that time, I was in Singapore at that time before joining the Nithyananda Gurukul. I was in Singapore. So at that time, to come to the ashram in Bidadi, which we have Adi KAILASA over there, And then also to go to Malaysia, and because my mother was having some work over there and those places, she was the Mahant over there. At that time, I do relate to a lot with going to a flight and sitting at the window. I used to like to sit in the window seat a lot and going in a flight. I used to travel quite a bit at that time. And also the various inner awakening programs which Swamiji had conducted, I've gone to many of those. So I do relate to it a lot. Age of 7, especially age of 7 is actually the just before I joined Nithyananda Gurukul. So I'm able to relate to that. Thank you so much. Till the age of 7 was when I traveled a lot actually. So very much, super. Celebrate whatever is manifested. See, even if nothing is manifested, celebrate Paramashiva's existence. Whatever you're able to see, celebrate Paramashiva existing. That's all. So I hope all the participants enjoy the manifestation. Post whatever you are able to see as the manifestation which occurred. The more and more we enrich, more and more Paramashiva starts manifesting in us. So, how to do it with others? You can call any of your friends. You can just tell them, I'm now in a program and I would like to scan some incident from your life. You can just call them and you can scan. Same way how we are just doing it between. You can just call any of your friends, any of them. You can just tell, now I'm just part of this program. I would like to scan and manifest this power on you. Make sure you get the other person's consent, basically their permission before you manifest it, because this Swamiji has, the way Swamiji has designed this power, it will only manifest if we get the person's permission before we manifest. So just get the person's permission, connect to Swamiji, and throughout the day, see, it's not just for now. Throughout the day, if you want to scan, anytime you need to work out something, if you just need to scan, you need to solve something, use this power, scan, and manifest whatever. Use it throughout the day. Swamiji is giving us these powers to use it throughout the day and to improve our lives, to make our lives more conscious. Start to use more than normal logic. Start to use more and more these powers to use in your life. Start to use it more as a power manifestation. Then we'll start to see more and more life will just become a celebration. Swamiji says the essence of whatever, everything which I'm doing is just for us to start celebrating our lives. That's all. Celebrating Paramashiva more and more in our lives. So I thank all the participants for joining. And now we are going to be moving into the next session. I hope all the participants enjoyed this session. So to do this, you can just chant the Mahavakya or just bring the focus on the Ananda Gandha, as Swamiji said. That's all. Swamiji has given us the most highest powers, what we would think as the highest powers, which will take a lot of tapas, all of that Swamiji has given us in the most easiest way. The best thing is just chant the Mahavakya, connect to Swamiji, hold any powerful cognition. Any powerful cognition is okay. It's not necessary it has to be any, because all the powerful cognition Swamiji is giving us can manifest these powers. So hold any powerful cognition and you can manifest this power simply. Thank you so much, Aya, for participating. Thank you all the other participants also for participating. And now we are going to be going about the deeper truths. About Swamiji is going to be explaining what is an incompletion. What is it that I'm holding as incompletion? What is that incompletion? Understanding more deeper about the truths about this. So I request all the participants to come to the space of listening. And now we'll enter into the next session.
I'm going to introduce you to you. As I said, you are not just the body or your mind or what you cognize as you. Listen, you are not just body or mind or what you cognize as you. Let me show you a simple presentation. Visualize this as a round. I am trying to redraw whatever is projected. Actually, you are totality of your body. Please, the first component of you is your body, the physical body which you are carrying, which is made out of bone, flesh, blood. This is the first component. Then second is your breathing structure. Inhaling, exhaling, the breathing structure is the second. Third, your mind, sometimes up, alive, excited, sometimes depressed, sometimes frustrated, sometimes feeling guilty, sometimes feeling alive, bright, sometimes feeling tired, bored. Mind, that is the third part of you. Fourth, what you cognize as you, what in core of you, what you cognize as you, what you feel as you, that's the fourth part of you. Fifth, the bliss, freedom beyond all these four. I can say the glimpse of real you. The real you is not what you think as you. Actually, the real you is covered by what you think as you. So whatever you think as you, your body, your breathing system, your mind, your cognition, when you penetrate all these four, then you realize the real you. You experience the real you. These 5 layers, in each layer you have certain mental patterns, incompletions. I can say that when you travel in city, if you are going from here and want to cross the city, so many diversions. Suddenly one political rally, take diversion. Then road is cut by PWD, take diversion. Road is cut by BSNL, take diversion. Traffic jam, take diversion. Finally, instead of crossing the city, you will end up back in the same road. No, that's what exactly is happening in our life. When you try to cross layer by layer and reach your core, please understand, every day, every one of you are struggling to experience your core. When you are back from your work, the way you throw your shoes, throw your clothes, lie down on the bed, even in that moment, you are trying to reach the real you. Unfortunately, constantly you are facing the boards, take diversion, take diversion, take diversion. Each one of your mental pattern is take diversion board, no entry board. Take diversion, no entry, road closed, maintenance work going on, sorry for the inconvenience. These are the boards you are constantly facing. Every pattern, every incompletion you are carrying is no entry board which stops you experiencing the real you. The real you. I should define the word incompletion. Words, thoughts, emotions, residues, hangovers of the past sitting in your present and not letting you live your future is pattern. Listen. Words, thoughts, emotions, hangovers, residues sitting in your past, not letting you live your future, is incompletion or patterns. It can be as simple as morning cup of coffee. There are many people, without cup of coffee, they can't get out of their bed, or they can't get out of their bedroom. Many can't even go for 1, 2, 3 without cup of coffee. Now it's a physical level pattern. It can be as simple as cup of coffee and as complicated as always attracting abusive relationships. Please understand, if you are constantly attracting the people in your life who cheat you, who abuse you, who exploit you, even that is your pattern. So please understand, I have to tell you the truth. I have to reveal the truth to you all. If you are attracting again and again people who are abusing you, cheating you, exploiting you, or hurting you, harming you, even that is a pattern. I'll explain step by step. It can be as simple as morning cup of coffee to as complicated as attracting, abusing, hurting people in your life. Both are patterns at different levels. You have 5 parts of you where the patterns are stored. These 5-layer patterns are responsible for you not experiencing completion. I am telling you, whenever you see incompletions in your life, if you understand it may be factual but not real, you will reinvent yourself. Understand? A person gets back pain. If he thinks it is real and the incompletion is real, he can literally just collapse. I tell you, ordinary back pain has collapsed so many people. They lost confidence on themselves. Oh, if this continues, how will I go to my office? If I don't go to office, how will I make money? If I don't make money, will my wife stay with me? Will my husband stay with me? Will my son stay with me? How will I educate my daughter? My life is collapsed over. Ordinary back pain has collapsed millions of people. When you think it's a real incompletion, you are gone. If you understand, it may be factual but not real. You will approach the back pain with clarity. This incompletion is imaginary. That same back pain can help you to reinvent yourself. It can just support you to reinvent yourself. What is the reason for the back pain? Whether my sitting posture or my way of perceiving me or my thinking about myself, what is it? Let's look in. It can lead to reinventing yourself. Ordinary back pain can even make you enlightened or can just collapse you. Both can happen just by ordinary back pain. Same way, a simple fight between husband and wife, if you think it may be factual but not real, you will look in what can be done to go beyond it. You can reinvent yourself. Or, I think this fight is never going to end. Come on, divorce is a solution. A simple fight, verbal fight. It may not even be fight, just strong exchange of few words. Even the words may not have wrong meaning, just the tone was little loud. It was not meaning problem, it was a decibel problem. Simple decibel problem, if you look in, this may be factual but not real, then that incompletion can help you to reinvent yourself. It's a decibel problem, not the factual, not even the meaning. Or, no, I cannot stand this torture. This is going on forever and ever. From my birth, my father shouted at me. From the time I got married, this fellow is shouting at me. And after some time, my son will start shouting at me. What? My life is just listening to shouting or what? I can't take it anymore. Call it off. Will your husband be responsible for your father shouting at you? Is there no a logical way of logically analyzing the logic? Should we not have a basic logically, a logical system to analyze the logic logically? Anyhow, whether it is a small headache or a decibel discrepancy problem, I'll give a new word. The decibel discrepancy problem. Or as serious as cancer, whatever may be the problem, I tell you, it may look like factual, it is not real. Really, I am telling you, the only thing you need in the whole life is stamina to stand up till you see the victory, nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Understand? Your victory is guaranteed. It is, the real problem is your fear about the failure making you powerless is the real problem. Nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Just you need to know, these incompletions may look factual, but they are not real. They are not real. Understand. This one Satya, just this one Satya, I tell you, these great truths revealed in our Upanishads are not myth. Myth, mythology, this word is the most abusive word given to our Puranas and Shastras and Upanishads. Myth is an abusive word. I am telling you, the right word for our Puranas, Upanishads, Shastras is subjective truth. When Bhagavatam says Krishna lifted the whole Govardhana hill with his little finger, it is not myth or mythology. It is a subjective truth. A person who wants to live the truth, for him it is truth. Subjective truth. Understand, Shivoham is not myth, mythology. No. It is subjective truth. Subjective truth. Whatever you remember in you, in your inner space, can either suffocate you or make you blissful, expanded. If you remember something painful, it suffocates you. If you remember something blissful, it expands you. Anything which suffocates you is a pattern. Anything you remember and suffocates you is pattern. Anything you remember and expands you is subjective truth. Shivoham aham brahmasmi tattvamasi prajnanam brahma soham hamsaha. All these Mahavakyas are not myth, it is subjective truth. Start living it. Tsunamis don't stop because of the plastic covers lying on the beach. Shivoham does not stop because of few stupid incompletions you are having in your being. Anything which you remember, anything suffocates you by remembrance is incompletion. Anything expands you by remembrance is subjective truth. I tell you, tsunamis does not get stopped by plastic covers lying on the beach. Shivoham tsunami does not get stopped by few stupid incompletions lying in your being. I am not just Shivoham tsunami, Super Shivoham tsunami. Tsunami. Understand, the Shivoham tsunami cannot be stopped by any of the incompletions you remember or don't remember which is inside you. And first of all, you need to understand, as a constitutional setup of consciousness, listen. See, your consciousness as a constitutional setup. the basic constitution of the consciousness does not allow incompletions to be inside it. By its nature, they are ejected out. Understand? A good DVD player, the moment you put corrupt CD, no, as a setup, it just ejects it out. It does not play. It does not tolerate it. Same way, the constitutional setup of your consciousness does not play with incompletion. By its very nature, it just ejects it, rejects it. So, don't be sitting and calculating the plastic covers and coffee tumblers lying in the Marina Beach and thinking that such a dirty place, how will the tsunami come? Tsunami cannot be stopped by the plastic covers. Shivoham cannot be stopped by the small incompletions you think you are having. As I said, start living. Start living. Start living. That is the only key. I can bless you tons of times, but only you can live it. So more than my blessings, you need your blessings. This hand is always showing victory, 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 and want to join. This hand also should decide to join. Only then it becomes whole. So this will become our new emblem and mudra. To remember, when you feel victorious, Mahadeva feels victorious. He wants you to be victorious because that is the way he feels victorious. The whole celebrates you feeling as whole because the whole feels fulfilled when you feel you are whole. Understand, I am telling you the secret. He wants you to experience Shivoham. Otherwise, why should he come down from KAILASA? He wants you to experience Shivoham. There is no other reason for him to make himself available to you other than making you experience Shivoham, because he also celebrates you experiencing Shivoham. Understand? Remember this one line. He celebrates when he is able to make you celebrate, because Mahadeva loves you. This is the real meaning of God loves you. Understand? The meaning only when it comes to you, you know the suffering. Understand? I am not talking out of insensitivity. When I had a fracture in my hand, what I told my own body and DNA. Please understand, it was a multiple complicated fracture. My great adventure on my horse. When there was a complicated multiple fracture, but within 24 hours, I was out in the public, continuing my responsibilities. Within 48 hours, I was delivering my satsangs. No painkiller, nothing. What I told to me to heal myself that quickly and come back to my normal life, and I guarantee with all my integrity, Mahadeva, as a witness, I tell you, not even one moment there was a pain. No question of pain, any pain. No physical pain, physiological pain, psychological pain. The moment I fell from the horse, when I stood up, I did not even check the hand. I saw there the Sanishwara standing with folded hands, said that I have to execute the ordained frames of life, because this physical body is in the plane, physical plane. So it has to move through the physical rules and regulations. And that was the Janma Sani time for me. The Shadeshat, Elre was going on. So he was standing with folded hands and said, I have to do my responsibility. And the moment I saw him, I smiled because the horse was black horse. And I was smiling. God, such a highly secured, tightly protected person like me. See, at least 5 to 10 sannyasis all the time around me. I can't even slip and fall even if I want. See, even if I want, if I slip also, I will fall only on my sannyasis. Any side they will be holding me. And such highly protected, tightly protected, and so beautifully this Sanishwara came and did his job and went. And he also said, I can never touch your consciousness, give any pain, but the physical plane, whatever has to go through, has to go through. Understand, at that moment, what is the Satya, truth I myself used to heal me, recover myself, I am sharing that with you all. Listen. Don't think this, whatever I am going to share now, is impractical or insensitive, because you are having suffering. I am giving this for you to work on it. No. When I had what I used, I am sharing with you. Please understand, your DNA, your bioenergy is always in the space of completion. Whether you think you have a stomach pain, headache, it can be as simple as a small scratch on the skin to as difficult as cancer. tell your DNA you are complete and get back to your completion. You are complete and get back to your original state of completion. Don't go on imagining that there is some incompletion in you. Understand? Because one moment you are convinced there is a disease in you, that cannot become a fact or the ultimate truth. Listen. Yes, at that time I had fracture. There was a fracture, completely broken. It was not hairline crack, completely broken. Both bones fully broken. Actually, this other part of the hand was separately hanging, because the both bones broke and came out of the hand, means through the skin, completely broken. But that was not the original state of me, and that is never going to be original state of me. The power of suffering is, it will convince you you are going to suffer forever. That is the worst power of suffering. Please understand. If you are convinced the suffering is going to be forever with you, you are in hell. That wrong conviction need to be weeded out. Need to be weeded out. The wrong conviction that suffering is going to be there with you forever brings the disease again and again back to you. Back to you. If you convince your DNA, your biomemory, you are complete, then completion will be brought back to you. Health will be brought back to you. You may be an enlightened being or an incarnation. It's not that Shani did not do his job and he was so sincere. I was so happy. Actually, I'm going to have the Shani deity installed in that spot. I'm waiting for the work to be done. I saw him standing with all his smile and politeness, with all the joy and happiness that he did his job. And a normal person, any normal person can never have such big fracture falling from 4 feet height horse. And we even checked my bone density and all that. There was no problem. When he wanted, he simply did it. And I asked him, why hand? I asked Shani, why did you choose the right hand? He said, Swamiji, only that hand has acquired a lot of punya by healing so many people. So it will get healed quickly because of that punya. All that punya of healing so many people. All that goodness and merit is there in that hand, for that hand. And moreover, that hand has to be quickly repaired for the sake of so many people to get healed. So it will happen too quickly. That is why I chose the right hand. Understand the exact attitude and truth which healed me, I am sharing with you all. Any problem in your life is nothing but incompletion which is imaginary. IMAGINERY. I am not in any delusion, and I am not deluding you. Our Upanishadic rishis who revealed this truth are not in delusion. They are neither in delusion nor in the mood of cheating you. Understand? See a great gold merchant. Out of his love for Shiva, he declares, I'll make 100 kg gold ornaments for Mahadeva. And he himself is the master of that science. Will he cheat 2-gram gold from that 100 kg gold jewelry? One, he knows the science, quality checking. Second, he is graceful, means he is full of gratitude. Neither he will cheat, nor he will allow anybody else to cheat because he knows the science. Same way I am telling you, the Upanishadic rishis, neither they can be in delusion, nor they can put you in delusion. Because they have nothing to gain by putting you in delusion. This gold merchant has nothing to gain by stealing 2-gram gold from that 100 kg gold which he wanted to give it to Mahadeva. Upanishadic rishis have put their whole life to humanity, sacrificed. They are neither in delusion nor can put others in delusion. Understand, my job is the most difficult job. I have to completely teach you opposite way of
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Nithyanandam, and welcome back. That was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji shared the powerful cognition about the science of going beyond the incompletion. Now, this intense understanding which is there, this powerful cognition which is there in all of us, we have to now put it into our lives and actually experience that space of completion. Before we move forward, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Srinitya Parameshananda, and I'm going to be the Acharya for all of you throughout these next few sessions. And throughout the sessions, feel free to ask your questions and share your experiences, understandings, and let's make sure that this is a beautiful time where both of us learn these powerful cognitions. Now, coming back to the session, we are going to be understanding what is incompletion in a small internalization exercise and completing with these incompletions. So, I request all the participants to take your notebook and pen or any place where you're writing, either your laptop or phone, and let's enter this beautiful internalization exercise. The first understanding is you have to take control of your life. This is the message. Allowing incompletions to exist is literally declaring that you yourself don't want to keep life in your control. The power of incompletion is such that it deludes you so much that you start to believe that you cannot contain your own life. You cannot contain your own self and go on taking decisions with permanent damage. This is the most difficult part of life. Incompletions just totally imbalance you. Constantly deciding you will be in the space of completion. Completion means completion. This is the technique that you need to have. This is the powerful cognition that you need to hold to manifest completion. No question of powerlessness can ever be expressed by you. Everything you do, everything you experience should be from the space of powerfulness, from the space of completion. Now, let's take a few minutes to put the understanding that we got from Swamiji into our lives and see if there is some powerlessness, some powerless incident, incompletion, influencing you now. Pen that down. So, what do I mean by incompletions or powerlessness influencing you now? The understanding is that now just close your eyes for 5 minutes. Write down all the feelings you have about you right now. And you don't even need to write down.
if you feel that that will distract you, just close your eyes and see what are the different thoughts coming. And once you see the different thoughts coming, then write that down after 5 minutes. This is going to be a guided process, so just be relaxed. I will tell you when 5 minutes is up. Forgetting about the time and everything that's happening around you, just be focused in the process, and you will see a big chain of negative feelings that you are having now. And then find out what you need, what is the source of these negative incompletions. Like you may be feeling angry, you may be feeling powerless, you may be feeling tired, you may be feeling bored. All of these are negative incompletions. So then see what is the pattern which inside you which is instigating this. So now let's all just close our eyes for a few minutes. And see what these incompletions are in us. Please begin. now. So Abdin Ditch is saying that he has written some SDHT incompletions already. Very well. Let us now move into the next step of this process where we find the source in completion which is causing these disturbances in us. You can write down the source in completion, meaning, for example, if you're feeling angry, if you see thoughts related to anger raising in you, see where is that thought, what in the past few days has happened that is disturbing you, what today has happened that is disturbing you. Write that incident down and see that incident from the new eyes that you have just got now, the new experience that you have got now from the satsang. Ma Chandrasekhar Priya is saying the time of the day affects the number of thought. It's like 2:54 here in Singapore. Yes, that is also because of our biological clocks. We also experience the different, and it's, but first of all, it's wonderful that even at this late night you are sitting and being ready to receive the blessings, receive these powerful cognitions, and with that powerful will persistence, just being here is more than enough to give you that experience. And yes, you're also saying that less thoughts are happening. Then just be in the space of unclutching. Try to be in the space of unclutching now. Just be peaceful now. Just be calm and listen to that beautiful music. Just be unclutched now as the other participants take this time to manifest the completion. Let's now start writing down the source of these incompletion thoughts that we are having. Please begin. Slowly, very slowly, please relax. And with this, we come to the end of this segment of the completion process. Now we'll be understanding a next set of powerful cognitions, the science of completion and binding and liberation cognitions. The two type of cognitions that affect us and raise us. The binding cognitions that tie us down and pull us down, and the liberating cognitions that raise us up and gives us the higher understanding and makes us feel powerful. Let's understand this beautiful cognitions now. Yes, now let's understand completion. The first thing that we need to understand is there a way to stop incompletions from affecting us? And yes, the answer is there is the completion process that all of us know. Completion is nothing but looking at past with a new cognition. It may be sounding simple, but it is deep and powerful and has strong scientific backing. That is the process of completion. To understand completion better, let's look at what cognitions can do. We all know that the very situation occurs to us is completely determined by our previous knowledge, history, context, and experience, so on. In fact, we almost always react in very fixed ways when it comes to reacting in certain situations. For example, when someone scares us, we tend to shout. When someone scolds us, we tend to cry. When someone hits us, we tend to get angry. This is just a very broad understanding of what actions and reactions are. It may be not the situation in all of our cases. But let's continue with the understanding. How often have we made the same mistakes over and over again? We all know that this repeats. History repeats itself again and again. When you are being in the present moment of your life, you are filled by the future into which you are living so far most part of your life. The present moment is filled by the future. For example, recollect the last day of the annual exams when you were at school. What was your mood on that day? Were you so happy and relaxed? No. Why? Because the future called 2 months of holiday was impacting you, but on the same day, you also had so much of exam fear. So you were always thinking about either the future, will you pass the exams, or you are thinking about whether you will, how you're going to enjoy your holidays. So most of the time, we are never in the present moment, and that is what causes incompletions in us. Let's take an example. An 8-year-old girl is in a history class. The teacher asks, "Who was the first Prime Minister of India?" And the little girl enthusiastically raises her hand and shouts, "Mahatma Gandhi." The whole class bursts out in laughter. How do you think she would respond in this situation? What would she have decided at that moment? Yes, she maybe have felt embarrassed and decided never to raise her hand and answer any question in a group. Whether that her decide a decision of her life, yes, in the future she decides in the future never to raise her hand and talk. So this incompletion that happened in the child at the age of 8 influences her in the way she behaves, take decisions, and cognize the rest of her life. So 20 years later, when that same girl, now an adult, sitting in the team meeting, At her workplace, the team is brainstorming about an issue and manager is asking for suggestions. The girl has very good ideas and can help solve the problem, but due to her past experience and embarrassment, she carries inside her this incompletion and does not raise her hand. She may whisper the idea to her colleagues and ask the person to share with the group. Then what will happen? The colleague gets credit and she loses visibility. And then she gets incomplete, and the cycle goes on and on and on. And this is what causes incompletion in our lives. To understand the effect of our past cognitions, let's take an example of the girl in our previous story. For her, every meeting may have felt like a high risk life and death situation. For someone else in the same meeting who does not share her fear of public speaking, the situation could have felt like an opportunity to make a great impression and influence others to get things done. It is as if these two people are living in two different worlds. The first girl has a cognition that has severely bound her. She is unable to see any option in the situation. She only sees one way to act in the situation and it leaves her powerless. This is called binding cognitions. The opposite of binding cognition is liberating cognition. A liberating cognition gives people an opportunity in any situation. It is the way of looking at world that empowers people and as opposite of making them powerless. Every situation has a liberating cognition, and this is why we say every situation is powerless. A small example, let's say a 60-year-old man was let go from the job that he held for 30 years. He could have seen it as a sorry end to a career, binding cognition, or he could have seen it as an opportunity to do things he has always wanted to do in life. That is a liberating cognition. The way you see life in every situation matters. Now, let's understand the completion process. When we see reality as it is without the filter of binding cognition, then we are complete. Completion is nothing but coming to terms with reality. Anything between you and reality is incompletion. Let reality bring powerfulness in you. Let any situation happen around you not let you become powerless. Always having the cognition that you cannot be violated is very important. Life situations happening around you cannot disturb the space you hold. Only when you decide to get powerless can you get powerless. And this is where completion comes. Completion is done through a very powerful process called relive to relieve. When we intensely relive the situation where we faced an incompletion, the intense conscious focus will help us to relieve the incompletion. And now, with this understanding, let us enter the next stage where we'll be performing an internalization exercise with this powerful understanding we have just received from Swamiji. So, now let's enter this internalization exercise. The science of completion is what we are going to be learning. So, in the previous session, we learned about the liberating cognitions and the binding cognitions. So, completion is the technique that we'll be using to remove all the binding cognitions around us and help us to be in the powerful state. So, this technique is the greatest gift by Paramashiva to all of us. The 94th verse of the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, a beautiful scripture where Paramashiva shares with Devi different powerful cognitions, powers, and techniques. In that scripture, Paramashiva tells Devi, just consciously feel within that the mind stuff, chitta, of the past memories of incompletions with its activities as mind, intellect, and ego root patterns are not existent in you. This is a very broad and rough translation of the actual verse that Paramashiva shares in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. And that technique is what we are going to be going deeper into now. By contemplating this in the very inner space, this identifies or unclutches you from the past impressions of name and form. The memories of incompletion put your active attention on the space of the past happenings, relive these imagined impressions and memories of incompletions. Then the mind stuff having fully ceased from its present characteristics of forming thought patterns and cognitions is complete. Thus, you become complete and achieve the original space of complete completion. So now we are going to be entering this technique. Now, in the previous session, we wrote down a lot of incompletions or a few incompletions based on how our thought process was happening. Now, let's pick up those incidents when you develop the incompletion and sit with yourself and see. Now, for example, let me share with you an incident, an imaginary incident, and what we are going to be doing in this process. So, for example, the schoolgirl we have in the story which we just read before, that schoolgirl who was 8 years old, she made a mistake in the class and was embarrassed and decided never to raise her hand again. So, this is the incident that happened in her life where she was completely put down by life. So, now the same girl, when she is 20 years old, if she performs this completion technique, what will she do? What is she supposed to do? So, now she will write down the incompletion that she has, that she is scared of public talking in a public, talking in a group. She will write down that incident. And she may have forgotten this incident that happened when she was 8 years old. And she will now go to of her patterns, of her incidents, of her memory, and see when this incident started. When was the first time she felt this fear of public speaking? Take that incident and see, okay, I made a mistake in front of the group and everybody made fun of me. That is true. But what is there? All of us make mistakes in life. And I am Paramashiva. Even if I make a mistake, when I talk, I say something wrong, it can always be corrected. It is not a permanent damage. In the meetings or in a friendly chat, if I ever talk something wrong, I can always apologize with the other person. I can always tell the actual thoughts that I felt to the other person and make sure that there is completion. And if I have said something wrong which is infactual, then I will learn the right facts and share that the next time. This is the thought current that we all must hold when we do the completion. Take each incident that you have written and find out when was the first time that you felt this. After finding out the first time you felt this incompletion, for example, anger, fear, or jealousy, See this from the powerful cognition, like how I just explained to all of you, and complete with that situation, deciding never to feel that way again. So let's now take a few minutes to do this. Now, slowly relax from this completion and let us move to the next step, which is just be in the space of completion and unclutching. Experience that feeling of unclutching you have just received, that feeling of completion you have just received by reliving this just for the next 10 minutes. Sit and experience that space of completion. Enjoy that space of completion. Yes, now slowly, very slowly. Please relax from this beautiful meditation space you are in. And now we'll be moving into the next step of this beautiful meditation process, which is doing this completion in the mirror. This reliving that you have just done is one level when we do it in the mind. But when we do it physically with seeing our face with our eyes open, that is a completely another level. So now, in the same meditative space that you are in, let us enter the next step of this completion process, completing with the mirror. Now, in the same meditative space, just be in the listening with the technique I'm going to be sharing with all of you. When you relive in your inner space, there is a possibility to get lost in your thoughts. Reliving in a mirror, looking at the mirror and trying to relive the same incident in the mirror is much more powerful. The first technique you did in your mind, this is with the mind where a lot of distractions can happen. But now, using the mirror, your eyes are open and your visualization ability will be more. No distraction will be there. When you look at the mirror, do not get distracted by anything that is happening around you. And don't get stranded. That will reduce the effect of this completion. Do not just get stuck to one incident. Allow the whole incident to play, but do not pause that experience anywhere in between. Now let's enter into the technique. We have now, in the previous session, written down the various root patterns, that root incidents that we had. Now, lock both your eyes with the reflection in a mirror. Bring a mirror now. If you don't have a mirror, you can just be in the space of unclutching throughout this meditation session. Otherwise, if you have a mirror that you can have in your hand, please bring that mirror. Let me first share the technique with all of you and then you can bring the mirror. Now, being in the space of listening, let's continue. Start reliving, visualizing the whole incident. Try to see the incident, the root incident which developed into the root pattern. See the incident in that mirror and visualize. Go on visualizing, reliving at least 5 times. Relive till the incident, the incompletion loses power over you. That fear, that doubt, that incompletion, that guilt, that shyness, that shame, that hatred, all of them lose power over you. Relive with tremendous sincerity. Relive from the context of completing, not brooding over. Then move to the next incident. So now I request all the participants to bring a mirror if you have one and start seeing yourself in the mirror, and the process is being projected to all of you. If you don't understand or didn't listen, you can also take the help of that, and let us enter into the meditation technique now. moment, very slowly, please open your eyes and let us now, in the same meditative space, manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Today we'll be manifesting the power of mind reading, and in this round we are going to be manifesting the power of mind reading, seeing incidents that happened, seeing thought currents of the person, of another person. So thought current scanning of other person's mind, that is the power we are going to be manifesting today. Now let us enter this power. So now I'm going to be visualizing a particular word in my third eye, and all of you are going to be scanning that particular word that I am visualizing. And then at the end of the manifestation, we'll be verifying this the revelation that you had from Swamiji. So now I request all the participants to be seated in the same meditative space that you are having till now, that you are in till now. And now close your eyes, visualize Swamiji, start chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, intensely, chanting this Mahavakya. Request Swamiji to reveal to you the word that I am holding, that I am thinking of. Let us begin now. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now start to scan the word that I am thinking of. Please begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Om Nitya Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda
Yes, I welcome all the participants back. And now we'll be moving into the next session. And in this session, we are going to be learning a powerful technique from Swamiji, where he shares a powerful technique to intensely bring completion inside ourselves. So let's be in the space of listening. I request all the participants and viewers to be in the space of listening as we move into this session. Let us begin the satsang.
Understand? All sattvic bliss is your right, is your birthright, and you guys are Shaivites. Shaivite means joyful guys. We are Shaivites, we are joyful people. I tell you, joy destroys cunningness. Joy destroys this crooked thinking. Joy destroys lack of integrity. Joy gives you larger vision. Sadashiva himself, I tell you guys, when he lands in you, he will create an intense joy in your system. That is the way he will land. He is Lord of Ananda. I wanted to explain from the angle of the spiritual alchemy process about the reason for the Sattvika Ananda. Understand? Do not allow your physiology or psychology to enjoy any joy which comes by torturing anybody. Don't allow. Then you lose your Shaivatva. No. You lose your Shivattvamasi. No, don't allow. Never allow any joy which comes by suffering of the other person, torture of the other person. No. Then your brain loses its capacity to hold Sadashiva in you. And always encourage, grow the Sattvika Anandas. Don't be shy to grow the Sattvika Ananda. Do not be shy to grow the bliss of Sattvika, means non-violent joys, should be grown so much into the system. I tell you, more and more dosage of non-violent bliss develops larger and larger vision of life. Sattvika Ananda person gets, I can't even describe the benefits, because the benefits happening in the physical level, in the muscle memory level, physiological level, psychological level. When the pitta in your brain, that layer of pitta reduces, only then your system develops a power called eating its own dead cells and cleaning up, which is the energy of Rudra. Understand? Listen. Just now, few days before, one fellow got Nobel Prize for Physics. His research project, I studied his research project. Why he got? It is all about the science of how the body is eating its old dead cells and how it can be supported and encouraged. Please listen. For what he got the Nobel Prize now, at least 60,000 years before, elaborately Sadashiva describes. I can give you precise word. Now I think in English they use the word autophagy or something. I can give you the precise word in Sanskrit, in Agama, and the precise principle. Precisely. The Sattvika Ananda, what it does, listen, it will clean up the pitta layer in the brain, means the which the layer which makes you powerless, tired, and withdraw from the life for no reason. Actually, when the pitta layer attacks you, suddenly you will feel like frustrated and don't want to get involved with anything. If you come face to face with your mother-in-law or boss, or the people whom you don't want to see what happens to you at that moment, imagine that's the same thing, the pitta layer spreading. Listen, this Sattvika Ananda first thing cleans up that subtle layer of pitta, that is one. Second, it awakens the Rudra energy in you, which makes your system eat all the dead cells and dead parts of you and clean up. Just clean up. And this cleaning up is very important to keep you young, to keep you energetic, to keep you healthy, to keep you blissful. As long as this Rudra energy is alive in you, you will not die, you will be immortal. Sattvika Ananda awakens that Rudra energy in you intensely, I tell you. At any cost, whatever you have to give up to live with the happy people, sattvically happy people, just go and be with them. That is satsanga. And plan sincerely to make that same kind of a Sattvika Ananda in your home and workplace. Where you are working, in your home, both places. A very simple thing. A non-violent joy will actually make your workplace productive. It will become productive. I am telling you, even in my Sangha, only the people who are joyful are productive. Everyone else is a load. It's a load only. I have many pillars, supporting pillars and hanging pillars. No, joyful people are all supporting pillars. They will be highly efficient, highly integrated, have a passion for Sattvik Ananda, have romance with Sattvik Ananda, the non-violent bliss, peaceful bliss, where you don't hurt anybody, but it is joy for you. Grow more and more of Sattvika Ananda in your system. Activities which makes the Sattvika Ananda in your system, you will become efficient, you will become integrated, you will be just glowing, you will be completely healthy. The Rudra energy in you will be so alive. You will be young forever. It's an amazing beauty technique. Now women don't need any other convincing reason or the context to practice. Done. Only for men I have to give the remaining reasons. The moment I know the way the body of the kids move, see when they jump, dance, the way the body moves itself, I know, yes, this kid has come to integrity. He has lost all the cunningness. He is no more cunning. Or the joy, when the joy can become a lubrication for all the body joints and move, you can't retain cunningness anymore in your system. You just have to be, see, joy always makes you integrated. For example, if there is high water level in Ganga, you don't have to worry about the stones in the bed, river bed, you can just go in the boat or ship or whatever. If the water level is low, you need to worry about the stones and everything. The river bed, boat cannot travel comfortably. Same way, in high joy only integrity boat can travel in your life. Immediately the moment he said, I just saw who are those kids? Yes. And I know because I am seeing them here, morning and night. And I know what is the space they will go and sleep if they jump and breathe my breathing space for such long time. I tell you, joy, sattvika ananda makes you a Shaivite. So much of sattvika ananda, biomemory will get into your system. It will help you in every process so powerfully. See, especially when you jump and all, the bliss is inhaled by every pore of your body. Every pore of your body, the bliss is inhaled. It becomes part of your muscle memory and biomemory. Of course, doing puja is surely sattvika ananda, but you don't use the whole body to do puja. But with these kirtans, it's like a whole body is used. The way your body flows with that, I can tell you, the level of integrity you have and the efficiency or the vision about life. All the sad people are cunning fellows. Never believe sad people. Never believe sad people. Never believe their words. Never have them as your business partner or life partner. They can suck your life and destroy your life. If you can make them sattvically blissful, do it. If not, at least save yourself. Get rid of them. I am telling you. Because sad people can talk about integrity but never be integrated. They will only be cunningly strategizing. Like that only, if the sad fellow, even if he is integrated, he is waiting to ditch you in some bigger deal. He is having his knife behind the back. Never ever believe sad people and get into any venture. That is like getting onto the mud horse and entering into Ganga. Never. Whether life partner or business partner, joyful people will never cheat you. Even if they shout at you, it will be straightforward. There will not be second layer. There will not be third layer. Never believe sad people, even if they show very humble, polite, very good, decent, civilized manner of behavior. A raw, joyful person is 1,000 times trustworthy than the sad, civilized, decent, presentable. No. Sad fellows are dangerous fellows because in their very pitta layer on the brain, they believe all the fears are part of their life. When somebody is frightened, he is the most dangerous fellow. He will be all the time in the mood of attacking. I tell you.
keep sattvic bliss as your lifestyle and defend it. Defend it, and you have a right to defend it. Don't allow the stupid society to interfere in your sattvic bliss. You are not violating into anybody's space and being joyful. You are joyful just because I am here and my joy, sharing it. And nobody has a right to interfere and intimidate our joy. If they intimidate, they give us the right to retaliate. I tell you, make sattvic joy as your lifestyle and stand for it strongly.
Yes, Nithyananda. Let us move on to the next process, but first, let's open this session with a Satguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Bandhvaditam Gagana Sarusham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. Now that we learned about Satvikananda, the non-violent bliss, the joy, and what it does to our being, let us enter into a small exercise where we can explore this, experience this Satvikananda as Swamiji has described it just now. Everyone get ready, make sure you have enough space. Go to an open area as we are going to perform the skeleton dance. Many of you might know it from the daily Nithyananda yoga session, but as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed, the skeleton dance is supposed to be performed for a much longer period of time than we usually do it during the yoga practice. So taste the joy of completion. Jump. When you jump, the bliss is inhaled by every pore of your body. It becomes part of your muscle memory and biomemory. Let us take a few minutes and just dance wildly without a pattern. Just dance, shake everything off. Visualize yourself as a skeleton as you are dancing. There is no muscles, no tissues, no skin, only bones. Shake your body intensely and freely. If you have stiff muscles, just unclutch from those muscles. You don't have muscles, you're a skeleton. So shake your body freely and wildly. Let us now enter into this very powerful exercise.
There is one unique practice. When I was consciously scanning the agamas, it just stood out, attracting my attention very intensely. When I consciously scanned, I saw the power of that practice. All of you have to provide your listening very carefully. I'll tell you see, integrity. Integrity is a biomemory stored in your bone structure. Listen carefully. In your bone structure, integrity is stored as a biomemory. If you are integrated to your bone structure, automatically integrity starts happening in your words, action, lifestyle, behavior, thinking structure, in everything. Please understand. Till now, you always practiced integrity only as the mental technique, where you complete with all your old non-integrity and start developing the pattern of keeping up your words and keeping up high integrity to your words, maintaining in every step in your relationship with the time, in your relationship with people, everywhere you bring integrity. It's a mental practice. Now, I am giving you the integrity as a physical practice. Sadashiva beautifully gives it. Listen to the technique carefully. Integrity is the biomemory stored in your bone structure. So first, you need to visualize all your bones, your whole skeleton. The strength of the skeleton is the strength of your integrity. Either 21 minutes or 42 minutes, visualize your bone structure and dance. Listen. While you are dancing, you will never be able to hold on to your bone structure. Your mind will be pushed here, there. If you can hold on to your bone structure, means your skeleton, while you are dancing, the integrity pattern will be awakened in you physically. Please understand, all the qualities can be developed mentally and reached the level of physical, can be manifested physically and reached the level of reality. It can be done this way or this way. If you practice integrity mentally for 12 years, by the time it will become part of your very bone marrow, it will become your reality. Or from your bone structure you can manifest it, push it with such a strength, it can start manifesting within 1 or 2 months in your life as reality. Integrity manifesting in your life means anything you say, even if it is not under the Newton's physical law, will become reality. That is what is power of integrity. When you say something and it becomes reality, even though it is not possible as per the physics and physical world's laws, then we can declare you are master of integrity. So this manifestation of power of integrity can happen in 2 ways. One, You go on practicing integrity for years, it becomes your bone marrow, and that power starts manifesting. It is possible, it takes a little time. But here what I am giving, see the earlier technique, you go on practice and then it starts manifesting as a power, can be called as the technique from Vedanta. Now what I am giving you is from Agamanta. Just few days of this manifestation, either 21 minutes or 42 minutes, you will visualize your skeleton structure without losing power over your skeleton structure. You go on jumping, dancing for any song. Your body should be active. As many bones as possible should be moving, but your inner space should be holding the whole skeleton structure's visualization. Then it will be almost like a skeleton dancing. You will see in your inner space the skeleton dancing, but that cannot reduce the speed of your dance. Understand? It cannot reduce the speed of your dance. Your movement should be there. The skeleton structure should be held in your inner space.
Panduranga Jaya Vittale, Nithyananda Nitya Vittale, Panduranga Jaya Vittale, Nithyananda Nitya Vittale, Panduranga Jaya Vittale, Nithyananda Nitya Vittale, Panduranga Jaya Vittale, Nithyananda Nitya Vittale. Sundara Nithyananda. Anandam Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam 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 Nithyanandame. Anandam Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam 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 Nithyanandame. Nityanandame. Achyutam Keshavam Sridharam Madhavam Sadguru Nayakam Nityanandame. Anandam Anandam Nityanandam Anandam 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 Nityanandame. Anandam Anandam Nityanandam Anandam 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 Nityanandame.
जय विठ्ठले नित्यानंद नित्य विठ्ठले पांडुरंग जय विठ्ठले नित्यानंद नित्य विठ्ठले पांडुरंग जय विठ्ठले नित्यानंद नित्य विठ्ठले पांडुरंग जय विठ्ठले नित्यानंद नित्य विठ्ठले नंदीश्वर हे नित्यानंद नंदात्मज हे नित्यानंद नागाभरण नित्यानंद नादस्वरूप नित्यानंद नंदीश्वर हे नित्यानंद नादात्मज हे नित्यानंद नागाभरण नित्यानंद नादस्वरूप नित्यानंद
नंद किशोरा नवनीत चोरा नर्तन सुंदर नित्यानंद में नंद किशोरा नवनीत चोरा नर्तन सुंदर नित्यानंद में वृंदावन संचार आनंद गंधवास अखिल जगत गुरु नित्यानंद में वृंदावन संचार आनंद गंधवास अखिल जगत गुरु नित्यानंद में नंदात्मज के नित्यानंद में नाद स्वरूप नित्यानंद में नंदात्मज के नित्यानंद में नाद स्वरूप नित्यानंद में जगत गुरु नित्यानंद में नित्य सद्गुरु नित्यानंद में जगत गुरु नित्यानंद में नित्य सद्गुरु नित्यानंद में तन मन रंजन भव भय भंजन आदि सनातन नित्यानंद में तन मन रंजन भव भय भंजन आदि सनातन नित्यानंद में आनंदम आनंदम नित्यानंदम आनंदम 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 नित्यानंद में आनंदम आनंदम नित्यानंदम आनंदम 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 नित्यानंद में काक्षायाम्बर वेषाधारण कलियुग अवतार नित्यानंद में
விட்டலே பாண்டுரங்க ஜெய விட்டலே 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 நித்ய நாராயண நித்யானந்த நித்ய நாராயண நித்யானந்த நித்ய நாராயண நித்யானந்த நித்ய நாராயண நித்யானந்த பாண்டுரங்க ஜெய விட்டலே நித்யானந்த நித்ய விட்டலே 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 ಮುಕುಂದ ಮಾಧವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಧುಸೂದನ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಧುರ ಮೋಹನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮುಕುಂದ ಮಾಧವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಧುಸೂದನ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಧುರ ಮೋಹನ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಂಗಳಮೂರ್ತಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗ ಜಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟಲೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟಲೇ 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 ಮೇಘರೂಪ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮನಸ ಚೋರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೃಂದ ವಿಹಾರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದರೂಪ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮೇಘರೂಪ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮನಸ ಚೋರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೃಂದ ವಿಹಾರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೇದರೂಪ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗ ಜಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟಲೇ 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 ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗ ಜಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟಲೇ 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 ನಿತ್ಯ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗ ಜಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟಲೇ 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 ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗ ಜಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟಲೇ 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 ನಿತ್ಯ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
With this, let us now that we are all awake and alive through this powerful exercise, this powerful technique, let us now move on to the next session where we are going to learn about how to create an authentic identity. Understanding of the genesis of identity and completion with it just liberates you as you create an authentic identity. What does it take to create an authentic identity? What you have written so far is what you have currently. You're now going to pen down your best 4 images, your best inner image, your best outer image, your best others image, and your best life image. When penning down, don't ever think, will I able to make it? Making is not your job. You just order. So you declare the identity which you feel is the best identity for each of the 4 images. Understand you are rewriting your future. What you are writing now, this will be your future. You are literally rewriting your future. You are not going to do it alone. Right? With the confidence of having the avatar as your co-creator. With this confidence, pen down. Only then Swamiji can help you to find the incompletions you want to complete. Only when you complete, creation can happen. So, once more, you pen down the highest, your best inner image, your best outer image, your best others image, and your best life image. With Swamiji's support, you build it and come to the completion. You will find the incompletions you need to complete in order to make it happen. Now, let us enter into this process. Write down the 4 images you want to have. Pen down elaborately. Any questions or doubts you have about this process? Just send your questions in the Zoom chat and we will help you with the process, clarifying anything you might require to perform this exercise. Pen down authentically. This is going to be your future. So declare it from a powerful space. Look inside and authentically manifest your highest identity. Yes, please sincerely pen down exactly the identities you want to manifest. Be elaborate. Don't just pen down Paramashivoham. Paramashiva is your highest identity. Yes, that is the highest identity. But how would it express in your life? Do you want to be loving, compassionate, or you want to be excited, active? There are many ways that you can see yourself, and everyone would feel a little bit different about what is the best way to live life. How would you want yourself to be? How do you want to create yourself? Write it down elaborately. Use as many words as you can. Yes, with this, we come to the conclusion of this exercise. Please let us know in the chat below if you require more time to pen down your authentic identity. Send it here in the Zoom chat. You can also confirm if you finished this process. You can put a thumbs up or type yes in the chat. We would like to request other participants to please be on camera throughout this day of Paramashivoham Level 2 as we get ready for the next exercise, the next segment, as we are going to enter into the next round of the power manifestation. Today, we are manifesting the power of thought current scanning. And we are moving into the fourth round of this power. As you're going to scan a video through the thought of a person. We're going to play a video and you can just scan the person watching the video for the content of the video. So you're scanning the thought current, which is reflecting what is going on in the video. See, as you are focusing on something, whatever you are observing or internalizing, that only will be your thought current in that time. Whatever you are engaging with internally, being an external happening or just your thought processes inside, is exactly what will be read in this round of the power manifestation. Make sure you grab your Living Enlightenment book, your copy, be it soft copy or hard copy, and receive your powerful cognition for this round of the power manifestation. As always, we start the power manifestation with a powerful cognition. So open any page of the Living Enlightenment book, receive the powerful cognition, which is going to lead you to the breakthrough for this power manifestation, and sit on it. Literally chew through the powerful cognition and hold on to it during the power manifestation. Let's take a few minutes, receive your powerful cognition from the Living Enlightenment book, and let us get ready. Yes, now that we all received the powerful cognition, let's move into the actual power manifestation. Connect to a partner or scan anyone here present in the Zoom room. You can also scan me during this round of the exercise, as I'm going to also watch one video and pen down what is being revealed in your third eye. What is the content of the video the person is watching? And yeah, pen down as detailed as possible, as we are going to verify the manifestation afterwards. Now sit cross-legged on the floor or on a chair with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva as come down as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam from KAILASA. Remember, Paramashiva in your third eye. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. Think intensely. You are Nithyananda Paramashiva. Anything else you think as your identity is delusion. Drop it. You are Nithyananda Paramashiva. Nithyananda Paramashiva. Absolute unclutching to experience the state of Paramashiva. Complete completion to experience the space of Paramashiva. Oneness to experience as powers of Paramashiva. Intensely vibrating in Ajapa Japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Deep feeling connection with Bhagavan to experience the being of Paramashiva. Yes. Now scan your partner for the video that they are watching. Connect to Swamiji in your third eye in the oneness space where you and he are one and the same. Only Paramashiva manifests through all of us. And just access exactly the information we're looking for.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes. With this, let us enter into the verification for the power manifestation. Share whatever you have penned down with your partner or here in the Zoom chat in case you scanned me as I was watching a video myself. Let's take a few minutes for this step of the power manifestation process. And let's get ready to verify whatever was revealed in your third eye.
Let the Amrita pour. Let the Vani open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Jnanandam Paramashivoham. Om Jnanandam Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, the video that I was watching was about unclutching, and Swamiji specifically explained, owner just shared in the chat, we saw Swamiji with a trident and showing hand signs like snake and giving something in hand. Very powerful. The video was indeed Swamiji, and he was sharing about unclutching and how you can only have one thought at a time. The next thought immediately ends the previous thought. So being in that powerful space where you always have the ability to exchange the inner space that you are experiencing by creating a new thought, or the ability to unclutch from the thought completely. The blank screen was empty, what they say. Thank you so much for sharing. You saw Swamiji manifesting. So this is definitely a successful manifestation. Congratulations. You can applaud yourself. It is important to always celebrate when you are manifesting the powers. So you get excited to continue the power manifestation and experience the next level breakthroughs. Thank you all so much for participating in this power manifestation session. Let us now, yes, Nithyananda, let us now move on to the next segment, where we are going to learn about the genesis of identity. We covered many different aspects of the completion process today, where we are going into deeper and deeper completion to break the patterns and manifest not only our identity, but our life in general, the way we want. Let us continue learning about how to achieve that. Let's get ready. Everyone, maybe we grab a glass of water and settle down, as we are going to enter into another video with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he's sharing about the genesis of identity.
The first session is Genesis of Identity, understanding what you perceive as your identity. What do you feel as you is too important, because only from what you feel as you start developing second person and third person of your life. Aligning, understanding,
aligning and understanding your first person, second person, and third person, and experiencing completion. And experiencing completion. Understand, wherever you are not aligning, you are only maligning the reality. Either you align or malign. There cannot be any neutral. Either you align or malign. There cannot be any other reality. Aligning. If you are not part of the solution, you are the problem. Understand? If you are not part of the solution, you are the problem. Aligning and understanding the first person, second person, third person of your life. Who is the first person of your life? What you perceive as you. Who is the second person of your life? What you perceive as others. Who is the third person of your life? Whatever you perceive as you and others, and what you perceive as others, they and their others. Listen, whatever you perceive as you is your first person, whatever you perceive as others is your second person, whatever you perceive as your second person's first person's and second person is your third person. Just put little attention, you will catch how the whole thought current, which is torturing you from day and night, which you really want to get rid, you and your thinking as love-hate relationship. You can neither be without that nor be living with it. Almost like spouse. Neither be without it nor be with it. Listen. When I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of Purnatva, complete completion, or Sunyatva, emptiness, living emptiness. You can call that as a soul, God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space. That's the exact inner image I am carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I am projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I am a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. Declared outer image.
others' image. Listen, others' image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you, but people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship, peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different than what I declare, but even then I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1000 volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5 volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image. And the life image, the image I have about life and others, the whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others' image you created, for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others. Pen down exactly what you have. Then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. Then we will build the right inner image, outer image, life image, others' image. Come on. First, let's spend a little time in finding the inner image you are having, outer image you are having, others' image you are having, life image you are having, without editing. Please start penning down. So understand, the exact inner identity, outer identity, and the gap between the inner identity and the outer identity. And what you want others to experience, feel about you, and what you feel about others. There is always a big gap between these two. You want everyone to feel about you as a loving, caring, trusting, blissful, joyful person. But you believe, you think about everybody as crooked, cunning, cheats, bunch of thieves. Now you need to know the gap between your inner identity and outer identity. That gap is neither good nor bad. Same way, the gap between what you want others to feel about you and what you feel about others. This gap also is neither good nor bad. If both these gaps makes you powerless, both of them are bad. If they does not make you powerless and you know how to play with that, then it is not bad. Sometimes it is good. Some of the very powerful, the most powerful strategies which Krishna did to protect dharma are done from that space where other person can't even understand with what kind of a logic you are functioning. Other person can't even understand, you can never understand with what kind of a dharma Krishna is functioning. You can never understand. But he is the most dharmic being. Because the gap between inner identity, outer identity has not put him in powerless space. SDHT, self-doubt, hatred, denial. When he was running away from Jarasandha, I can be 100% sure he would have had a cup of coffee or a coke and chatting with his Sakhis, if not flirting, in his chariot. He would not have had a single moment of powerlessness. But if he has seen some enemy spy, immediately would have shown the face as if he is afraid, frightened, running away. He knows how to play the game with. Because even the inner identity, outer identity, the life image and others' image, even that has become like a nail and hair for him with which he can do makeup, whatever he wants and play with it. He knows how to show them, showcase them and use them, play with them. So understand, not to fall into any powerlessness by these four identities and the gaps between them is completion. Sit. I am giving you the precise instruction from Mahadeva's definitions. Sit and decide that you are going to complete with some of this past incompletion, and let your attention be on the whole incompletion being relived with the clear understanding of unclutching. Disidentify why that happened, because it has happened. With that understanding, why that happened, because that happened. Why you reacted the way you reacted, because you reacted the way you reacted. Why the action, because the action. Why the reaction, because the reaction. Any past incident has no valid, adequate reason to the present conscious cognition. Any past reason cannot be adequate for the present cognition. Any past incident has no reason or cause for why it happened the way it happened. It just happened the way it happened, and it did not happen the way it did not happen. That's all. With this clarity, relive, you will see the form you are able to remember in which the incompletion happened will melt down, will lose its power over you. That is the definition that completion has happened. The incompletions have melted down. Go on, go on, go on. Other than the form you are having this moment, you should not be able to remember any form of the past. Then you become formless. People come and ask me, "Oh Swamiji, I have this big low self-esteem, low inner image. How can I drop this? I have so much of SDHD." All of them have power over you because still you believe your future is going to be with them. I'll show you your future is going to be with Sadashiva. When you know you do not need beggar identity for your future is going to be Yuvaraja identity. It will not take more than 2-3 seconds to make that old identity redundant, irrelevant. I'll show you. Your future is going to be with Sadashivatva, manifesting powers. Being the Yuvaraja of Nithyananda. Prince of the cosmos. Yuvaraja of eternal bliss. I am the minister touching your feet and saying, you are being called to be king. Understand. You need to understand only one thing. Your future is going to be with a higher identity. All this old identity, powerlessness, SDHD, GDHD, SSDHD means, SDHD means self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. GDHD means guru doubt, guru hatred, guru denial. Now when you have SDHD, you will have GDHD. When you can't trust you, you won't trust me. SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. SDHD leads to GDHD. Means guru doubt, guru hatred, guru denial. Which naturally makes you do SSDHD. Means Sadashiva doubt, Sadashiva hatred and Sadashiva denial. SDHD leads to GDHD, leads to SSDHD. Understand? The moment you understand your future is going to be with only powers as king, not as king, as king, not all the time as king. Now, the prince, it only took 2-3 seconds for him to shift from as king to as king. From as king to as king. It took only 2-3 seconds. If you know your future is going to be manifesting Sadashivatva, suddenly you will see all your old SDHD, GDHD, SSDHD, all of that will become redundant. All of that becomes redundant. All of that does not have any more power over you, does not have any more say over you, does not have any more hold over you.
Yes, with this powerful revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let us now move into the internalization exercise for this session. Let us dive deep and explore how we can manifest our authentic identity. How is it that the genesis of identity is taking place? First, understand the genesis of identity is understanding what you perceive as your identity. What you feel as you is too important. Because only from what you feel as you start developing the second person and the third person of your life. From the outer image, how you project yourself, the reaction of the other people happens. And from the reaction of the other people, you get the ideas about yourself. It is a very big part of our own identity. Don't underestimate how people are reacting to you and how much that impacts how you yourself view yourself. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, when I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of completion or living emptiness. You can call that as a soul, God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever, a complete space. That is the exact inner image I am carrying. The outer image, how I project myself. I'm projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. In the previous process, we had written down our optimal, our best 4 images, our best inner image, the best outer image, the best others image, and the best life image. In this exercise, let us identify who is the first person of your life. What do you perceive as you? Who is the second person of your life? What do you perceive as the others in your life? This is the second person. Who are the people in your life? And what do they mean for you? Next, who is the third person of your life? What you perceive as others, I and you, and what your second person perceives as them and others, I and you of the second person. Put together is the third person, the world. So let's recap. The first person is your I. The second person is your you. And the third person is the I and the you of the second person. So not only how you think they see themselves, but also how you feel they see you. Everything clear? If you have a question, you can leave it here in the Zoom chat. If you have joined in through Zoom, you can also share your questions in the YouTube or Facebook chat, depending on from where you are tuning in to this session. Let us now enter into this powerful process. Make sure you have pen and paper ready and sincerely pen down your first person, second person, and third person. Let us begin. Remember, if you have any questions about the process, feel free to share them here in the chat so we can clarify anything that needs clarification. Don't be shy, ask the questions and experience the breakthrough. Sincerely participate in the process, write down as elaborately as you can, and let's really dig up these incompletions and manifest the life we want. Yes, I hope everyone has penned down the first step of this process. Let's get ready and continue with the next step. If you still need more time for this part of the exercise, let us know. We can project the slide again, so you can continue writing down whatever you want to write down. Now, in the second step of the exercise, the I, you, and world you have now written down is your inauthentic identity. The inner image, outer image, others image, life image you want to have is your authentic identity. Identify and pen down all the incompletions that are stopping you from expressing your authentic identity. For each incompletion, find out and pen down the incident when the incompletion started in you. So again, in the previous session, we penned down our authentic identities, the best inner image, the best outer image, the best others image, and the best image of the world. So the best thing that we can imagine for ourselves, that is only our authentic identity. When we want to make it happen, we can make it happen. And this is exactly the science to do so. So dig deep, look into the incompletions that stop you from manifesting this authentic reality. Authenticity means what? Acting at the peak of your potential. So what stops us from acting at the peak of the potential? Only the patterns of impossibility, where we believe something to be not possible. There's some various reasons. Various patterns can make us feel that it is impossible for us to live the greatest possibilities and powers in our life. Let us now sincerely pen down all these incompletions and let's complete with them. Let's take a few minutes. Yes, I hope all of you finished penning down this part of the exercise as we now get ready to enter into the third step of this exercise. Now, please close your eyes, sit straight. Take a few moments to consciously forget your present context. Pick up the incidents one by one. Start reliving and relieving back to that same age. Relive authentically, consciously. Forget the present context. Go back to that same age, body, mind, place, space, same mental setup, same identity, same power, same energy, same knowledge, level, situation, experience, motion, dress, smell. Relive and relieve. Relive each incident at least 5 times. Relive till your nervous system gets completed, relieved from the impact of incompletions. Relive until then. Don't be afraid. Relive intensely. Then take a mirror for support and just start reliving the incidents. Without today's understanding you might have about the situation. No, be raw as it happened in that moment. Feel exactly the way it happened in your inner space. We're going to take a few minutes for this part of the exercise. Let's get ready. Yes, with this we come to the conclusion of the third step of this process. Let us know in the chat below if you need more time for the entire Kriya, the entire exercise. And let us celebrate Paramashiva Swamiji manifesting through us more and more as we clean the mirror to reflect the ultimate consciousness. Let us now enter into the next round of the power manifestation. As today we are manifesting the power of thought current scanning. Let us move into the next level of the manifestation. In this round, read the other's mind for their personal problems and give the solution. Not only the living in the third eye will reveal the personal problems of the person, it will also give the solutions. Don't worry. When you explain your solutions, that themselves will hold you in the high state of enriching, which is going to make you manifest the power today. Let us take a few minutes for this round of the power manifestation. Yes, now that we all settled down, let us enter into the process. To get ready, call a family member, someone dear to you, and you can work with them comfortably. Scan their personal problems and share it with them, and see and give them the solution as well for what Swamiji is revealing. And you understand when the power of third eye is manifesting in you, it is Swamiji directly manifesting through your being. So let us be receptive. Sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and join the hands in Namaskara Mudra. Shanta Mahavakya. And let's get ready for this power manifestation round. Shanta Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. From the space of oneness with Swamiji, where there is no difference between him and you. Only Paramashiva is manifesting. Manifest his powers. Connect to any of your family or teamily members and scan them. Give them a small heads up what you're going to do, scan them, and then give the solution for the problems they are facing. Let us take a few minutes for this part of the exercise.
The powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now verify your manifestation with your partner. Pen down exactly what was revealed to you, and share it with the partner along with the solution for the individual problems they are facing. Share your breakthroughs here in the Zoom chat, and let us now move on to receive some powerful insights on the authentic identity, the completion process with our smaller identities. Let us receive the insights from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्दे Don't wait. Understand? If everyone feels, if you waited a little more, you would have got something better. But don't wait. The quicker you get in, better. Because a lot of sufferings you are going through for no reason. Just because of not even being informed. Please understand, there are some sufferings you develop because you don't have a right experience. But there are many sufferings you are going through just because you are not informed. Inner awakening will clear those tons of sufferings which you are going through just because you are not informed. Please understand. Many sufferings which you are going through not because you don't have experience also will be cleared by my initiation. That is one side. There will be many sufferings will be cleansed. You will be out of it, which you are going through just because you are not informed. Understand? So have it as early as possible. I'll enter into Kathopanishad. I have something very important to share with you all in Kathopanishad today. I was explaining the way the Vajashrava's mind was getting degraded and the space he was going through. Please understand, when I explain the degradation happening to Vajashravas, the meaning of the explanation is, please don't allow that to happen in you. It's not that I have personal anger with Vajashravas, so I am tearing him to pieces. No. I am doing literally postmortem of his mind and his being, because so that you will not let that happen to you. See, if you are a person of the business nature, don't ever try to enter into the power game. Because in power game, lot of risks will be taken, which you can't afford. You can easily be put in pain if you are a business natured person. Please understand. If you are a business natured person, only one of your shop getting attacked is enough, you will move out of politics. Or you will move out of all the power game. Always try to catch your nature based on your root pattern and fulfill that. That will bring tremendous feeling that you lived. Please understand. The feeling that you lived, that fulfillment that you lived, that is the first step for enlightenment. See, there are extraordinary Paramahamsas who doesn't even need to enter into life, who can just get everything out of their system and directly get enlightened. But 99% of us are not that way. We get into the regular life and go through the ups and downs and root pattern and everything. Only through this way we are going. So, 99% of us, the way we are traveling, please understand, the fulfillment you lived, self-actualization is the first step for self-realization. The feeling you lived is a basic requirement. In Vedic tradition, we call that as Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata. The individual consciousness getting awakened in the body. Please listen. You don't have to memorize the word, but at least listen. Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata. The individual consciousness, which you ultimately conscious is not is individual, it is cosmical. It is cosmic. But the individual consciousness, which you perceive as individual consciousness, getting awakened in your body, that is the first step. When that awakening happens, you will have a deep fulfillment. A Vaishya should be Vaishya. Brahmana should be Brahmana. Kshatriya should be Kshatriya. But I don't want to say the Vedic tradition does not allow the growth of the individual. It allows by the inner transformation. Inside, if you have transformed, you can evolve. There are thousands who are born as Shudras, worshipped as Brahmanas by the Brahmanottamas. Kashi is the example. Adi Shankara, the greatest architect of modern day Hinduism, establisher of all the Brahminical Sampradayas, fell at the feet of the Chandala. Not even Shudra, lower than Shudra. Later on, his disciples who are not able to digest that he fell at the feet of Chandala, made Chandala as the incarnation of Vishwanatha. That is different. But the truth is he fell at the feet of Chandala. That's all. That's a fact. Means what? Vedic tradition does not stop growth, but the growth should always be propelled, initiated, incited from inner space. Not that for the sake of external comforts, you can try to act as if you are moving to the next ladder. Here in the case of Vajashravas, he is not even going up, he is going down. A Kshatriya, a ruler, king, who is supposed to be constantly giving. Please understand, in Vedic tradition only two communities allowed to hold. Vaishyas are allowed, Shudras are allowed to possess and hold. Kshatriya can control only on behalf of country, but cannot personally hold. A Brahmana can't even do that. Please listen. The definition of artha, wealth, and possession is very clear in Vedic tradition. Vaishya and Shudra only can have personal wealth. Kshatriya can protect on behalf of the country, on behalf of the community, on behalf of the group, society which he is ruling, but he can't personally own. He has no right to own personally. He has no right to possess personally. At the most, till his coronation as a king, the king's son or daughter, till they are coronated as a king or queen, they can have little small thing, gifts which they received from their elders, parents, they can own. That is why in Mahabharata you can see Duryodhana has little personal wealth. Few thousand, few lakh gold coins, which is nothing. But Dhritarashtra can't have. Till you are coronated as a king, you can have a little bit, but not after you are a king. You can only control on behalf of country, on behalf of the kingdom, on behalf of the group which you are ruling, but not as personal wealth. Brahmana can't even do that. Neither he can possess, nor he can control on behalf of the country. Completely outruled. Here Vajashravas gets into the cheap mentality of personal possession. Understand? Only when you get into the mentality of the personal possession, you will start the business. The business mentality will start. So he falls from being a Kshatriya to Vaishya, and by doing fraudulence in the business of giving the cows which are useless, he falls to the level of lower than the Vaishya. He becomes so inauthentic. His authenticity has fallen 3-4 steps, almost like a free fall. Free fall. I want every one of you to look within you and see from your authentic identity which you want to have, how much of free fall has happened. Please sit and spend little time and find it. Understand? Most of the time, just finding it will solve the issue. See, what is the authentic identity you want to have? That is the goal, the way you want to exist. That's your goal. That's the way you want to exist. It can be Brahmana, Vaishya, Kshatriya, Sudra, anything is okay. But your authentic identity, how you want to exist. From that, see how many steps you have fallen. See the free fall, immediately you will wake up. See, the free fall will be happening as long as you don't know the free fall is happening. The free fall will be stopped immediately the moment you know the free fall is happening to you. It is unfortunate you are not reminded the free fall is happening. the stupid entertainment industry is managing that you don't get that intense about life, that authentic about life. I tell you, if you are really interested in living spiritual life or living the life of enlightenment, living the life where you want to cause your reality, keep the stupid enlightenment, this stupid entertainment industry out of your life. Please understand, anything great can be achieved only by keeping the entertainment industry out of your life. Even the stupid concept taught to you, oh, you will be stressed if you don't get little entertained. Then go and do all the stupid entertainment. Are you out of stress? You are more stressed. The constant free fall happening, you are not even allowed to recognize it. You are not even allowed to understand it. You are not even given enough space to look into it. You are sitting in front of that stupid box for hours together. Now that box has become slim and you have become fat. After a few years, those days the box used to be big and you used to be slim. Now the box has become big and you have become. Please understand. Consider this very seriously. Only first 1 week you will feel that you are missing something and all that. Have only internet to know the news. That also I am telling you, only get the information, news which is required through the words by reading. Do not allow the sound. Do not allow the sound and visuals. Please understand, these are all a powerful mental fasting. See, the Vedic tradition says, Agara Shuddhayo Smriti Shuddhi. The purity of the food leads to purity of the memory. It is not just the food which you eat, it is the food which you eat through all 5 senses. Please consider this request very seriously. Of course, you need to know what is happening with the world, in the world. You need to have much information to run your life. Get everything in the internet, that also just the plain Word document type. Do not allow the sound or the visuals. Please understand, sound and visuals stop you reaching the reality, you seeing the reality. You know, by and by, slowly, even in your regular life, in your imagination, you always bring the cinema background music even for regular life situations. Only with that imagined background music, you are even approaching every situation. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That you are doing this in your life constantly in your imagination. Raise your hand. Don't you see to the level the entertainment industry has gone into you and painted your perception and your life? I tell you, the day human beings again start seeing the reality without the necessary for imaginary background music and editing. Imaginary editing and imaginary background music, that day Satya Yuga starts. You do not understand the damage your system goes through with this imaginary background music and the imaginary editing you do about every incident in your life, the way you cherish your life. All the time you put a flashback to show yourself a victim. In those days, long, long ago, what is there? Then also you are a beggar with a aluminum plate. Now you are a beggar in the internet, that's all. But we go on trying to have that flashback mode to show ourselves as a victim to ourselves. That is the stupidity actually. The worst thing is, even you wanted to change the facts about your own life from yourself. Many of the facts which you know, you just want to change and believe it. Can you imagine the stupidity? It is like you own this hand key and you yourself trying to believe. If you tell others, I don't own this, but you yourself want to believe, force yourself to believe, I don't own all this. See, somebody kept it. Who knows who will take it away and go? You are trying to justify your own wrong beliefs, trying to show yourself as the victim of the life or villain of the life. I tell you, next time whenever you feel tremendous hatred about you, that why you are the way you are, your very survival and existence is depending on the lies and dishonesty. These are all the words usually your SDHD will infuse in you. During those moments, just see the imaginary background music and the imaginary editing goes on in your system. Then you will understand the impact of the stupid entertainment industry over your head. Any altered sound and visual should be avoided, because that is the basis for the wrong memories to get built in your system. You see all these stupid TV shows where the husband is poisoning wife is poisoning the mother-in-law. This stupidity going on in the whole India. India's most practiced religion is TV serials. Please understand. Most practiced religion of modern day India is TV serials. And you see all the stupidity and the background music. Dum! All the news channels have become almost like a crime movie or this ghost movie. See, in those days, the musics which use in the ghost movie and the spirit movies, that music has become a regular musical trend in any news channel. Even a small thing, the way they show, in one house. Finally what? One dog pissed on the table. That must be the final result. Manipulated sounds and manipulated visuals getting recorded in your muscle memory is not good for your happy life or your conscious awakening. Please understand. Seriously consider this. Even though it is too drastic. See, I am not saying disconnect yourself from the world. No. Get all the information required. There are many news channels in internet where there is no sound or altered visuals. A simple straight newspaper format. Quick and immediate. So get the information through that kind of sources where you are not bombarded. This TV serial is another one great stupidity going on this all over India. I don't know what can be done about it. Because they see in the serial how the mother-in-law is conspiring against the daughter-in-law, how the husband is conspiring against the wife, all that, and they exactly project the same thing on the husband. That stupid fellow has gone to the market to buy vegetables and ice cream for you and your kid, and when he comes back late, I don't know where he is going. I am seeing one or two hairs here and there on his coat. I don't know whether he is having any extramarital affair or he is planning with her to kill me. By the time you finished one full circle of life, in 5 minutes he being late to the house, in that 5 minutes you finish living one full circle of one murder, one rape and 2 divorce. If you fought with your girlfriend night 10:30 and did not pick up the phone till next day morning 5:30, she has divorced you 10 times, broke up with you 7 times, joined again 20 times. Understand? The stupidity of agitated response to the real life is the curse put on you because of the altered visual sound mixture infused into your system. Please listen. It is the TV serials and the stupid entertainment industry which is responsible for, in one night, you breaking up 20 times and getting back 25 times, divorcing 5 times, killing 3 times, and reviving 4 times. I think this need to be contemplated a little more. You should meditate on it and even do a Vakyartha Sadas on it. Night 10:30, if you fought with your girlfriend until tomorrow next day morning 5 o'clock, you did not pick up her calls, see the messages. You have been cursed 17 times. 10 times breaking up has happened. 11 times getting back has happened in one night. You need to contemplate on this. This kind of the agitated response. Agitated response has become a normal lifestyle just because of the stupid cognitions constantly being poured into you by the entertainment industry. You see, you don't bother about good or bad. You just want to be doing something to feel spicy, to feel important. It is in my power. Come on, let me do it. And you don't bother about larger picture, side effect or after effect. Anything in my hand, let me play with it. That is the only way I will prove my existence. Your existence is proved by your contribution, not by your ability to throw tantrum. Please understand, the people who are not able to contribute try to prove their existence by throwing tantrum. I am not talking only about male or female, any side.
in general humanity, trying to prove your existence by throwing tantrum is one of the biggest stupid mentality we accumulated, we acquired. Understand? Free fall from your authentic identity is hell. Wake up to the reality of the free fall happening in you. You will suddenly know that you have to take a serious action to stop it. To stop it. Look in and do not try to establish your identity by throwing tantrum. Establish your identity by contribution, by enriching. I don't know how much I can make you guys believe, how much you guys will be able to believe. I have seen my own mother. She is still alive. I'm seeing her now for last 37 years. It's not that she was always only in the high in her life. She was born and brought up to a very decently established family. I can say that her parents are upper middle class people. I heard in those days that was the most organized and largest wedding happened in that whole village. She had that kind of a background. But my father was not that rich, and he could not maintain even the wealth given to him by my grandparents. But throughout last 37 years, I am seeing her. I have not seen her even once trying to establish her identity by throwing tantrum. I just feel blessed that I am carrying her biomemory. Please understand. Even now, she is literally the Sangha Janani. Means she is the mother of our whole Sangha. She is the Sangha Mata. Literally. But I have never seen her establishing her identity, establishing her existence by throwing tantrum. Even now, whatever way she established herself, it is always through contribution. She is the embodiment of this one concept. Establish yourself only by contribution. If not, just lie down. When she is not able to do that, she will just lie down. But never take up the other route of establishing the identity by throwing tantrum or any power game or authority. I don't know how I will be able to convince all of you. If you lived in the ashram or if you have lived around her, you will know this one idea. She is embodiment of that one idea. I have seen her even from my childhood. Even when family went through the worst poverty, never I have seen her shouting at my father even once. Never I have seen her demanding from my father even once. Asking for something, fighting for something. Even when my father was not in the right mental state of doing some business successfully, even when he was frustrated, she took it up and started running a small grocery shop. I have seen her. She will cook in the morning, run and open the grocery shop. She will manage the grocery shop. In the night, she will lock the shop and come back and again cook.
Of course, it's a large giant family. We had grandmother, so many other people also supporting her in cooking, the jobs of the house. But throughout, she established her identity only by contributing. I have not seen her once fighting with anybody. Even though she gets bullied many times, understand all these points I am explaining. Agitative decisions, trying to establish your identity by throwing tantrum, imaginary background music and edited replay of flashbacks, all these things are directly connected with each other. All these are closely related to the stupid entertainment industry and the ideas it dumps on your head. The way she stood only contributing. I have never seen her throwing tantrum or trying to establish her existence or survival by throwing tantrum. Even now, literally she owns the whole Sangha. But I have never seen her doing anything other than contributing. So many times I have told her to take care of herself, whatever she wants to have and all that, but she will never accept any of my blanket offerings. Just like every ashramite, whenever I need, I'll come for approval and get it. Stop with that. Just like any ashramite, if they want to go to hospital, they will ask the welcome center, I need vehicle. Send me to hospital, give me medical assistance. Or if they want any clothes or any housekeeping necessity, they will go to the welcome center and tell, I want this, and then housekeeping will supply. That's exactly the way she lives even now. I'll tell, what is this? Why are you going and standing all there and all? You just have everything for yourself and do it. She'll say, no. Whatever is for everyone, let me do like that. Let me live. Never I have seen her establishing her identity, even for the small basic things which will not harm the Sangha. See, if she establishes her identity, I am the mother of Swamiji, for her soap and paste brush, it is not going to affect the Sangha. Or it's not going to affect the flow of the life for our medical care or anything. She won't assert, even in those small basic needs, she will not put her foot down or she will not throw tantrum. If you live around her, you will understand whatever I am saying is true. I tell you, wherever you are, establish your identity only by contribution. You will be such a light. When I say light, L-I-T-E and L-I-G-H-T. You will be such a light being. Do not believe this false theory of you need to throw your weight to establish yourself. It is wrong. It is false. Don't try to tell me, you don't know the atmosphere. I am in Swamiji. My industry is like that. My family is like that. The background, the office I am working is like that. Unless I throw my weight, nothing can get done. No, it is. Please do not. I have seen the universe more than you. Please believe me. I know the laws of the universe more than you. Always establish yourself by contribution, not by throwing tantrum. Not by throwing tantrum. That is one of the most stupid pattern you develop. See, just like the hard food, means the food which you can't digest, like an uncooked animal, the elephant, buffalo, uncooked animal, can you digest? That is exactly the thing, the entertainment industry which is catering in front of you. The devil movie, evil movie, and the TV serials are all uncooked animal in front of you. Why are you eating it? What uncooked animal can do to your stomach, that is exactly that loud sound, ooh, that kind of TV serials and movies do to you. Almost all the mainstream channels have become this crime scene music background. In those days, only few movies, this ghost movies will have this kind of sound background. Dum dum. Ah. One Swami came and spoke to our ashram in Rajasabha, the ceiling fell. The false ceiling fell. I will not tell the name, but most of you by now know. Actually, I really want to repeat that, but I cannot repeat that sound. That is why I am not. Even in Shivoham process, I cannot repeat that. Please do not eat this stupid TV serials, stupid crime shows, which pollutes your cognition and thinking flow, which makes you approach the life with so much of illogical information. As I said, your husband is late half an hour from the office, means you have gone through 2 murder and 10 divorce. This is what I call free fall from the identity you want to create. Please understand. Actually, one of the best thing happened to our Sangha. As a whole Sangha, all our Swamis have decided that we don't want TV. See, there are many things it cannot happen just by my decision. I can only be guiding. 2-3 times I gave the choice to the ashramites. If you guys want to have the TV. Somehow, fortunately, they all have decided no, let's not allow. Even the top decision makers, Mahants, all of them said no, we don't want. If we want to know any news, let us know from the internet. As always, Swamiji suggests that Google News, just read the Word document and get updated, catch up with the world. That's enough. See, do you know the difference of reading 3 lines, somewhere the bomb blast, and this many number of people killed, and seeing the visual of the scene and the dead bodies and all that, seeing the visual leaves that suffering inside you for next 4 or 5 days, and which is not directly going to be, are you the decision maker? See, get the information where you are a decision maker. But so many times, stupid way, even the things where we are not decision makers, we go on waste our time. Please understand, your time is not your money. You have been given a wrong idea. Your time is your life. Time is money is the cheating concept spread by the corporates. No, time is your life. Please understand. Vaishyas make you believe time is money. Kshatriyas make you believe time is power. Brahmanas tell the truth, time is your life. Time is neither money nor power, it's your life. Today, I really want every one of you to contemplate on this truth of free fall from your authentic identity. How the Vajashravas is going through a free fall. From Kshatriya, instead of becoming Brahmana, see, a Kshatriya who